Lady Luck? By Hugh Wiley. Chapter 1. I was a fiel hun fo I sailed the sea. Wished I was a fiel hun now. Dis conquering hero business don make no hit with me. Wished I was a fiel hun now. Gimme back a nickel. How come coffee 10 cents? Gimme back at nickel befo both ob us is on the same side ob the lunch counter. You and a policeman you means. CM USEF. If dis wa keeps up, coffee wine costs 15 cents next week. How come wa? Wa finished a year back. Me and Captain Jack was the first men in the wa. Wa's done. I knows. Gimme back at nickel. Meb de wa is done, but the Democrats ain't. Get out ob here with dat goat, fo you ruins my trade. The Wildcat picked up Captain Jack's bedroll from the floor beside the lunch counter in the Memphis station. He accumulated Lily from where the travel-worn mascot goat was tethered to an adjoining stool. Together they walked from the lunchroom in which he had sought refreshment after an arduous ride from San Francisco to Memphis. Come on here, Lily. Old Captain Jack and de lady done went home and takes a grab. Boy takes a grab at yo money, and if dey's any left, you gives it to a policeman fo arrestin' him. Us rides express wagon. On the street fronting the station, the Wildcat chartered a rickety express wagon hauled by a languid black mule. Woof! The driver grunted. Show is the ponderousest bedroll I've lifted. At bedrolls full of iron helmets FM dead Germans, fo Captain Jack to membe de wa by. The offices craves to membe de wa. Us listed boys craves to fo get it. The driver of the express wagon looked sideways at the Wildcat. When did de goat die? How come? Sit him on de side ob me wa de wind ain't blowin'. Was he de dove ob pista what go on foive? What's dem culled ribbons doin' on dat goat? De blue ribbon is my mascot's quality. De red and white ones is patriotism. Thought Meb Day was fussin' second prizes fo's smellin' dot. The Wildcat handed the driver of the express wagon a cigar. Smoke dis offsetta, he said. Drifting along on a haze of conflicting aromas, the outfit arrived finally at the residence of Captain Jack. Here's de 50 cents, the Wildcat said to the express driver. Cost me dat to get de goat's smell renovated off me. What's 6 bits? On yo way. I'll 6 bits you. Quit whiffin' with dat nose befo I bust yo loose fm it. On yo way. See 'em on, Lily. The Wildcat spent the rest of the afternoon shuffling furniture around inside of Captain Jack's house. At 4 o'clock, Captain Jack's wife arrived, convoying a perspiring 300-pound trophy which she had been fortunate enough to capture. Yo is the cook, is yo? The Wildcat said to the newly enthroned ruler of the kitchen. The ebony Amazon looked at him. Who is you? I's champion ration battler ob de world. Wait till I gets back. The Wildcat returned presently with an armful of wood. You claims you's a cook, well, woman, I lights the fire. Den you sees kin yo dot. Can I what? Fust yo barbecues at hem hanjane. When I gets teach o, half of it will be left. Whilst the ham sizzlin' you chows enough corn bread together to fill the big pan. When I gets teach o, there'll be half of it left. When the ham juice begins to get sunburned, you makes some ham gravy. I spec ham gravy's the fondest thing I is of. I says howdy, ham gravy, and after me and de vittles gets acquainted, my appetite won't need grub no mo and a fish needs shoes. Cut the ham. The Wildcat carved off 5 or 6 thick slices. The cook looked at him. Is you fo gettin' me? You hungry? The way you looks, yo's eat all the grub what is. Knock rout to be fat. Look at the elephant. How come you so skinny? Why misery. All I eat fo 2 years in France was government rations. Dey was fillin'. I eat myself down to boy size pants the first year. Second year dey lets me run wild cause dey couldn't find no uniform small enough. Was yo in the big drive? I'll say I was. Us boys drove more railroad spikes at St. Sulpice than a colonel has cooties. Woman, how come you knows all about the names ob de wa? I had a husband uplifter in de wa what wrote me letters. Meb yo met up wid him, name bein' Huntington Boone. The wildcat's jaw sagged open as far as the roots of his lolling tongue. Honey Tone! De uplifter? He's yo man? You knows him? I knows him some. Goin' on 1,000 francs he lifted off me wid de gallopin' ivory. Ain't de same one. Huntington saw de light and swerve FM dis in road to de straight and narrow in de fall revival 5 years back. De time Sis Ellers got drowned at de baptism and stayed under till she blowed up at Vicksburg. My man went over as a uplifter. At's de boy. He swerved back at de sinful life. De only upliftin' he done was wid us boys' money and cognac. The wildcat was thoughtful for a moment. Whyat is he now? He suddenly asked. I ain't seed him since he went away. Wore out my black alpaca mornin' dress and spilt ice cream all over de othy at a social. At's how come us in calico. I ain't seed him neve since. Since when? Since he sailed F.O. and Oleans on de iron boat. He done come back. Praise the Lord. Called the police, you means? Did he get back? He's in de jail whyat he belongs. All I seed was him leavin' dot. In the face of the wildcat's argument the Amazon's mood changed. When I gets T-Choa wid dat man de jail folks show have to pen him up in a barrel to hold de leave-ins. He's 'bout as poplar wid me as smallpox. All he eve done was bear down hard on de money when I come home wid my wages. At the moment the wildcat did not feel constrained to explain that Honey Tone's departure from Bordeaux had been one of the wildcat's contrivings, one in which Honey Tone had been battened down in the hold of the cargo ship, together with 100 French colonial Negro troops. I recollects he left Bordeaux on a boat they calls the Princess Clam, headed F.O. and Oleans. Chances is he's in de and Oleans jail right now. The wildcat decided that it might be well to encourage Honey Tone's mate to souse the black mood of her mourning in the whitewash of jealousy. Spect he might be married up again, meb. 'At boy gets gauged where he goes. Is he rampagin' rune I makes 2 widows stid of one does I catch him. Clee out in here! Honey Tone's vindictive mate craved solitude in which to enjoy the misery of her ambition for revenge. The wildcat cleared out, taking with him a substantial segment of cornbread and 2 hot slices of ham. Does Honey Tone live T-Cho what de female seption committee gwine to get ready F.O. him I gives him ma croix de guerre and all de wound stripes what is. In the woodshed back of Captain Jack's house the mascot Lily patiently awaited her proprietor. Blah! She said in greeting when the wildcat appeared. What yo mean? How come you always craves nutriment? The wildcat demanded. Here. He gave the goat a fragment of cornbread. Wuff! De old corn pone show is fillin'. I sleeps me now F.O. a little while. Den I goes downtown and says howdy to de boys. Lily, lay off dat hat. Eat de ham grease often it does yo crave to, but see yo SCF when yo gets to de hat part. The wildcat reclined on a pile of hickory stovewood and went to sleep. Sleeping was his long suit. At 10 o'clock that night he woke up. Show is late. Front do de barber shop be locked, but de back do ain't. The wildcat threaded the dark streets which led to Willie Webster's barber shop. The shave and haircut part of the Webster establishment served but to camouflage the darker industries which had their being in a room contiguous to the one where shaves were a nickel and haircuts 15 cents, including musk. At the back door of the barber's shop the wildcat hesitated for a moment in an effort to recall the secret knock which gained admittance in the days before the war. This element of the ritual finally came to him, and on the rough panels of the door sounded 3 quick raps followed by 2 at more deliberate intervals. I gets it fused up wid de time I was out guard to de lodge ob colored damons, and knock was F.O. and T.G. Fish Club knock was 2 and 2. Members that's how de animals come off de ark, time ob de flood. The door opened an inch, and the slot of light from within was interrupted by a rolling eyeball which surmounted a pair of questioning liver-colored lips. Who dat? Wildcat, Vitus Marsden. The door opened quickly, and the wildcat edged into the company of his former associates. Men, howdy! Dogged if it ain't old Marsden. Boy, how is yo? Is yo back FM de wa? Here us is, ain't I? Willie Webster, the proprietor of the establishment, came forward. Don't see no arms and no legs missin'. Yo never use yo hey know-how, septin to eat wood boy, how is yo? Hailed the conquerin' hero. Tollable, Willie. The conquerin' hero looked about him. At a table against the wall, under the rays of a smoking coal oil lamp, a crap game was in progress. The wildcat's fingers began to itch. He walked over toward the table. In the outline of one of the figures standing beside the table, the wildcat identified an acquaintance of his former days. Seems like I knows the shape 'at boy's got. The wildcat edged up to the table. The owner of the familiar silhouette faced the wildcat. Wildcat, how is you? Hot damn, boy, is you back? Honeytone Boone, the exile uplifter, was quick to conceal the inconvenient recognition in the extended palm of cordial and sincerity. The wildcat's mouth opened and closed in cadence with the wild leaping of his Adam's apple. With difficulty he pacified his organs of speech, and presently the honey of hypocrisy filtered from the tip of his tongue. Honeytone! Honeytone de uplifter! Last time I seed yo was in Bodo. Last time you seed me I was in trouble. How come? A mask of surprise covered the wildcat's face. Honeytone explained the method of his departure from Bordeaux. You kidnapped in de gizzard obi de ol' iron boat. Ain't it es prison? Us boys show missed you. Honeytone relapsed into the vernacular. I'll say that's all you missed. After you made de lost pass with de gallop and ivory you show left me clean. All I had on me was cooties. How come you here, wildcat? Captain Jack brung me. I's still workin' F.O. Captain Jack. After us landed often de boat F.M. France us rode de train clear across the country. Just broke loose F.M. de army in time to keep F.M. gettin' sent to Russia, place wha they bury you. What you doin' here? Honeytone evaded a direct answer. How's all the rest o' be de boys? Ain't see them. Me and Captain Jack came back casual. What's he now? Livin' here. Memphis is the Cap'n's hometown. Us just got in here yes'day. FM now on I works F.O. Captain Jack. Ain't much to do, and Cap'n's ladies show found a good cook. I aims to eat heavy FM now on to catch up with what I missed in de army. What is you doin', sides lookin' F.O. easy money? Honeytone, the ex-uplifter, was silent for a minute, and then his organizing instinct welled strong. Me? I's organizin' a returned heroes parade. Us conquerin' heroes what wore de army uniform jines in de grand ruckus. Show! Honeytone, what yo mean army uniform? You was fest with let hes straps and uppity talk when I knowed you fust. Now you talks plain nigga. Sounds more home-like. Honeytone did not feel constrained to explain the finesse which prompted him to abandon the vocabulary which he had derived from a year's schooling and considerable subsequent speech-making. After the parade Mebus organizes the colored militariers of America. I's been ponderin' considerable how come some OBU ain't started dat lodge yet. Dues $1 a month. Parades FO baptisms, marrions, and funerals. Special buryin' department way you gets crematized or secluded in de ground as you prefers, dependin' whether you pays FO bits a week extra or not. Sounds half gran, Meb folks takes up with it. Old parade show sounds noble. In common with other overseas veterans, the wildcat listened strong to the appeal made by the jingling hardware of heroism. He had visions of himself prancin' along where white folks could look at him, visions which included an OD uniform plentifully festooned with wound stripes, colored ribbons, service chevrons, and a few decorative military crosses. The group about the crap table thinned out. The wildcat picked up the dice. Does you crave high life, Honeytone, read a chapter FM de clickers? I might ride a couple of RRs. The uplifter conceded. The wildcat produced a bulky roll. Several pairs of gleaming eyeballs about him testified to the exceptional dimensions of his capital. To the wildcat's surprise, Honeytone hauled out a wallet in which lay a thick package of $20 bills. Hope burned strong in the wildcat's chest, and with the flame of hope the wildcat warmed the dice within his hand. Shoots $10. Fade me, Honeytone, does you crave action? You's faded. Wham! I'll lets it lay. Shoots $20. Roll 'em. Honeytone dropped a $20 bill, which landed as gently as a snowflake on the green surface of the table. Bam! 5 and a deuce. Under the heat of the Wildcat's luck, the uplifter's green snowflake melted into his opponent's roll. "I'll lets it lay." Shoots FO-tie. FO-tie ways. Shower down, honey tone. My luck builds homes FO de ignorant poor. I's got the musk smell. Bam! Land little dove obi peace. Land would yo build full obi greens. And I reads FO tray. The Wildcat gathered in his winnings. He laid a $20 bill on the green table. "Fade me is you frantic." Honey tone covered the bet. "Gallopers paid the rent." Wham! Morning rainbow. Why just begun. Dove obi piece got one hot end, like a hornet. Gallopers seeking yo uplift the honey tone jack. The dice raced on their victorious way. 20 minutes later, honey tone Boone picked up the cubes. The capital in his leather pocket book had dwindled to a pair of weak-looking dollar bills. He reached into his pocket, and his hand came forth clutching a rubber-banded cylinder of currency whose external unit was a yellow obligation wherein the United States government promised to pay the bearer $50 in gold coin, providing the Democrats overlooked that much. Honey tone voiced his challenge. "Shoots $100. The big coin keeps the pikers out." The Wildcat batted his eyes, but rallied nobly and covered Honey tone's bet with 5 20s. "Roll M," he said huskily. Honey tone, rolling M, neglected to advertise the fact that when he reached for his new stake he had switched the dice. 7. Shoots 200. "Talk to M, honey tone." One of the uplifter's admirers offered verbal encouragement. "Day does the talkin'." "Shower down, Wildcat." "Shoots 200. The Wildcat hesitated. "Shower down," Honey tone repeated. "You craves action. Get in de collar. Don't stand they poisoned on one foot, like the Iron Lady in de park." The Wildcat glanced about him. He saw several pairs of heavy lips curling in the bow of derision. He counted out a handful of greenbacks. "At's 200, he said heavily. "Roll M." His neck itched. He sensed the impact of the axe. "How come I crazy?" The rolling dice halted. The class in addition announced that 4 and 3 made 7. "I mows the lettuce." Honey tone picked up his winnings. "Shoots 100. The Wildcat audited his capital. "60's all I got." "Shoots 60. The Wildcat took a deep breath and held on to it until he read on the clicking cubes the final message of disaster. "Woof, 'at's me." Honey tone looked at his victim, and in the glance of triumph glowed the dull fire of accomplished revenge. "Dem bones says who is de conquering hero. Dey knows." The Wildcat picked up the dice and looked them over carefully. "Dice was clothes and nickel icy necked, and you done it." Honey tone reached for the dice. "How come?" he objected. "Dese dice knows so much I thought meb days educated." The uplifter was glad enough to ignore the remark in his effort to get the dice under cover. He switched the subject quickly to one which would not include an examination of his paraphernalia of chance. "I counts on you, Wildcat, to be Colonel Obi de Parade." "Me?" The Wildcat sobered under the responsibility. "You be de walkin' Colonel Leodin de conquerin' heroes." "Why does you come in?" "I's de ridin' ginral what leads." "Honey tone, does you ride I does." "You and me is 'quivalent, only I's mo in dis conquerin' hero business. All de conquerin' you eve done was Leodin de sleep squad o else joy and ruin in Bodo." "No, Sue. Does you ride I does." "De ridin' part's de hardest. I ride so you boys can see me give signs why to march." "Does you ride, de next boy done crave to. He say, what's my mule, fust thing yo knows, all the conquerin' heroes would be on mules. Dey wouldn't be no more mules left in de world. Figure out what you'd happen to de horn band when de mules heard de toots and started tromplin' 'em down. Figure out could a band ride mules and play both. Figure out some mo would yo haid, 'stid of usin' it to eat with so much, and yo might figure out I's right." The logic in Honey tone's objections appealed to the Wildcat. His imagination painted a contest between the horn department of the brunette brass band and 300 or 400 stampeding mules. "I guess yo says sense," he admitted. "Us boys walks. For a little while he and Honeytone discussed the details of the impending parade. When us passes the grandstand, the uplifter specified, I gives the salute. You be lead in de platoon. When you gets opposite de grandstand yo says I's right. At's all you does, septin to keep marchin' dot. Who's gwine to be in de grandstand? In de grandstand? Fust there'll be Deception Committee, den all religious organizations, den all the lodges and grave clubs, den all the women and chillun what ain't affiliated with nothin' but husbands and kitchen stoves. Throughout the discussion the Wildcat's unmounted disappointment ached until it was suddenly quieted by a detail of the forthcoming ceremonies which he did not impart to his associate. In the Wildcat's brain was born a scheme which promised to balance the books between him and Honeytone. Yo wife be sittin' in de grandstand, I suppose? Honeytone laid himself open to the serious fall which is the common sequel of deceit. I ain't got no wife. Thought yo told me you was a married man when I knowed you fust. The Wildcat was indulging in a little exploration. Did I say I was married? I must have been crazy o' lyin' dot. You is both. The Wildcat inwardly reflected. At's at, he said to Honeytone. Ani, with so much fluence, it pears like you'd furnish yo own meal. Ain't I made yo supreme gran arranger? You peevied as de meal. I takes care o' rentin' de grandstand at de ball park and spreadin' de publicity. Afterwards us has a grand rally. Meb I makes a speech. With the details of the program accomplished, the defeated Wildcat left the conquering hero in the barber shop and made his way toward Captain Jack's home and the woodshed wherein was tethered the mascot goat. Halfway up the alley which led to the woodshed the Wildcat spoke aloud in the darkness. Conquering hero! Him ridin' de mule and us boys ridin' wa feet. Huh! I's the supreme grand walkin' arranger, is I? Well, tomorrow I starts arrangin' dot. His monologue was suddenly interrupted by an explosive braying which burst from the woodshed adjoining the one in which rested Lily. The Wildcat surrendered to his racing legs and galloped a panic jazz to the exit of the alley before his common sense reacted. Show! Me a conquerin' hero! He chuckled softly to himself. Ol' mule what belongs to Captain Jack's neighbor's show unconquered me. He retraced his steps until he came to the door of Captain Jack's woodshed. He opened the door and entered. From the darkness his mascot goat greeted him. Blah! Said Lily. Ain't yo asleep yet? Meb dat damn ol' mule woke you up. Get to sleep! The Wildcat removed his shoes and lay down on a rickety bed in a corner of the woodshed. I'll do the arrangin', Honeytone, he mumbled. His lower jaw sagged, and into his open mouth whined a lone mosquito. At the portals of sleep his night was again interrupted by the mule in the adjoining shed. Dat's the night brain nest jughead ah eve seed. Wasn't a midnight rooste drunk with moonlight? He was about to launch a few burning curses from a vocabulary which the mule could sagittate, when a new thought was born to him. He lay silent, staring above him into the darkness. I's the supreme grand arranger! He suddenly exclaimed. I's the double grand as arranger what is. A faint bleat sounded from the darkness. Shut up, Lily! I gets teach o arrangin', yo and me both rides de mule does us crave to. Chapter 2 1. The following morning the Wildcat gorged himself on a ponderous breakfast. Show is noble ham. Yo show is de grand as cook what is. Wonder how come ol' Honeytone neve expressed himself about yo? At nigga neve was home enough to get quaint. The Wildcat looked sidewise at the cook. Last night I meets up with a boy in de barber shop what knows Honeytone personal. He says that triflin' uplifter claims to bein' single, claims he neve had no wife. The culinary Amazon picked up a frying pan and brought it down on the top of the range with a resounding bang. He claims, does he? Once I gets my hooks in that nigger's head, all he claims is funeral benefits. The Wildcat suggested that Honeytone was probably far away and established as the center of another family circle. The cook reacted nobly. He waited until the avoirdupois cyclone had cooled off. Something in the cook's energetic rage suggested the activities of the Wildcat's former landlady, Cuspidora Lee, from whom he had occasionally borrowed tobacco money. He determined to visit his former boarding house and renew his financial relations. You has my sympathy both ways, he said to the cook. Yo is married up with a no-account triflin' yellow uplifter. Is he wid you is miserable, and is he AWL yo is twice that much. Was I you, when you meets up wid him I'd bleed him by han. But down you grieve. Neve min. Some day yo meets up wid him. Den yo pays him back. 2. The wildcat left the kitchen. He carried a bouquet of cabbage leaves to Lily, who was tethered at the woodshed door. Eat heavy, Lily, he commanded. Yo neve got no reliable greens like dis when yo was in France. He hazed Lily into the woodshed and departed on his way to visit Miss Cuspidora Lee. He found the Lee personage perspiring darkly in the clouds of heat that billowed from a red-hot cookstove. Cuspido, I bids yo moin, he said briefly. Cuspidora Lee turned upon him. Fo de laud sake, you scared me. If it ain't Vitus Marsden. Prodigal, come here. What is you been? The wildcat was engulfed in an embrace which reminded him of the time he had been buried under 7 tons of fermented hay. He came to the surface. Cuspido, show is glad to see you. Why, that's dem pusinal preserves you scribed bouting yo letta. Sit down till I feeds yo. Is you as hungry as you always was? I reckon you massacres all de vittles in de house. After the wildcat had eaten within an inch of his life, he sat back from the table and took a deep breath. Wuff! Stomach's gettin' so big my arms one reach pot. Does it keep on mebas obliged to turn roon and eat backward? Yes. Show is noble rations. Noblest rations I ever et was here. He consumed an hour recounting his adventures in France for the benefit of Cuspidora Lee. At the conclusion of the recital, the wildcat was invited to make his abode in the Lee residence. Craves to, Cuspido, but I can't. Old Captain Jack needs me. Once I leaves old Captain, dat boy run wild and I finds him out in San Francisco. I'll be draggin' long now. Sees yo in de grandstand at de ball park during de Conquerin' Heroes parade next Thursday. You sees me befo dat I's givin' a Ouija pie Wednesday night, and I bids yo welcome. How come Ouija? Ain't you no Ouija, little boad what points out is you, or ain't you, and how come in de pa, present and future? Show! How de boad know? Spirits. Man what sells de boad runs de spirits. Is he tryin' to plague me? You come here Wednesday night and see as I. The wildcat returned to Captain Jack's residence. Show is grand to get home, he reflected. Parades, Ouija parties, fust thing I knows I'll be claimed by de church sociables. Show beats France. Stays here and works fo old Captain Jack, eats me heavy, raises Lily, affiliates at de barber shop with de boys. Show beats de AFWA business. His daydreaming was interrupted by Captain Jack's commanding voice. Wildcat, come here. Captain, yes, Sue? I'm going away for 3 months, Captain Jack abruptly announced. Then he added, keep your eye on things. Captain, yes, Sue? Goin' way. When does us start? Us don't start. For once in my life I hope to go someplace and come back without being hounded by my wildcat nigger. Captain, yes, Sue? What beats me is how yo aims to get along without me talking kiro you. You neve was no single thrive. I'll get along without you. Go in and lock up the trunks. Ms. Captain Jack gwine would you? I'll say she is. Whither I goeth there shall she also go. Get those trunks fixed up. With the departure of the master of the house, a cloud of melancholy settled about the wildcat, which was not dispelled until supper time. 3. On Wednesday night the wildcat soused himself with bay rum and musk. About his neck, in lieu of a collar, he wrapped the spliced sleeves of a discarded silk shirt whose cerise dyes had barred it from Captain Jack's wardrobe. On his feet he wore a pair of patent leather violins whose tight interiors had been plentifully massaged with axle grease. He started out with his mascot. See 'em on here, Lily, you starts gettin' social wid quality folks. How come dese shoes pinches all the time? Show beats me. By rights I we as 12s. Man what sold dese shoes said dey was 15s. Feels like show take both to make it much. But when dey sees dis here neckerchief dey won't notice de shoes. Halfway to the Ouija party he removed the shoes and carried them in his hand to the portals of the Lee establishment. He sat down outside the door of the Ouija castle and put on his shoes. He tethered Lily at the step and knocked at the door. A moment later he was being greeted by 20 friends and half as many strangers. "Before I turns down the lights," the hostess announced, "I wants you to meet up with Colonel Boone, one o' be de cold heroes what made de war safe fo white folks. Colonel Boone, say howdy at Mr. Marsden." The Wildcat and the Uplifter again stood face to face. "Honeytone, how come Cuspido calls you Colonel?" "By rights that's my rank." "By rights you is rank." The Wildcat turned to his brunette hostess. "I knows dis Boone man. Met up wid him in France. How come he projectin' ruin here?" Cuspidora was quick to sense a rift of jealousy in the social loot. "He's I mean to claim me fo a weddin' mate." She made haste to switch the deal. "Blow out dat light, Sis Mosby." She reached for a second coal oil lamp and turned it down until the room was hardly light enough to distinguish the black letters on the Ouija board which lay on the table. The Uplifter deflected the impending embarrassment which might develop from continued conversation with the Wildcat by functioning as master of ceremonies. "Rally room. Spirits is willin' if de flesh ain't weak. Wildcat, fondle de Ouija board and take a RAR at seein' what de future holds." "How come?" "Dis corner says yes, dat corner says no. De little board slides yes or no, dependin' how de spirits answers what yo asks." The cross-examination of Mr. Ouija and his talented aggregation of spirits endured for an hour, during which time a number of interesting facts concerning various members of the assemblage became public property. The Wildcat, returning from an enjoyed battle at the refreshment corner of Cuspidora Lee's parlor, wedged his way into the group about the Ouija board and laid a heavy hand thereon. The memory of Cuspidora's statement concerning her love affair with Honeytone rankled within him. "Spirits," he said, "I axes yo is I married?" Ouija answered, "No." "Is Honeytone Boone married?" The board became a battlefield. Presently the tight tendons of the Uplifter's hand showed gray against his skin, but without avail, because the Wildcat's little finger lay tight against the perimeter of the moving planchette. Impelled by the Wildcat's little finger, the implacable spirits hazed Ouija to the yes corner of the board. Honeytone's defeated fingers relaxed. "Dat's the lioness board I eve see. How come yo gets a lion Ouija board, Ms. Lee?" "Spirits neve lies." The hostess defended her unseen assistants. "Ain't no lion left to do after de Upliftes gets teach-o," the Wildcat commented. A little later, apart from the other guests, the Wildcat asked Cuspidora Lee a direct question. "Oh, Honeytone been representin' he's single?" The Wildcat's brunette hostess hesitated. "Told me he neve seed nobody befo," she admitted. "Told me his love I neve seed nobody ceptin' me. All that boy's love I seed is de pevisions in yo kitchen. I knows him. Acts like de yelle nigga what he is, prancin' round uppity in France. Comes back he a callin' himself Colonel, count he wore oilcloth leggins and drunk cognac whilst us boys was fightin' de Battle of Bordeaux." Cuspidora Lee listened with eager ears. "I runs him out now, the flea-bit hound," she finally announced. "CM Don git to Brindlin. Come out to de ball park tomorrow at de parade and you sees him leadin' us cold heroes." Honeytone Boone meanwhile had charmed a dozen of his male and female auditors with Mr. Ouija's spiritual assistance. At 11 o'clock the coal oil lamps were again lighted and the guests employed themselves in the pleasurable business of consuming such refreshments as the Wildcat had overlooked. The evening ended with a general announcement from the Uplifter, in which he invited the assemblage to be present on the following day at the parade of the conquering culled heroes. "As the Supreme Grand Organizer bids yo welcome," he concluded. From the darkness outside came a sardonic echo. "Blah!" Lily the mascot had seen fit to accept the Uplifter's invitation. When the party broke up, the Uplifter showed an inclination to linger after the Wildcat made his departure, but presently he realized the failure of his ambition. "Come on here, Honeytone," the Wildcat invited. "I walks a ways wid yo dot." Once along the dark street, Honeytone sought to review the Ouija performance. "What if O was you show in Ouija and makin' de spirits say yes when they craved to say no? How come show in? Spirits does de show in. Ol' Ouija tells the truth. Yo show is married, ain't yo? I tells you once I ain't. I tells you now I ain't. Don say no mo dot. When you talks that way you show sounds like a cunnel, honey tone. The wildcat switched the conversation to the details of the parade. Is all the 'rangements done? 'Rangements done, septin de mule I rides. I'll get de mule. What does I meet you? Parade starts at noon FM Willie Webster's barbe shop. Us marches teach old town and holds the grand review at the ballpark. A little farther down the street the two halted. What does you live, Honeytone? The wildcat inquired. Honeytone did not see fit to reveal the location of his present domicile. Down the street a ways, he said. The pair parted. Don F.O. get my parade led and mule F.O. tomorrow, Honeytone admonished. Oblige me by not referring no M.O. to no wife what I ain't got. I'll oblige him, the wildcat mentally conceded. After tomorrow I don't need to do no wife referring 'bout Honeytone. The wildcat went to sleep that night enjoying the details of a plan wherein Honeytone's radiant future was considerably overcast by the clouds of retribution. Chapter 3. 1. At breakfast on the following morning he repeated his invitation to Captain Jack's cook. Old Captain and de lady both gone away. No need you stay in room here all the time. Get to de grandstand early and get a front seat. Meb you'll meet up with one obi ma pusino lady friends, Cuspido Lee, what at boa dead with befo de wa claimed me. Cuspido said she jiwine to we a big pink hat with yaller feathers. At's how you knows her. You sees me and my mascot when us swings pa de grandstand. I'll be follerin' dis supreme leader. He be ridin' a mule. The wildcat spent the next half hour festooning his mascot goat with raiment appropriate for the grand march. Lily's OD service coat was brightened with a red tissue paper sash. The wildcat sewed a turkey wing fan to the mascot's overseas cap and wired the gaudy combination securely in place between Lily's horns. Hot damn! I says you parades. For himself he borrowed a few things which lay here and there in the trunk room of Captain Jack's house. He stowed his own paraphernalia in a gunny sack. Leading Lily, he made his way to the neighbor's woodshed wherein was stabled the overgrown night-braying mule. Gimme dis here mule, boy, and a saddle, he said to the brunette guardian of the neighbor's mule. I needs him temporary. How come? I craves him fo de cold heroes parade. Some day I gives you 2 bits, does you lend him half a day. All he does in here is eat you pun wake folks up. What's the 2 bits? The exchange was effected, and presently, leading the mule and the festooned mascot, the wildcat arrived at the rendezvous in front of Willie Webster's establishment. He tethered the mule to a hitching post and led Lily into the barber shop. How come the goat? One of the assemblage questioned. See dem stripes? Lily went teach o more battles dan you has sense. FM now on, what I is Lily is. Bible says what the goat, dear is I also goat. Stand up here, Lily. The mascot was vainly endeavoring to eat the feathers from the top of her own head. CM USEF. What's the supreme parade leader? Honeytone Boone stepped out of the adjoining room. At you, wildcat? What's my steed? Hitched outdoors. Show is rarin' to go. Parade readiness mule a evac. Honeytone took a look through the window at his conspicuous mount. Sure looms up. How come de goat? At goat's ma pusina luck. Honeytone looked sideways at the wildcat. Does yo feel like backin' yo luck with a jingle? Meb I 'bliges yo sudden. Dey's a race track in de back room, does you crave to gallop yo luck a couple of heats? The wildcat accepted the challenge. The pair walked quickly into the back room. Shoots a dollar. He explored himself for silver and revised his challenge. Shoots 50 cents. Ain't got but 60, and I needs a dime fo goobers does I lose. Boy roll 'em. Honeytone proffered a pair of anxious dice, but the wildcat paid no attention to the offer. I got my pusino weapons, he said. He fished a pair of dice from his left shoe. Dey speaks the language. Gallopies, get right. Wham! I tole you! I'll lets it lay. Shoots a dollar. Honeytone faded the bet. Roll 'em. The wildcat touched the tips of his fingers to Lily's head. Goat, stand by me. His swinging hand released a pair of dice whose innocent upturned faces presently revealed a 4 and a tray. 7. Ah, lets it lay. Whole hog ode de squeal. Roll em. Bam. 6 and 5. Ah, done climbed de luck tree. Honey tone, shake me out. Shoots $. Lily, stand by me. Blah, remarked Lily. Boy, roll em. Honey tone began to itch for possession of the dice. Asleep in de snowdrift. When Lily says blah, I'll lets em ride. And 7. I'll lets it lay. Shoot, you fool, nobody neve made 5 passes. Nobody but me. The wildcat opened his dusky palm and a natural 7 leaped to the gaze of a waiting world. Honeytone's eyes bulged with surprise. The wildcat accumulated his winnings. From the crumpled handful of bills he selected a $1 bill, which he twisted into a tempting little salad bouquet. Lily, eat this FO luck. I reaps the greens to nutrify my mascot. Shoots $10. Lily munched delicately on the $1 bill while the wildcat continued with the harvest. The deeper Honeytones sank into the bogs of chance, the more he resented the introduction of the wildcat's trained dice. Once, in the run of hard luck, he showed signs of weakening, but the wildcat was quick to rally him with the adroit tone of flattery. One thing I'll say, FO Honeytone, win or lose, dat boy rides along. Show is a veteran sport. In the wildcat's compliment, Honeytone's effort to unload from the wreck-bound train of chance found defeat. He rode along, hope springing eternal, until his financial condition approximated 0. Shoots $20. The wildcat's announcement leaped from a pair of belligerent lungs. Ain't got but lavin' 50. Honeytone's voice was husky. Shoots lavin' 50. The game was delayed a moment, while the wildcat hunted for appropriate minor currency. Here's the 50 cents I started with, Lily, at ease. The southern hemisphere of the mascot subsided. Honeytone, you sin-fest uplifter, field the axe. Bam! Day reads for tray. Lily at res. The victorious wildcat added the last of his winnings to the bulky roll inside his pocket. At wins yo up, big boy. The supreme lead in yo rides easier now. Yo weighs $600 less. A unit on the outer fringe of the pop-eyed audience pressed forward to where the wildcat stood. Same old cyclone, he said in greeting. Wildcat, you members me? I ain't seed such a first-class cleanin' since us fit de Battle of Bodo and yo win all de payday us boys got. The wildcat suddenly recognized the speaker. Backslid! How come yo here? Hot dog! I sho is glad to see yo dot. I come home casual, count of stomach misery teachy weeks after yo left Bodo. The backslid Baptist explained. Sho is glad to see yo dot. You members Honeytone? The wildcat introduced the uplifter. Honeytone leads the parade. Us starts in 5 minutes. Jine in, backslid, and yo marches longside o be me and Lily. Show steam to wildcat, but I takes my run dis afternoon. How come run? I's back on de old job runnin' Pullman out of Chicago. I's due out on de flyer FO Chicago at 2 FO tie. Anytime yo craves a ramble on de cushions, ruin me up. I stakes yo to a white coat and yo is aced in as my helpay. Pullman service is crammed wid deadhead helpays now de government's runnin' de lines. And boy, once us rives at Chicago de grand ruckus begins. Backslid, at show sounds noble. Some day me and Lily show make a trip wid you. The wildcat and his former associate were interrupted by Honeytone Boone. Wildcat, you's the supreme arranger, ain't you? Ruin up de humans. Form de parade. Us starts. The wildcat threw back his head and addressed the gathering in the barber shop. Company, 'tention! All de niggas in de room what's gwine to jine de grand parade, fall out de do and fall in. He led the rush for the exit. Outdoors he repeated the announcement. Grand parade led by Honeytone Boone. Followin' me and Lily comes de brass band. Den comes de Sons o' B. Damon. Sons o' B. Damon wearin' de yellow belly bands walks ahead. Followin' de Sons o' B. Damon, de Knights with de red pants falls in. Parade marches FO and FO, ladies outside. Keep off de car tracks followin' de Knights with de red pants comes de affiliated toilers. Cornet Club comes next, septin de big bass drum. Fetch dat bass drum over here. Yo marches by me. He turned to a group of human beings whose sole common characteristic was their color, and the color of the sashes which were tied about them. What outfit is you boys? Us is the committee O be called Democrats. How come they let you out O be jail? Fall in behind the lunch wagon. That's why you Janela why is. The drum-bamming giant took his place opposite the Wildcat. The Wildcat turned to the supreme organizer of the culled militariers of America. Get a bioad at steed, Honeytone, he said. Honeytone clambered onto the mule with the assistance of a pair of agile bystanders. The Wildcat closed his eyes and lifted his head high in the air. Company, 10 shun. He turned to the drum-bammer opposite him. Let's go. Bam! The crash inside the bass drum found a deafening echo in a blare of exploding horns and cornets. Lily shied close beside her master. Honeytone's mule drooped a languid ear over a bulging eyeball as if to shut out a vision of impending disaster, and then, at the second note from the bass drum, the mule leaped into a wild gallop. Before the marchers had covered 100 feet, Honeytone and his jughead mount had passed the fire hall 3 blocks down the street. The parade marched steadily toward the ballpark. 10 minutes later, Honeytone and the mule clattered past the parade. Ol' mule shows steers noble, but he can't stop, the Wildcat announced to the drum-bammer opposite him. On Honeytone's third visit, the Wildcat called loudly to him. Head at Mule Rune next time and back him into ballpark. The supreme organizer's reply was lost in a clatter of hoofs. 2. At the ballpark, the parade waited for the intermittent uplifter. As Honeytone galloped past the head of the column, he did a Brody and landed breathless against the big bass drum. Boom! Woof! He said. Catch dat mule! The hero blood pulsed strong in the veins of the knights with the red pants. They rallied to the rescue. The organization deployed, and presently the big night-braying mule was again delivered into Honeytone's reluctant hands. Wait till our ranges at steed. The Wildcat loosened the saddle girth. Unseen by Honeytone, he removed a small horseshoe from between the saddle blanket and the mule's epidermis. Show brings de luck. Some boy got de luck hunch figured wrong. Get a boed, Honeytone dot, blanket got wrinkled. He done see him down now. I knows him. Get a boed and lead de parade into de ballpark and paw de grandstand dot. In the face of the assemblage, Honeytone could not back down. He mounted the mule. To his surprise, the animal walked slowly and with all the peculiar dignity that a mule can summon. The uplifter looked down at the Wildcat. Line him up FO de grand entry, he said. The Wildcat turned and called loudly to the marching column. Company, 10 shun! Heads up FO de grand entry. He turned to his companion. Keep de drum goin'. I'll waits to see de parade get by and is everything arranged right. The Wildcat faded out. When the end of the marching column passed him, he walked quickly to a policeman who was standing near the portals of the entrance to the ballpark. Captain Sue, he said to the policeman. At mule lead in de parade belongs to Mistay Joe Carroll. What's de neighbor be Captain Jack Stewart? Why'd I wucks? I ain't sayin' at ridin' nigga stole at mule, but I knows Mistay Carroll neve lent him. At nigga's no good. I knows him. What outfit is this parade? The officer asked. Ain't no outfit. At triflin' nigga on de mule claims he's organizin' a new lodge, gets folks wild to jine, and den lifts de initiation money. Next day Meb turns up in Vicksburg or someplace else while some mo fool niggas craves to jine on wid him. He show don belong here. I knows him. A record is a record. An arrest is an arrest, and the capture of a mule thief is a star of magnitude in anyone's official crown. The policeman walked into the ballpark and headed across to where a companion officer was standing in front of the grandstand. At the moment, in the grandstand, Cuspidora Lee and Captain Jack's cook, seated together, were just beginning to get acquainted. Seems like I knows dat boy, the cook remarked. At boy on de big mule. I knows him too. The tenor of pride rang in Cuspidora's pronouncement. I knows him well. He's this supreme parade organize. At man's rich, Ani last night at de Ouija semblage in my house he showed me nearly $600. When the social visitin' part starts after the parade, I gives yo a howdy-do, does yo crave to meet up wid him, but don't get triflin' wid him, woman, 'at's all. He's my man. How come? Cuspidora brindled engagingly. Us aims to get married soon as the local organizin' is finished. Ain't it gran? What yo say his name is? Honeytone and his trailing parade were plodding along toward Cuspidora Lee and Captain Jack's cook. When Honeytone came closer, Cuspidora waved archly at the supreme organizer. What yo say his name is? The ponderous cook at Cuspidora's side repeated her question. The Lee lips answered absently. Boone, Huntington Boone. The cook swept the back of her hand across her eyes. Boone, 'at's him. She turned to Cuspidora. You aims to marry him, does you? Well, marry him sudden. I aims to kill him. And nigga and me married each other 2 years befo' he went to war. The cook bellowed hoarsely once in the supreme organizer's direction. Honeytone! A shrill echo came from Cuspidora's lips. The supreme organizer wilted from the deck of his mule. Without looking around, he started for the entrance of the ballpark, but before he had covered half the distance he was overtaken by a furious tigress. Cuspidora Lee had outdistanced Honeytone's wife in her pursuit of the organizer, and to her went first blood. At Cuspidora Lee's hands, Honeytone took the count just in time to get his chattering teeth full of his enraged wife's crunching heels. Stand back, Cuspido! I aims to trample at snake in de dust! Thereafter, for a space of minutes, the massacre proceeded with systematic fury. It ended only when the policeman unlimbered a wicked sap and forcibly dragged the battling brunettes from their crumpled victim. Get to hell away from that nigger! The officer yelled at the two women. With the assistance of a hearty boost from the policeman, the supreme organizer struggled to his feet. Let me go! Let me go! He gasped. Wham! The 2-foot swagger stick in the hand of the police officer found its target. Shut up, you mule-stealing baboon! Come on here! You get 50 years in jail if we don't lynch you! Honeytone Boone, the uplifter, trailed along with the policeman. The wildcat, with his mascot goat close beside him in the shadows of the entrance to the ballpark, witnessed the consummation of his plans. I'll say I's the supreme grand arranger, he exulted. Grand as range what is? If you think show is range noble. He tied a leading string around the mascot's neck. Come on here, Lily. Us fades befo' Honeytone busts loose FM de jail. Us rides the flyer to Chicago with oil backslid. He's my friend. Lee's go. Chapter 4. Memphis, let me miss you. Feet, see can you trod de goodbye jazz. Lily, Lee's go. Get in step. Siem on here befo' ah jerks yo head loose FM yo horns. Lily lagged. No guilty conscience impelled the mascot goat. In addition to this, lacking mental momentum, her progress was considerably impeded by a parade uniform consisting of an OD Army shirt which dangled loosely about her forelegs. Half a block down the street, Lily's parade raiment slipped. Her hobbles tripped her. The galloping wildcat felt an added drag on the leading string. He glanced backward in his flight. Goat, how come you lose the cadence? Doggone you, see can you skid till you gets in step? Lily bought the next 50 yards with an expenditure of some epidermis and 2 ounces of goat hair. She regained her feet, staggering under a ponderous ambition for revenge. 40 feet from the Calhoun Street curb, she took careful aim at the wildcat and stepped on the accelerator. The wildcat coasted into Calhoun Street with his parade-leading Prince Albert flapping straight out behind him. He skidded over the curb in a pose which cost his army pants half of their seating capacity. Inertia claimed him. He rolled his head slowly over his shoulder and gazed in bewilderment upon his prancing nemesis. Lily, at ease! The goat ambled up beside him. At res! The wildcat grabbed for the mascot's leading string. You and me declares peace. I done wrong when I drug you, but now see can you ramble. I craves to reach to Chicago flya why at the old backslid Baptist is porter, so us can leave town without liat in no mob. Blah! Lily answered in forgiveness. About the mascot's chest the wildcat adjusted the OD shirt with its 3 service stripes. He tilted the little overseas cap which Lily wore to a rakish angle between the mascot's horns. With Lily clicking along at the Wildcat's heels, the pair entered the portals of the Grand Central Station. The Wildcat accosted a red cap of his own color. "What can I find de Backslid Baptist what takes care o' de white genmen on de Chicago flyer at leaves at 2:40? I knows that boy dey calls Backslid, but dey ain't no flyer leavin' at 2:40. At boy runs Pullman on de Panama Limited, leavin' here at 10:10 tonight. Old Backslid never shows up till 9:30 to take his CAH out." Confronted by 7 intervening hours of life in Memphis, which might include the release of Honey Tone Boone, whose temporary confinement in the jail had just been accomplished, the Wildcat's ambition flopped. His sole desire for the moment was for a high-grade segment of camouflage, or the sanctuary of a close-fitting black cave. "Why't can me and Lily hide out till my friend Backslid shows up?" The red cap looked at him. "What you done? I'll run a bullet FM some white man's gun, me busted jail." The Wildcat's skin shrank a size or two at the mention of jail. "I ain't done nothin'. Fo get dem jail words. All I got is business in Chicago, and I aims to ride with de Baptist." The red cap came to realize that the Wildcat sought to avoid publicity. "I knows a place where you can crawl under a $5 bill and hide." "What's the place?" "What's the $5 bill?" The Wildcat produced the greenback. The red cap took it. "See 'em on here with me." He led the Wildcat and Lily to the rooms where red caps shifted from their civilian raiment to the uniform of their calling. "Nobody but us boys never comes here. I'll pass the word to de Backslid Baptist to hunt you up when he arrives FM uptown tonight." Until 9 o'clock that night the Wildcat and Lily lay under cover. Shortly after 9 o'clock the Backslid Baptist arrived at the station to board his Pullman, which would be cut into the Panama Limited. He encountered the Wildcat in the latter's retreat. "How come? When I seed you dis afternoon you and Lily was in de parade lettin' business, followin' Honey Tone Boone on de mule. Us changed since den, Backslid. Ol' Honey Tone done unconsecrate hisself FM de parade lettin' mule. Why is he now? Safe in jail. Why Cuspido Lee and de Othy wild woman can't claim de remains. What time does us leave? How come to us? I craves to furlough myself loose FM Memphis FO a while. Does ol' Honey Tone get free meb he prizes agin me? See 'em on. Us is due out at 10:10. Before the Backslid Baptist was into his uniform a boy brought an order slip to him. He read it and handed it to the Wildcat. The Wildcat looked at the paper. "You knows I can't read, Backslid. What 'at paper say?" "I switches to a no lean CAH, de Mazeppa. Othy boy's sick." "How come he sick?" "Some boys get sick so as to miss old man trouble. Might have made a cleanin' wid de bones. Might crave to meet up with some friends in Memphis. Can't say how come. Us finishes the boys' run. Come on." The Backslid Baptist led the way to the platform in the long train shed. "Don't know kin I deadhead at goat. Show kin, Baptist. At mascot don't take up no room. At goat traveled FM and York to San Francisco in de vegetable bin on a dinin' CAH. Lily ain't no rampager." When the Panama Limited roared into the train shed Lily cringed against the Wildcat's legs. "Stand up they! How come you scared at de old train?" Followed by the Wildcat and Lily, the Backslid Baptist sought his car. "What's the Mazeppa?" he asked the first porter whom he encountered. "Hello, Backslid. Is you runnin' Mazeppa?" "Aims to. Menagerie CAH. How come?" "Dog dest called old be folks I ever see. Wait till mornin' you sees yo' passengers. At's the old battleship, 5 cars back." The Wildcat and Lily, in the wake of the Backslid Baptist, presently boarded the Mazeppa. Once inside the car, the porter sniffed heavily. "Gin trip. Thank the Lord ain't no kids. Don't smell no bananas. Leeson. Hear dat boy snore? Snores like he's chokin' to death. Ain't chokin', 'at's a fat boy wid de alcohol snorts." The Backslid Baptist sniffed again. "Show is." "Is what?" "Chorus girl lady, meb one be dem movin' picture ladies." "I'll say you does." "Does what?" Season heas wid yo nose. Did anybody bust you in de beak dey knock you deaf and blind? Wildcat, I'll run Pullman 10 years, boy show gets deprived o be a lot o be ignorance in dat time. Show gets so he knows the folks on his CAH quick. Gets to be a reg law mind reader. The Wildcat looked at the backslid Baptist. What dat fat boy with the alcohol snorts thinkin' about? The mind-reading porter looked at the Wildcat. A slow smile cut a red gash in his face. Same as you, de half bottle what's left. I'll say you's a mind reader. Read and see does the half bottle need a gardine. Fo get dat gardine business. Tomorrow morn he gives it to you does you crave it. At boy wouldn't look cross-eyed at you in town, but when you wears de uniform most likely does you crave a dram o' his liquor he'd be proud to give it to you. When him and de headache wakes up tomorrow. Sing! From above the Wildcat's head an electric bell rang with the suddenness of a striking rattlesnake. What dat? CMUSEF. Some passenger ringin' FO deporte. Store dat goat in here befo de old train conductor comes teach o. The backslid Baptist opened the door of the linen closet. Lily the mascot was ushered into the dark cave beneath the shelves. Lily, at res. See can you sleep whilst I learns de porter business. The Wildcat began to absorb the free ice water. Sing! The annunciator rang again with an impatient note. Put dis white coat on you whilst I sees who wants what. The backslid Baptist handed the Wildcat a white linen coat. The Wildcat removed his long parade leading Prince Albert with the red plush sash and the yellow epaulets, and donned the white jacket. The backslid Baptist returned from the far end of the car. Fat boy in low 7 with de alcohol snorts craves ice wait. Fill a paper cup and carry it back to him. The Wildcat filled a paper cup with ice water and started down the aisle of the car. He returned presently. Can't find why it is that boy. You looks till you see 7 on de curtains. 'At's why he is. The Wildcat essayed a second attempt with his life-saving ice water. He had proceeded half the length of the car when, above the muffled rattles and creaks of its fabric, there lifted a wild shrieking laughter. The paper cup in the Wildcat's clutching hand was crushed flat. From the cup there gushed a geyser of ice water straight for the parted curtains of lower 7. Chapter 5. The wild laughter from somewhere across the aisle continued, but now it was punctuated by 3 voices. For God's sake, dearie, be quiet! Spluff! What th hell? Lady Luck, why it is you? The Wildcat galloped back along the swaying aisle to the protection of the backslid Baptist. The high-pitched laughter pursued him. Pull the stoppin' string, Baptist! I craves to get off dis train. CMUSEF. What ails you? He a dat laughin'? He a dat crazy. Sing! 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 Doggone at low 7. Did you wait dat boy? The Wildcat looked at the crushed cup in his hand. I'll say so. Missed that boy's neck, but the ol' ice weight show baptized him. See what he wants again. You better see, Baptist. I's just learnin' dot. Dearie, be quiet before I wring your neck. A strident feminine voice addressed the author of the laughter. Shut up! There, dearie. Oh, you fiend, Lego! My God, he bit me! Pity bird. Pity bird. You fiend! Quack! Down the length of the car, from between the berth curtains there began to appear an assortment of human heads. Above the scene there sounded the flutter of beating wings. The backslid Baptist dived into the center of the Pullman. What is it, porter? Just getting into Carbondale. The porter's calm voice dispelled the terrors of the night. Lego! Lego! Doggone you! Backslid! Come here! A furor of acrobatic groaning marked a scene wherein the Wildcat was doing the best he could to pry himself loose from something that clung to various parts of his anatomy with a beak and 8 sharp claws. Come here! Light de light! Some varmint's got me! The backslid Baptist retraced his steps. Ain't no varmint. One ob dem parrot birds. The backslid Baptist made a grab for the parrot, and from the bird's throat into the night again there lifted the wild laughter. The porter opened the door of the linen closet wherein Lily the mascot goat was quietly eating her 3rd pillowcase. He cast the parrot from him into the darkness of the linen closet. Wildcat, tell the lady in low 10 I'll take care de parrot till morn dot. The parrot landed on Lily's neck. From behind the slammed door came a muffled blah, followed by the subdued noises of a large number 9-sized ruckus. Sing! 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 I's coming! I's coming! The backslid Baptist filled 2 cups of ice water and started toward lower 7 with them. Here you is. Yes, Sue. No, Sue. Yes, Sue, I'll get you some mo. Here's a half bottle of that blasted stuff. Take it away where I can't smell it. That ice water sure is good. Were you ever zippo on gin? No, Sue. I'll get you some mo ice water. The backslid Baptist, conveying half a bottle of gin, neglected to state that he had never been able to accumulate enough gin at one time to get himself zippo. He encountered the wildcat in the smoking room. He handed the wildcat the half bottle of gin. I'll say I's a mind reader. See what the good Lord done sent. After the storm comes the quiet waters. Comes the gin, you means? Old fat boy drink the waits. Us drinks the gin. Gin, how is you? The wildcat soothed himself with 3 strenuous gulps. Wuff! Liquor, how de do? The backslid Baptist departed with the 3rd cargo of ice water for the gentleman in lower 7. He returned after a little while. Dangling from his fingers and carried in his arms were a dozen pairs of shoes. He threw the shoes down on the end seat in the smoking room. Start to work on de shoes, wildcat. Don do nothin' to de new shoes, much, and hit de old ones light. De middle grade shoes gets a good churneen. Folks what wears middle grade shoes is all-time travelers and gin ally comes up strong with de income tax FOS boys. The bell in the passageway sounded its summons. Doggone! See who dat is. The apprenticed wildcat read the indicator. Ain't no number. The little hand turned on de letters. What de letters say? Backslid, you knows I can't read. The backslid Baptist set the nearly empty bottle of gin on the washstand and walked into the passageway. Partment B, he announced upon his return. Dey's 2 partments, A and B, and a drawing room. You knows B when you sees it. Knock at the door and ask what is it. The wildcat departed on his mission. At the door of compartment B he encountered a bald-headed gentleman clad in violent pink pajamas. The gentleman's face was festooned with a long, blonde mustache. He thrust a coat, a vest, and a pair of trousers through the door at the wildcat. Have these pressed, he ordered. Here's a brace of shillings for you. Feed the tailor chap. Captain, yes, Sue? The wildcat returned to the smoking room. Boy in department room what gobbles like a turkey says, press the CLOS, boy, and here's a dollar. Dollar, how is you? Show is easy money. English boy. Dey's the CLOS pressiness folks in the world, septin actors. What does I get these fixed up? No place. Hang de coat up. Sprinkle the pants would wait and lay 'em under a pile ob sheets in the linen closet. By mornin' days pressed. You charges another dollar. Show is easy money. The wildcat hung the Britisher's coat and vest in the smoking room. He walked into the passageway and opened the door of the linen closet. A 4-legged cyclone burst from the dark depths of the linen closet. Riding the cyclone was a bedraggled parrot. The parrot showed the wear and tear of travel. The wildcat called loudly at the cyclone. Lily, halt, attention! What's the military bearing you got in France? Come here! The mascot walked to the wildcat's side. From Lily's cringing back the wildcat lifted the battle-scarred parrot. The wildcat boosted Lily back into the solitude of the linen closet. Lily, tension! At ease! At res! The goat executed the commands with the military precision which had come from long months of training in the AF. Tension! At ease! One mo false move and ithows you overboard off de train. The wildcat retrieved a piece of string and turned his attention to the parrot. You green de bill. Lay off at goat. I ties you on de top shelf. One mo movin' us has fricasseed green chicken after de dinin' CAH man gets you. Tension! Mocked the parrot. At ease! Lily, prone in the depths of the linen closet, obeyed the commands. The wildcat tied the string around the parrot's leg. Dear, dat holds you, and quit mocking me befo' I knocks yo' beak down yo' throat. At rest! The parrot gurgled. The wildcat closed the door of the linen closet. The parrot lost no time in biting the string loose from about her leg, after which she rejoined her four-legged companion. "Ten shun!" she squawked. "At res! 10 shun! At res!" Thereafter until dawn, obeying the perfect counterfeit of her master's voice, Lily the mascot goat came to attention and subsided at rest with the persistent rhythm of a man on a handcar. Chapter 6. The wildcat returned to his shoe shining. "When does us boys sleep, backslid?" "When de chance comes," the backslid Baptist returned. "You sleeps between stations and twixt jobs of work. Gin ally when de bell rings at night you pay no 'tention to it. Folks is finicky. Dey gets along just the same does you answer de bell or don't you. Hurry up wid de shoes. When you gets em done come on up the cause ahead. Dey's some restless ivory on dat CAH, and mebus collects some money what's lonesome to change managers." The backslid Baptist departed for the third car ahead, where in the smoking room the galloping ivory was clicking strong on the linoleum. The wildcat finished his work on the shoes of the passengers on the Mazeppa. He carried the shoes forward with him until he came upon the crap game. "Here's de shoes, backslid," he said. "Men, howdy. What fo you bring dem shoes all the way up here? I can't read yo' numbers wyatt to distribute em. Lay em down. I'll take em back after while. Gimme dem bones. Shoots $5. The backslid Baptist launched himself into an energetic arm-swinging struggle, wherein presently he lost after his third pass. "Take RAR, wildcat. See as you still fest wid luck like you was in de AF." The wildcat was a stranger to everybody present except the backslid Baptist. "Who dat boy?" one of the group of porters asked. "Learnin' boy FM Memphis. I knows him." With this endorsement the wildcat was plunged into the game. "Gimme dem bones. Hind legs at res." The wildcat subsided to the floor. "Fingers, let me see can you play de pickpocket jazz. Shoots $5. Wham! I reads a feeble 5. 5 stay alive. 5 I craves. Lady Luck boon me. Piatigo 5 come home while the fat calf waits. Bam! Teachy and a deuce. I'll lets it lay. Shoots $10. Shower down $10 and see de train robber perform. Shower down, brothers. Bam! 7 ats twins, but my luck comes triple. Shoots de 20. Shoots $20. Here de Bloodhound Bay. And I reads 10 miles. Chicago bound. Payday, why it is you? Lady Luck down get feeble. Engel leanin' on a cloud. De cloud busts. Engel, here you is, readin' de 5 and 5. 5 twins, how is you? Shoots fo $10. One of the group spoke to the backslid. "Mebet boys learnin' de porter business, but he sho got old in de bones school a long time back." The backslid Baptist grunted his reply. The wildcat raked down all of his winnings except a $5 bill. Shoots $5. Shower down. Windy talk don't shake no possums loose. Come and get me on de top limb. Shoots $5. Dynamite dice, bust a ol' safe do. Ah craves action. Shoots $10. $50. How much you got? A cinnamon-colored Croesus in the group spoke softly into the clamor. The wildcat turned to him. "Shoots $100 does you crave speed?" "Shoots $500. The cinnamon-faced porter produced a roll of bills and stripped a handful of greenbacks therefrom. "At's $500. Roll 'em. Gallopers, get right." The wildcat gave the dice a Turkish bath, a manicure, and a careful massaging between the perspiring palms of his hands. He cast a handful of prepared ivory from him. The dice were festooned with equal parts of luck and technical skill, but their precise trajectory was interrupted by a string of high joints and low centers in the track over which rambled the Panama Limited. "And I reads ace and deuce." The cinnamon-colored boy picked up the money on the floor. I'd learn you. The wildcat was silent. The backslid Baptist, sharing the shadow of his associate's sudden cloud of black luck, spoke slowly to him. See 'em on here, wildcat. Us is next due to bein' busted. In the wake of the backslid Baptist, the wildcat ambled back through the swaying cars to the Mazeppa. He carried on his bowed shoulders a load of misery big enough to burst a bottle of dynamite gin. The backslid Baptist stretched himself full length on the long leather seat of the smoking room. Baptist, how come it I don't know? De baby gallopies was spinnin' FO7. Rough track and de rocky road swerved em. Get to sleep. Us is due at Champagne at 8:10. Money come, money go. Whatever sleep you gets is that much to de good. The wildcat flopped down on the floor of the smoking room, but sleep would not come to him. At 7:30, the backslid Baptist on the leather seat began mumbling to himself. A little later he awakened. Wildcat, what dat noise? Ain't heard no noise. All the wildcat had heard was the accents of his bankroll bidding him a last farewell. At thumpin' noise. The backslid Baptist's ears, keenly attuned to the turmoil of travel, distinguished in the sounds about him some unfamiliar puncture of the normal din. Sounded like beatin' a board wid a stick. Can't hear nothin' dot. The backslid Baptist yawned. Some o' be dem early risers FM de tall sticks sure to be up by now. When I starts making up de berths you can sweep out de CAH and cumulate de sheets and pillowcases. Stick 'em in de canvas bag in de linen closet and take back de boys clothes he gin you to press. The wildcat traversed the length of the aisle back of a swinging broom. On the return trip he encountered the backslid Baptist busily engaged in making up lower one. Backslid, who dem two boys halfway down de CAH with de red hats? You means de boys with de red fez-ants. Dem's a couple o' potent nobles o' de mysterious Mecca. All de mysterious Mecca boys in de world is havin' a grand ruckus next month on de Pacific coast. How come dey start so early? Dey falls by de wayside here and dere, and dey starts early so as to get picked up by some worthy brother with steady legs. At fat boy with de red fez-ant is de one what had de gin hiccups. Can't see did he? Gin allied dey carries it noble. Dere's the little lady what owns the parrot bird. The owner of the parrot bird was a leftover soubrette who had bust in Havana with a road production of the Sillies of 1492. The little lady had completed her spring drinking and was now en route to a big-time meal ticket scheduled to start from Chicago. She saw the wildcat. Porter, where is little Polly? Yes, some. I secluded at Green Chicken in the linen closet. Does you crave him now? Yes. I want to have her with me for breakfast, the poor lonesome darling. According to the words that varmint used last night, he's too tough to make much of a breakfast. The wildcat went to the end of the car and opened the linen closet wherein he had cached the parrot. With the opening of the door, the mystery of the thumping noise which he and the backslid Baptist had heard was explained. In a low falsetto, the parrot was repeating the two military commands which she had learned. "Tenshun! At res! Tenshun! At res!" Lily, the mascot goat, was contributing the last fragment of muscular energy to the business of obeying orders. In response to the parrot's commands, the goat languidly flopped at rest on the floor of the linen closet and came to her feet at attention. "Lord God, Lily! At res and stay at way!" Gratitude rang in the answering blah of Lily the goat. The wildcat reached for the parrot. "You green dead bill! What you mean, exercisin' my mascot all night?" "Quawk!" The parrot made a vicious swing at the wildcat's reaching hand. "Lego, you dead bill!" The green parrot, fuming in a rage compared to which nitric acid was a cream puff, was restored to its spring-drinking owner. "Lady, he is the green demon. Pretty Polly. What made her little feathers all mussed up?" The wildcat returned to his exhausted mascot. "At Green Chicken's lucky does he get by widout gettin' his health and strength mussed up befo' dis trip ends. At res, Lily, till I brings you some nutriment. Doggone old bird must have near wore you out. 'At's the way wid dem military commands. Res yo sef, Lily, till I brings yo breakfast." "Blah!" answered Lily weakly. The wildcat detected a tone of hypocrisy, something of false gratitude, in the mascot's reply. He returned from the dining car carrying 2 heads of lettuce for the mascot. He placed the lettuce under the nose of the recumbent goat, but Lily refused to eat. "First time I eve seed you slow up when the mess call blowed. How come?" An instant later his roving eye discovered the "how come" of Lily's loss of appetite. In a dark corner of the linen closet he saw a dozen fragments of white cloth. He hauled them out, and the light revealed the hems of a covey of sheets and a half-dozen pillowcases. Then the web of a homespun disaster met his eye. From the lower shelf of the linen closet dangled the shredded legs of the trousers which the occupant of compartment B had given him to be pressed. "Go, doggone you, come to 'tention! No wonder you can't eat lettuce, with your insides crammed with a ton ob linen and half a pair ob pants fo dessert. Me sympathizin' with you, and you in de green chicken banquetin' all night on 'spensive raiment, 'ceptin' fa havin' to scrub de flow, I'd barbecue de blood out in yo' veins here and now." The sudden necessity of hiding the evidence confronted the wildcat. "By rights I ought to ram de rest ob de pants down yo' neck." The wildcat picked up the ragged and frazzled trousers. A moment later he opened the door of the car platform and cast the remnants of Lily's banquet into the fleeting right-of-way. "Spec some boy find decent say, why 'at's de man what de train cut de legs off of. 'At's his trouble. Me, I's Chicago bound wid a collared ob trouble ob my own. Main thing to do is to get off de train without letting that boy in Partment be know we's landed." He discussed the disaster of the trousers with the backslid Baptist. "'At's de onny way," the porter conceded. "When us gets in we fo gets bout de boy without de pants. Dey was his pants, wildcat. Havin' no pants is his grief. He can borrow some overalls fm de CAH cleaners, or else he can play he's a Injun and roam neck till de police gets him. Does us meet up wid de old Pullman Spectre? I says no, Sue, I dunno how come. 'At's 'at. Sho don't crave words wid no spectre," the wildcat returned. "Dis porter business de best job in de world. Ridin' all de time, seem de country, eatin' heavy, free ice weight, grand raiment, talkin' to folks, no Sue. Main thing I craves is to get hired by de Pullman boss. 'Spect I makes it all right, Baptist? You makes it easy. You's done learned de business dis morning, ain't you? Well, I gets you 5 recommendin' letters fm a boy what writes 'em on Prairie Avenue, and you gets hired. Fust letter says, I knowed Wildcat goin' on 10 years and he don't drink. Next letter say, Wildcat gene de church when he was 4 years old and been a soldier obi de Lord Eve since. Next letter say, boy got to take care obi his wife, mother and father, and 6 small chillun. Next letter say, Wildcat show beats de world fo readin', writin', and 'rithmetic. Backslid, you knows I can't read. 'At don't make no difference. Letter says so, don't it? Last letter says you's honest, industrious, and relibly. How come you so friendly wid dat Democrat letter writin' boy? How come Democrat? Fm what you says he's champion liar obi de world. Sounds Democrat to me. Don make no difference though, just so's I gets the job. Chapter 7. Sing! The owner of the red fez and the night-blooming hiccups craved another pillow and a table. The wildcat delivered the table and fixed it into place. He returned to the linen closet to retrieve a pillowcase therefrom. When the door opened, Lily the mascot goat, tired of the dark confines of her retreat, burst forth and galloped down the aisle of the car. The wildcat abandoned his pillowcase industry and spent the next 2 minutes in rounding up his protege. You ramblin' wreck, come back here befo' I makes a rug out obi yo skin. He returned Lily to her jail and proceeded to deliver the second pillow to the owner of the alcohol snorts. In common with the rest of the occupants of the car, that individual voiced his curiosity concerning the animated mascot. Son, who owns the goat? Captain, Sue, I owns him now, but some slaughterhouse man gwine to get him less he see him down. What'll you take for him? The wildcat suddenly remembered his financial status. Hard money at the moment made a strong appeal. Captain, Sue, you means you craves to buy a goat? In the mind of the potent noble of the mysterious Mecca had bloomed a great idea, wherein the galloping Lily would provide entertainment in carload lots for the convention-bound brethren of the conclave. Some days I'd sell that goat fo a thin dime. Othi days I'd give a boy $100 for killing him. What'll you take for him cash down, FOB lower 7 Karmazeppa? The wildcat studied for a moment, and then long months of association clinched the tie which Lady Luck had woven between him and the prodigal Lily. Captain Sue, I spec I wouldn't sell at goat FOMO in $1 million. Me and Lily fit so many battles together in France and on board the ol' iron boat comin' home at I can't see no money big enough to suage my grief, as we Devo said. Bible says, whither the goat goes, me too. Spec I can't sell him. The companion noble across the table from the hiccuping gentleman offered a suggestion. Round 'em both up for the trip. The Pullman gang'll fix it for us. Good scheme, Jim. The old bean isn't any too clear this morning, or I'd thought of that myself. The owner of the red pheasant turned to the wildcat. What's your name, son? They named me Marsden, Sue Vitus Marsden, but folks calls me Wildcat. If I can't buy the goat, I guess we'll have to negotiate the custody of your feline corpus from the Pullman organization for the duration of the big show. Yes, Sue. The wildcat did not understand the big words, but whenever he did not understand, it was his principle to smile and agree to anything that white gentleman said. Yes, Sue. Ain't it de truff? He returned to the smoking compartment, where the backslid Baptist was auditing his tips. The backslid Baptist was busy at the moment excavating a busted cork out of the neck of a queer-looking square bottle. Baptist, what you got? Smells like equalizer. Wait till I gets this cork out, and us sees. What dat sign say on de bottle? The backslid Baptist inspected the label affixed to the flat side of the bottle. Old sign reads acrobatic spirits of pneumonia. Bam! Unconquered de old cork. Smell dat, it learns you not to believe in signs. When yo eyes sees one thing and yo nose sees another, you better believe yo nose. He took a long drag at the bottle and passed it over to the wildcat. Woof! Old lady in lower 6 felt poorly dis morning, but she sorbed tea drams FM dis he a bottle. And so far she's et $12 with obi grub up ahead in de dinin' CAH. The wildcat swung on to the acrobatic spirits of pneumonia, lingering at the spout for several disappointing seconds after the contents of the bottle had gurgled down his neck. Woof! I missed the pneumonia backslid, but I sure feels acrobatic. How come de lady lose de bottle? She done got careless when de spirits come. You better teach yo a glassware away now and get ready FO tellin' de boss how you craves a porter's job. Half an hour later, leading his mascot goat and closely convoyed by the backslid Baptist, the wildcat walked down the platform in the dark train shed of the station in Chicago. Throughout the long ride down Prairie Avenue to the habitation of the forger from whom the recommending letters were to be obtained, the wildcat's woolly bean spun with the momentum which he had drained from the bottle abandoned by the careless lady in lower 6. An hour later, armed with 5 ironclad letters, he returned along the route, arriving finally at the portals of the office building on West Adams Street, wherein Pullman porters are created from select brunette humanity. Presently, across a wide desk he confronted authority. A kindly gentleman questioned him, and to the questions he replied with an assortment of impromptu lies whose range and ingenuity busted every previous record for careless language. 10 minutes later he was a hired man. "See 'em on here, 'at's all." The backslid Baptist at his elbow sensed the successful conclusion of the interview. "You mean us a porter?" the bewildered wildcat asked when the pair had gained the street level. "I'll say you is. And all the tips I gets is mine to keep? Dey is previdin' you gets out in yo trance and takes yo CAH on de 410. Hot damn, Lily! See 'em on here. Us wears a blue coat all the time and don't do nothin' but spend de money what de white folks showers down. You better make arrangements at some livery stable to PV board and room FO Lily whilst you is AWO. How come? Why'd I goes de goat goes. Not on de Pullman run. I deadheads you once, and de goat lack to ruin everybody in de CAH. No, Sue. Can't run no trains and no mascot at de same time. De rule book leaves out goats, but does you lug Lily wid you? Yo fuss run show is yo last." The wildcat faced the moment of a great decision. "Den dey won't be no fuss trip. See 'em on here, Lily." "Much 'bliged, Baptist. Me and Lily looks FO a job why they ain't no rules again mascots. The Wildcat headed south along Michigan Avenue, and in a little while he and Lily were adrift in a sea of humanity. The backslid Baptist grunted his disgust and went about his own affairs. Chapter 8. At midnight the Wildcat and Lily pitched their lonely camp behind a billboard in South Chicago. "Show craves my rations. You done noble wid de grass, Lily, but I can't eat grass. Seems lak you can nutrify yourself wid whatever vittles is laying round." In the dawn the Wildcat realized that his appetite had sprung up like a mushroom overnight. "Wished us was back wid old Captain Jack in Memphis, why at the ham-tree blooms teach ye times a day." At noon his stomach was the residence of a hunger panic. With his mascot trailing behind him, he headed toward the heart of the city. "Doggone at crapshootin' hound. How come he clean me to my last nickel, I don' know. Lady Luck, why it is you?" An instant later, wearing a policeman's uniform and speaking a wild Irish language, Lady Luck descended upon the Wildcat. The Michigan Avenue traffic cop abandoned his post long enough to pounce upon his prey. "What th hell do yez mean prowlin' round th loop in broad daylight wid ivory man on th force goin' crazy lookin' fr yez? Come along wid me." 10 minutes later, with the echoes of the patrol gong still ringing in his ears, the Wildcat and Lily were hazed through the black portals of an unfriendly-looking police station. They faced the desk sergeant. "Boy, is your name Vitus Marsden?" "Captain, yes, Sue. Folks Ginally calls me Wildcat." The desk sergeant busied himself with the telephone at his elbow. 2 minutes later he turned to the Wildcat. "Sit on that bench over there," he said. The Wildcat sat down, and a black cloud of surmise floated across his immediate horizon. "Lily, I spect us is restin' meb on count ob dem pants you et often de man in old partment b. Meb I see took fo sorbin dem acrobatic spirits what backslid consecrated to me. Meb de lady wid de green chicken which you et de feathers off ob done craved revenge. Meb de old Pullman car man aims to make you work out de price of that laundry you et in de linen closet." The Wildcat had no difficulty finding a dozen good reasons for his present embarrassment. He addressed a police officer nearby. "Captain Sue, what fo is me and Lily sequestered here in de jail?" Before the policeman could answer, the march of events made reply. Through the swinging doors of the station filed a dozen strange-looking men. These men wore baggy red trousers, and on each man's head was the red fez which marked him as being a potent noble of the mysterious Mecca. They descended upon the Wildcat. "Come on here, boy. Bring that goat. You and the mascot are due out on our special train 20 minutes from now. Here's your orders from the Pullman Company. You're on the payroll, and so is the mascot goat. Captain, Sue, you means me and Lily is headed west with de red pheasant gen then?" "That's it." "Hot damn! Lily, 10 shun! Lady Luck, how come I doubt you?" Chapter 9. The Wildcat expanded in the sunlight of Lady Luck's smile. "Lady Luck, how come I doubt you? Police folks, goodbye. Lily, 10 shun! Come on here. Us is a Pullman pote. I craves my rest. Le's go." Surrounded by an escort of potent nobles of the mysterious Mecca, the Wildcat marched from the portals of the Chicago police station, headed for a westbound train wherein he aimed to do the best he could in the role of porter for his carload of nobles. At the train gates the party was delayed 5 minutes to permit the entrance of a motley crew of manacled aliens. "How come them boys festooned with so much jinglin' hardware?" one of the potent nobles made reply. "Bad actors. Captain, Sue, who's dat black boy wid de straight hair and his head tied up in de white rag?" "Hindu. Some boy show must be busted his head open, to need tyin' up so bad." Following the line of undesirables headed away from the land of the free, Lily, the Wildcat, and the potent nobles filtered through the gates into the train shed. They made their way down a long string of coaches, arriving finally at the Mazeppa. "Here's the car. Car, howdy. Lily, get aboard. Slip out and get me a box of cigars before we leave." A potent noble shoved a banknote at the Wildcat. "Captain, yes, Sue? Would you mind tyin' Lily on de front vegetable ob de car till I gets back?" 12 minutes later, carrying in his hand a box of cigars, the Wildcat's second entrance was blocked by a ticket chopper who had a square jaw and a sense of duty. "Where's your ticket?" "Ain't got no ticket. I's de pote wid de mysterious mecha genmen. Le me by. Don't try to pull none o' that stuff around me. Man, leave me by." Armed with the conviction of authority and clad in a parade leading Prince Albert whose brass buttons reassured him, the Wildcat violated one of the first principles of his life, which was never to oppose a white man. He slid past the ticket chopper, ducked into the gate, and boarded the train wherein rolled the Mazeppa. He caught a tourist Pullman 3 cars apart from the rolling residence of the mysterious Mecca delegation and landed breathless in the open vestibule. "Fust thing old backslid, what learned me de pate business, said to do was to close up de vegetable. This he proceeded to do. He turned and entered the car. For a second time he slid past blue-coated authority, in the form of a United States Deputy Marshal who was temporarily chaperoning the departing aliens. "Hold on there, where you headed for?" "I's de pote what takes care obi de noble pheasant boys in de blue pants." The Deputy Marshal temporarily on guard had a fixed official rule of conduct: never take a chance. The Wildcat's words sounded crazy enough to entitle him to a membership card in the Traveling Nut Club. "Get in that car and sit down before I blow your head off." "Where's your handcuffs?" "Captain, how come?" "Handcuffs seem so confidential." Here, for some reason unknown to the Wildcat, was the hand of the law. Inside of his parade-leading Prince Albert the Wildcat shivered and shrunk 3 sizes. His brow wrinkled in perplexity beneath the velvet hat, and the bright yellow plumes thereon dropped in sudden melancholy. "Lady Luck, why is you?" Mumbling to himself and wearing the craziest rig in the car, "Good thing I rounded up that bird." The Deputy Marshal added another star to his crown. "Plum bug house." He cast his eye over the occupants of the car. "Back to Russia. Try some of your ideas on them Bolshevik birds." He again addressed the Wildcat. "Cut out that mumblin'. All you got to do is keep still." "Captain, yes, Sue?" The Wildcat removed his velvet hat and subsided in a seat beside the Hindu agitator. "How come you got your head all tied up, boy?" he asked the Hindu. The anarchist didn't see fit to reply. At Omaha, the guards from the Western Division relieved their homesick Eastern brothers. 23 of them, announced the man who had captured the Wildcat. "Watch that raghead Hindu and that nigger in the 4th seat. He's gettin' bad, all the time mumbling to himself about Lady Luck and Lily. He believes he's a porter." Over the miles official carelessness rode in the carload of bad actors. Only when the train stopped were the guards vigilant. Sagged down in his seat beside the Hindu, the Wildcat reviewed a tolerably measly past. How come? There was no accounting for what white men would do to a boy, but somewhere in the jumble the Wildcat sensed that he had been the victim of a mistake. "Meb I's headed FO jail count O runnin' past a man at de gates." After a 30-minute delay at Granger, the Wildcat saw a train leave the yards. On the platform of the observation car, surrounded by half a dozen blue pheasant nobles of the mysterious Mecca, he saw Lily speeding away into an isolated future. "Lily, you hoodoo, goodbye. Lady Luck, here I is." Chapter 10. 1. In the early days of detachable cuffs and 10-cent whiskey, there had been a difference of opinion manifest in the railroad surveying party at Granger. Part of the gang headed northward to the salmon country. The rest of them blazed a trail to the southwest, where the sand fleas live on artichokes. Lily and her escort were headed southwest towards San Francisco. Presently the Wildcat's car was cut into a train whose trail led northward through Idaho and Oregon. Lady Luck meanwhile had a hard time keeping up. Exhausted finally with her efforts, she set the stage a few hundred miles ahead and laid down and went to sleep. While she was sleeping, a pair of hard-boiled actors in the drama rummaged around in the woodshed back of a log house near the banks of the Columbia River. Pete, a skinny character with ears like a loving cup, raked 3 wheat sacks out of a pile of lumber. Into 2 of these sacks he cut a pair of holes 2 inches in diameter and about 4 inches apart. The 3rd sack he left intact. He handed one of the sacks to his partner. "Here she is, see if it fits you." A fat bad actor by the name of Bill slipped the sack over his head. "Little narrow between the eyes." 3 hours later, these two agents of Lady Luck engaged in a little hard work in their search for easy money. The product of their energy took shape in the form of a pyramid of old ties piled between the rails of the line over which the wildcat was approaching in his 12-wheeled cage. 10 minutes before the train was due, and while her crossing whistles could be heard in the dusk 5 miles upstream, the two bad actors scrambled up the south bank of the Columbia. The skinny one poured a quart bottle of coal oil on the pile of ties and lighted it. The fat man lighted a cigarette. Both of them drew the wheat sacks over their heads. The fat man carried the third wheat sack slung at his waist on a string which went around his shoulder. The stillness of evening was broken by the roar of a locomotive whistle, and an instant later the wheels of the train smoked and screeched against the chattering brake shoes. In the cab ahead, the handle of the air valve was slammed into the big notch. The flagman swung down from the rear end of the train and ambled back along the track for half the regulation distance. He set his lantern in the middle of the track and rolled a cigarette. 3 lanterns flashed along the train, where the train countered a locked door. Inside the car, on a seat to see what was going on. Presently they found out and took their places beside the fireman and engineer, hands raised. With his wheat sack dangling more heavily on his hip as he progressed through the train, the fat bad actor skimmed the Pullman cream on his way forward to the plated jewelry in the day coach. On the vestibule of the Wildcat's car he encountered a locked door. Inside the car, on a seat beside the raghead Hindu, the Wildcat curled himself up as a preface to 12 long chapters of easy sleep. Shows noble when de train stops. Boy can sleep peaceful thout gettin' his insides scrambled. Bam! The fat bad actor shot the lock off the door of the Wildcat's car. Boy sure can sleep noble. Good morning. The rest of the sentence was action and not words. On the echo of the shot from the fat bad actor's gun, the Wildcat leaped automatically. He ran fast enough to sidestep 2 more shots that crashed into the night after him. The Hindu passed him in the darkness. Down along the track the Wildcat's feet tore up great gobs of right-of-way. He passed the flagman, going like a brunette typhoon 10 days overdue. After the first mile he began putting his feet down a little slower before he stepped on them. At the second mile his hind legs were dragging, and then suddenly, instead of the hard ground beneath his feet, there was nothing but a black void. He rolled a few times like a possum falling off a limb. He landed on the hard sand of the river bank. Night had fallen. Lady Luck, hear us is. Why is we? The Wildcat curled up and went to sleep. He woke up 5 minutes later. Show is peaceful. How come I's so thirsty? Beside him the river offered him a solution to his thirst problems. On all fours he crawled to the river edge. He shoved his bow under the water and nearly sank himself, absorbing as much of the Columbia River as could flow into his wide mouth. Woof! Show is noble water. The black rippling water before him was suddenly shot with silver. Then it became a solid glistening black. A school of smelt, seeking the quiet water of the bank, fought their way upstream. The Wildcat reached a tentative exploring paw into the stream of fish. Fish, howdy. The table show is set. Come out here. With his bare hands he snatched ashore a breakfast 4 sizes too big for his optimistic estimate of his stomach's capacity. Quick flop in. Oh, Wildcat's done caught you. He felt for the box of Pullman matches in the pocket of his shirt, beneath the folds of the parade-leading Prince Albert. Here was food and a chance to sleep. With the Wildcat, all was well. He accumulated a pile of firewood from the river bank, and presently a great fire was blazing. For an hour he gorged himself on smelt. Woof! Shows noble fish. Now I sees can I sleep me. The twinkling stars rattled in their orbits in cadence to the Wildcat's snores. Sufficient unto the night was the evil thereof. Here, except for a few sand fleas, was peace. The Wildcat snuggled deeper into the intimate environment of the sand about him. His lower jaw dropped, and his tongue lolled out less than a foot. 3 or 4 mosquitoes landed on him and did a little boring, but the Wildcat slept on. Presently the halo of fish about him quit flopping. In the dark waters of the river's margin their myriad brethren fought their way upstream. The Wildcat mumbled in his sleep. Lady Luck sure done noble. I sleeps mo's all the time. I don't give a doggone. If de sun don't neva shine. 2. In the Cascades there had been berries enough for the bears and for the Indians. Now that the salmon run was heralded in the Columbia by the Little Fish Scouts, all of the scattered members of the Flathead tribe not otherwise engaged coagulated from their several loafing grounds and headed for Memless Island to pay their annual respects to the ghost of the king's salmon. Included in the tribe were a few solid citizens. Some of these were college graduates. John Running Bear, better known to the business men of the Dalles as John Franklin, left his tailored clothes at home and painted his brown body with yellow ochre. He stained his arms and face with the tribal marks of his people. He drove in his 12-cylinder car to a point near the upstream tip of Memless Island, whereon the Flathead Salmon Dance was to be held. He parked his car in a thicket of willows. "Safe enough," he said to his companion. "If some bundlestiff or some drifter from a sheep camp up the line needs the old wagon more than I do, he's welcome to it. Let's go." At dawn, Running Bear and his companions encountered 100 of their fellows. From the camp the smoke of the cooking fires lifted in the still air. Running Bear opened a tin of chicken. He sighed. "This is the last civilized meal for the next 6 days." He breakfasted slowly, lingering over his coffee, and then half reluctantly the last trace of civilization's veneer was cast aside. "Klee hi ya skookum kum chuck. Wah." 3. Half a mile upstream from the Indian camp the wildcat greeted the dawn. Building a quick fire, he looked about him at the wrinkled little fish, drying in the early morning sunlight. Slithering past him in the water still persisted the mad rush of racing myriads. He threw the dead fish back into the stream and raked out a fresher breakfast. He poulticed a dozen fish with maple leaves and threw them in the glowing coals of his fire. 10 minutes later he again began the business of gorging himself on free fish. "Don't cost me nothin' dot." He clawed the water for another dozen handfuls. "Free fish, howdy do. I eats when I can get it. I sleeps mo's all the time." Gorged to the bursting point, the wildcat rolled over in the warm sunlight. He preferred not to go to sleep again, but in 5 minutes he was snoring along at his old 60-mile gait. He slept all day. He was discovered and surrounded at evening by Running Bear and the rest of the tribe. Running Bear sized up the situation and pulled off a powwow with 3 or 4 of his companions. They arrived at a verdict. A little blackface vaudeville might liven things up. These blasted tribal ceremonies need a cabaret attachment to jazz them up. How about it, Redskins? Let's go. The verdict was unanimous. Somewhere in the wildcat's dreams there presently developed a rhythm in which the cadence of dancing feet punctuated his slumbers. His eyes opened finally, and within the range of his vision passed a parade of leaping figures. To his ears came the regular booming beat of a deerskin tom-tom, punctuated by an occasional blood-curdling yell. His memory failed him. How come dis voodoo business? He sat up. He got to his feet and instinctively crouched to a running position. The ring of dancing warriors about him tightened up. "Lady Luck, what is you?" Running Bear lifted a flint-tipped spear over his head and emitted a shriek compared to which the rebel yell was a chirp from the weakened lungs of the dove of peace. In spite of his fish-distended anatomy, the wildcat shriveled to boy's size. Running Bear emitted several mouthfuls of language. "Nah, Sue, not me." The wildcat denied everything. "I ain't only a field hon. Lemme by, boy. What's yo' pants? How come you runnin' around necked? Wah." 6 Indians seized the wildcat, and a moment later he was seated in the stern of a 20-foot skiff, which presently embarked upon the surface of the Columbia. Beside the wildcat sat Running Bear, speaking a fluent mixture of Flathead and Chinook. In time with Running Bear's measured periods, the wildcat rolled his eyes. Now and then when the Indian's sense of humor got the best of him he varied his Chinook jargon with wild shrieks of laughter. "Sounds like dem crazy folks in dat car comin' from Chicago. Seems like de whole world done got crowded wid fools. What you laughin' at, boy?" In a little while the party landed at Memless Island. Before them, rising sharply against the evening sky, drooping cottonwoods lifted high above an undergrowth of willows. The party marched down a little trail for half the length of the island, and then, At a point where the trail divided into the somber interior of the wooded terrain, they left the sunlight. After a march of 100 yards, they came upon a clearing. About the clearing in the fringing woods were 50 rickety structures lifted on poles. On each of these, with its grinning skull lying towards the east, lay a skeleton. The wildcat began to sweat. He counted a dozen skeletons and added a few dozen prayers to his perspiration. In a green alcove opening from the wider clearing, 7 skeletons stood erect in a ring about a flat stone. His captors carried the wildcat to this stone and held him. A little apart from him, Running Bear opened the services with a yell which echoed like a chorus from the inferno. The wildcat gave up hope. "They sho got me. What day is I don't know. Lemme go, boys." The smoke from a dozen fires lifted in the clearing. Staggering in from half a dozen paths came as many painted warriors, each bearing on his back a salmon nearly as long as its red-skinned carrier. Running Bear abandoned the vernacular for a moment and dropped into English. "The gods of the waters have sent the salmon. The black man can feast with his red brothers. Them words sure sounds noble. How come you pester me talkin' voodoo talk? After the feast the fires of sacrifice will be lighted. It is written that one of our numbers shall be burned at the stake." To the wildcat's ears this sounded homelike, but not reassuring. "Let me go! Let me go!" He leaped from the rock and plunged through the fringing skeletons. Running Bear and a dozen of his companions loped along after the wildcat. The galloping party covered the length of the island. Running Bear and his companions deployed in open order to permit the wildcat to double on his trail, but that panic-stricken individual had fixed his course, and he sailed true to it. He headed for a 20-foot bank, and his racing legs did not stop until the swirling waters of the Columbia had closed heavily over them. Running Bear, who had followed as swiftly as his civilized muscles would permit, gazed anxiously at the swimming wildcat for a moment, to reassure himself of his victim's safety. "Go to it," he commented. "You'll make the mile in nothing flat with that panic crawl." He watched the wildcat until the current swept him around the bend downstream. "He's safe," Running Bear commented. "On with the dance." He resumed the redskin roll of a distant yesterday. "Waw!" 4. In the gathering dusk the wildcat swam and floated for a mile downstream in the currents of the Columbia. Then, under the insistent drag of a wide swinging eddy, he headed for the leading fences of a great salmon wheel whose plunging buckets dived into the black currents and lifted with their gambol of 50-pound salmon. Now and then a heavier fish would punctuate the monotony of the catch. Flopping among their more substantial companions, a fleet of leaping steelheads added splashes of silver to the Chinook background. The swimming wildcat saw above him the descending framework of the fish wheel. He tried vainly to escape from the cage of wire netting falling from the sky upon him, but he was captured like a moth lost in a butterfly net. "Lady Luck, goodbye." The wildcat dragged in a deep lungful of air as he went under. 5 seconds later, preceded by 3 heavy-set salmon, he slithered down a trough into the storage bin in the hull of the fish wheel. About him were plunging fish. He looked at the square of evening light which glimmered through the hatch. "What is I?" A 50-pound salmon, sliding down the trough, struck fairly against the wildcat's stomach. "Fish, how come?" Another leaping salmon slapped the wildcat with his tail. "Don't kick me with yo' tail. I'll bust you in de haid." The wildcat struck wildly at the offending salmon. He slipped and fell into a vast fighting mass of lively fish. He wrestled with fins and tails. He called loudly for Captain Jack and for Lady Luck. Once he thought his call was answered, but for half an hour the wildcat led an unstable, slippery life. He sought a bed of inert fish, only to awaken 5 or 6 gasping demons who flopped upon him heavily. He reached in vain for the hatch combing 5 feet above him. Half erect and with the deck timbers almost in his grasp, time and again his feet slipped from the back of a wriggling salmon. "Doggone you, stand still, get pacified." He hauled off and slammed a kick at a salmon which had tripped him. "I'll bust you in de belly." He landed with his equator submerged by 9 nervous fish. He sought to embrace a giant salmon. The Chinook slapped at him with his tail. "Don kick me with yo' tail. I'll bust you in de nose." He swung wildly at the salmon, and was completely submerged. He came snorting to the surface of the mass. Woof! Fish, get CM. Does yo lay still? I does. 5. On deck near the hatch combing in the early night, Mr. Ogilov Skoglund, the proprietor of the fish wheel, massaged his front teeth with Copenhagen snuff and figured his winnings. If the salmon fisk been running like dis 3 day more, I cleans up $6,000. An echo from some unseen source seemed to reply. Mr. Skoglund called loudly to the echo and then decided that he was crazy, for the call was repeated from the river bank. The proprietor of the fish wheel yelled a greeting into the darkness. Down the bank into the circle of light cast by a dim lantern came a fat man and a skinny individual with ears like a loving cup. The fat man carried a wheat sack whose heavy contents jingled when he sat it on the deck of the fish wheel. The pair were out of breath. The owner of the fish wheel stepped forward to try his English on his nocturnal visitors. "Hello, fellers," he said. The fat man answered, "Evenin' dot." The skinny man tightened up on his ears for an instant and swung at Mr. Skoglund with a short club. "Good evening," he said, accenting the blow. The Swede took the count with a grunt. The fat man and the skinny one picked up Mr. Skoglund and carried him to the open hatch. Feet first, they dropped him upon the slithering mass of salmon 5 feet below. "He might drown. What did you hit him so hard for?" "No chance. He ain't hurt. He'll sleep 2 or 3 hours. I only hit him light. You can't kill these fish fighters hitting 'em in the head anyway." "Ivory, who's that?" The fish wheel was being boarded by another visitor. "Talk fish. You and me owns the boat. We ain't seen nobody," the skinny man whispered quickly to his companion. "Kick that sack in the hold." The wheat sack with its clinking contents was cast into the open hatch. The wildcat made another futile leap at the hatch combing, just in time to catch the impact of the wheat sack and its jingling contents. "How come?" Then he twisted away from there and groaned a groan in which rumbled the anguished accents of horror. In the dim light he saw Mr. Skoglund's face festooned completely by floundering salmon. Fear froze him. Salmon with a man's face. "I show is crazy." Then to his ears from the deck of the fish wheel came the diverting tones of a voice which he had heard before. "The fat bad actor! The fat bad actor!" He listened for a moment to reassure himself, and then the motive of revenge was added to the other sources of inspiration which tensed the muscles of his legs. He leaped once more for the hatch combing. This time he grabbed it. Silently he swung himself to the deck of the boat. Panting with his efforts, he lay quiet in the darkness. In the dim lantern light he saw 3 figures. The fat bad actor was speaking. "Nah, sir. Sheriff, we ain't seen nobody. We just bought this here wheel from the fellow that owned it yesterday. What did you say them train robbers looked like?" The wildcat snaked himself forward toward the fat bad actor. On the way his hand encountered the blade of an oaken oar. Thereafter for the next 20 feet he trailed the oar after him. He came within range and above the head of the fat bad actor lifted the heavy handle of the oar. Bam! On the instant the sheriff leaped for the shadows. Out of the darkness came his voice. "Don't move! Nobody! Captain, I don't crave to move, and de fat boy can't, any more dan de dead man in de cellar." The sheriff's voice came out of the night clear as the cold stars. "Cut a piece of that rope and tie this man's hands." The wildcat was a little slow about tying a white man's hands, but he glanced at the blue-nosed equalizer dimly outlined in the sheriff's steady hand and accelerated his gestures. "Tie up that other man layin' on the deck. Tie them 2 men together." "Captain, yes, Sue." "How about de dead boy layin' in de boat cellar?" The sheriff, fearing a ruse, hesitated for only a moment. "Drop a rope down there and crawl down where he is. Tie it under his arms and then come back and haul him up. I's skeered to touch dat boy, feared he come back and follow me." The sheriff swung the gun at the wildcat. "Hurry up before I spatter a hole through you." "Captain, yes, Sue." The wildcat made a line fast and threw the end of it into the hull of the fish wheel. He retrieved Mr. Skoglund from his environment of flopping salmon and tied the line under the arms of the inert man. He scrambled back on deck and hauled the Swede after him. "Get a bucket of water and throw it on him." Under this ungentle treatment, the victim presently opened his eyes. He reached an unsteady hand to his head and inspected a knob there on the size of an egg. Yus ven I hear de little angels iss singing, de earthquake trud de church down on me. His vision encountered the sheriff and the wildcat. Was any salmon saved? The sheriff reassured him. You had a wallop on the head. You're all right now. He abandoned Mr. Skoglund for a moment and turned to the wildcat. Where's the dividend? Captain, how come? Come through with the clean up. You got enough watches and rings from them passengers to sink this craft. Mebbits the bag. Convoyed by the swinging muzzle of the sheriff's gun, the wildcat dived again into the open hatch and returned presently with the jingling wheat sack swung about his shoulders. The sheriff inspected the contents. That's it. He turned to the Swede. You able to walk? It seemed that Mr. Skoglund could navigate on his hind legs. The fat bad actor still lay unconscious on the deck. The wildcat had done a good job with the oar, and it took 6 buckets of water to bring the fat man out of his slumbers. The quartet preceded the sheriff down the narrow gangplank to the bank. They made their way a mile upstream and came upon the sheriff's horse, hitched fast to a cottonwood on the river bank. The sheriff fired his revolver 3 times in the air. Half an hour later he yelled loudly, and an answering call came from the distance through the night. That's the rest of the gang. The party was joined presently by half a dozen riders. 2 hours later the wildcat, heavily ironed, rode beside Mr. Skoglund in the smoking car of the train headed for the Dallas. Dawn was breaking as the sheriff and his companions marched up the street from the station. Presently, in a cell apart from the rest of the world, the wildcat heard the clanking of the heavy bolts which made the cell door a barrier. Lady Luck, how come? 6. Lady Luck was on the job. At 11 o'clock that morning the fat bad actor confessed, and in his confession the wildcat was cleared. A deputy brought a telegram to the sheriff. The sheriff read it. $1,000, hey? Looks to me like that nigger deserves the reward. The sheriff was honest. Fetch him in here. The wildcat was hazed into the sheriff's presence. The railroad is paying $1,000 reward for rounding up them 2 men. Maybe they'd got loose if you hadn't nailed that one in the head. I'll give you a letter to the Portland office and you can go down there and get your money. Captain, yes, Sue? Hot damn! Fish always was lucky with me. Mr. Skoglund augmented the reward with a personal offer. Any time you wanting a salmon fisk I give you one free. Captain, Sue, I show as much obliged, but if I never see a fish again, that's twice too soon for me. Chapter 11. The wildcat felt noble. Against yesterday's clouds tomorrow's skies lay blue. The sheriff's office at the Dallas was a comfortable place wherein to wait for the $1,000 reward which Lady Luck had showered down on her prodigal protégé. Half asleep, the wildcat mumbled to a buzzing fly. "'At's it. Tryin' to bust yo' brains out on de window glass? 'At's how come you ain't got none. Cravin' to get loose all the time. I s'pose you get loose? Why would you go? Some ol' spit get you de fuss smile. CM USEF. Here you is in de sunshine and all warmed up. You jest like folks, never knows when you's lucky." The wildcat's soliloquy was interrupted by a verbal volley from the sheriff. "Here's your letter. Take it down to the railroad office in Portland. They'll pay you the $1,000 reward for helping capture that pair of train robbers." "Captain, yes, Sue? Never seed so much money. Show come easy. Come easy, go easy. I suppose you'll load yourself up on Squareface gin and get rolled the first night you're in town." "No, Sue, not me. I aims to vest my money in de fried smelt business. Right now I's a Pullman porter. In Portland meb I sees can I buy myself free. Anyway, I starts me a smelt fish business. River's full o' be ol' smelt fish. I catches me a wagon load. I builds me a fire in my fish wagon, and when de fish is fried I sells 'em 2 bits a pan to de Portland niggers. Never seed a nigger 'at wouldn't trade 2 bits fo' a belly full o' fish. Goodbye. Good luck with your smelt fish enterprise." The sheriff terminated the interview. The wildcat stowed his $1,000 reward letter in the inside pocket of the parade leading Prince Albert, which had seen temporary service as a Pullman porter's uniform. He made his way to the railroad station and sat down at a point where a splash of sunlight dived into a pool of heat which radiated from the wall of the depot. For a little while his neck muscles held his head erect, and then, with his drooping eyelids, his head fell forward. His meandering tongue offered an irresistible invitation to the mumbling fly which had escaped with the wildcat from the sheriff's office. The fly enjoyed the viscous environment until he succeeded in getting himself all squashed up in an instinctive gesture back of which were the clutching fingers of the wildcat's swinging hand. "Fly, how come you so confidential? 'At's my personal tongue. On yo' way." The buzzer was batted into oblivion. A moment later the roar of an incoming train sounded in the wildcat's ears. "Fly show was handy. Show did me a good turn wakin' me up. Meb dey's got brains just like folks, else how come dey knows when it's train time?" He boarded the train and settled down in a seat in the smoking car. A Pullman porter from the 12-wheeled battleship on the aft end of the train came forward and encountered the wildcat. "Mornin', boy, what you bound?" "Portland." "You a Portland boy?" The wildcat indulged in a little autobiography. "Not me. I affiliates with the Pullman Company a long time back, conveyin' a westbound carload of potent nobles obi de mystic Mecca with blue pheasants. Us got Devo said somewhere. Dey and my mascot goat gets drugged to San Francisco. I gets penned up with a raghead Hindu boy and some crazy folks in another train. I jines me in a ruckus with train robbers. Den I busts loose, and some Indian boys starts in to barbecue me. I swims myself free and de old sheriff gives me $1,000 fo catchin' 'em. Wish they'd been a dozen. Boy, I seed so many liars I got so I believes lies, but yo show strains me." The wildcat fished around in his parade leading Prince Albert, and produced the evidence. "Read dis letter. See does I strain you?" The infidel read the letter. He looked at the wildcat. "Is yo name Vitus Marsden?" The wildcat acknowledged his verbal label. "Folks generally knows me as Wildcat. Count on me being de military wildcat obi de Fust Service Battalion in France fo so long." The Pullman porter extended his hand. "Sho glad to meet up with you, Mr. Marsden. My name's Daniels. Dey generally calls me Dwindle. Proud to meet you, Mr. Daniels. Did you come out obi de Lion's Den or de Navy?" "Neither one. I see a Birmingham Republican." The wildcat reached for his letter. "Gimme back dat letter. No boy FM Alabama is safe with a money letter." "How come? What's cleanin' I ever got in a cube ruckus come off a Birmingham boy? Money come, money go. What you gonna do when you gets yo $1,000? Fish business. I aims to start me a fried fish wagon in Portland. Figure out de profits. Here's de old river dusty with smelt fish. Here's de Portland niggas cravin' to sorb fish morning, night, and noon. I gets me some fryin' pans and I cooks me up some fresh fish every day. Dey don't cost me nothin'. I collects 2 bits a panful. 'At runs into big money." Dwindle Daniels did some fast financial thinking. "How does you aim to cook fish and catch 'em both, with de Columbia River 6 miles FM Portland?" The wildcat hadn't thought of this detail. He made his associate a proposition. "Dwindle, s'pose you affiliates with me. Us catches de fust wagon load, den I fries fish and collects de money whilst you catches mo fish. De fust day 'at's all right. Second day I's treasurer. Suits me." For the next 20 miles the two fish financiers dived into the details of their commercial venture, and when the train slowed for the bridge leading across the Willamette to Union Station in Portland their plans were completed. At the street gates of Union Station a policeman directed the wildcat to the railroad offices. He lost the trail and wandered around for half an hour, but finally, with the assistance of 100 questions, he made port. An elevator boy directed him to the treasurer's offices, wherein presently he received a slip of blue paper in the lower right-hand corner of which was the treasurer's signature. "Captain Sue, what's dat?" "That's a check for $1,000. Dis papa?" The wildcat looked sideways at the check. "What does I get to hard jinglin' money?" "Any bank. Sign your name on the back of that check and any bank will cash it." "Captain Sue, I ain't never learned to write." Can you all help me with this, Papa? The clerk signed the Wildcat's name, and underneath the signature the Wildcat made his mark. Stick here a minute and I'll get the money for you. The clerk departed and returned presently with 2 thick packages of $10 bills. Money, howdy do, 'at's more cash than I seed since payday in Bodo. 20 minutes later the Wildcat languished in the lobby of a ramshackle hotel below Burnside Street, where he had a meeting date with his fish partner. Dwindle Daniels at the moment was meshed in the net of official business. To pass the time the Wildcat got fraternal with a languid brunette known as the Spinland Spider. The Spider's loose anatomy was draped with a complicated check suit. Partner, what can a boy get a slug o' be gin? Cuba meb. Gin comes high round here, I knowed one drink to cost a boy 90 days. 90 days, $90. Sometimes old square-faced gin show is worth it. Does yo crave liquor $10 worth, sometimes days a white mule hitched in the back room. The Wildcat pulled off a diplomatic boner. He displayed his $1,000 roll and peeled therefrom a $10 bill. What can I trade dis frog skin for liquor? Internally the Spindle Spider suddenly awakened. He showed no outward sign of the agitation which the sight of the money had inspired, but for half an hour he played heavy politics, and thereafter, in a company of half a dozen hard-boiled crap shooters, the Wildcat began to pay for the indiscreet display of his cash. Leave dis Pullman boy take RAR at de clickers. 'At's me. Hand me dem bones. COD, come on, dice. Field Hans, rally round. Shoots $50. Shower down, brothers. Eagle bones, see can you fly. Bam! I read 7. I lets it lay. Shoots $100. Fade me crazy, folks, fade me. Bam! I read 6-4. Slow death. Resurrection dice, and I reads 4-6. The Wildcat hauled down part of his winnings. Shoots $100. Shower down, brothers. Spark and de powder. Both barrels. Right and left. Bam! And day reads Laven. Moein' money. Us does a cash business. I lets it lay. Shower down yo money. The Spinland Spider faced the Wildcat. Boy, you donates. Don't sass me. Headed home with feathers in yo teeth. Telegraph dice, click FO de coin. Bam! The Spider exercised his privilege of grabbing the dice before they had stopped rolling. As far as the Wildcat's naked eye could see, the same dice were rolled back at him, but as a matter of fact the Wildcat's dice nestled close against the epidermis of the Spinland Spider's right palm. The dice that had been returned were festooned with misfortune. The Wildcat had overlooked a bet. He curried the gallopers to blood heat in his magenta palm. Hound dog headed home with rabbit hair in yo teeth. Turkey dice, gobble dat coin. Bam, how come? An ace deuce bloomed in the garden of chance. The Spinland Spider faced the Wildcat. Loses nothin' but yo money, boy. Roll 'em. The Wildcat clipped his roll for another 100. Shoots $100. Shower down, Fiel Hans. Dice hammer, drive de gold spike. 10 OC. And I reads ace deuce. How come I miss? The Spider repeated his comforting reminder. Loses nothin' but yo money, brother. Roll 'em. The Wildcat pared another stratum from his dwindling roll. Shoots $100. Grass cutters, reap dem greens. Fade me and die poor. Bam! And I reads ace deuce. Doggone, how come I set fire to de Chris Muse tree? CM USEF. The Spinland brother dished out a little advice as he picked up his winnings. What FO you talk so much? You must think dis is a peace confluence. Roll 'em. Starting in the sunshine of Lady Luck's smile, the Wildcat cleared the hurdles of financial ruin and rambled into the stretch soggy with a cloudburst of hard luck. He staked his last pair of $10 bills on a throw whose momentum carried him to the cleaners. The Spinland Spider urged him to lay further contributions on the altar of chance. I see done. How come? Neve seed such a hog for money. I see clean now and hung on de line. All I craves is 5 minutes with Lady Luck, so I can beat dat woman to death. Thereafter for half an hour the wildcat flopped dejected and inert in a chair in the lobby of the ramshackle hotel. He tried vainly to borrow lunch money from the victorious Spinland Spider. "Ain't puttin' out nothin' today." The Spider exhibited a heart of flint. "Dem train robbers show can't learn yo nothin' dot." The wildcat subsided in his chair. "Wished old Captain Jack was here. Wish dat doggone mascot goat hadn't lost me." The lobby of the hotel was warm, and presently the pain of the wildcat's financial bruises dissolved in the heated air. "Anyhow, I don't buy her work, work don't buy her me. I lost my money when de bones read 3. I eats when I can get it. I sleeps mo's all the time. I don't give a doggone if de sun don't neve shine." The wildcat's head dropped forward, and presently he was doing the best he could to sleep forever. Chapter 12. The wildcat's siesta was interrupted by a rumbling voice which emanated from a chesty policeman who was engaged in dishing out a little earnest advice to the proprietor of the hotel. The officer raised his voice for the benefit of the brunette assemblage. "Trouble is trouble. If yez have business on Th Street, attend to UT, but save Th loafin' fr another day. Wid all thim IWW bugs, this Niagara parade tonight is apt to flash into a race riot. If it does, Th Chief ain't goin' to stand no foolin'. The guns'll begin barkin' worse than a Chinny New Year. Don't look for no trouble and you won't find it. You boys ain't much in favor in this town right now. One false move in tonight's parade might make a stampede out of it. With all Th dark complexions in town 3 jumps ahead of some red-hot buckshot." The wildcat shriveled up in his chair. The policeman's warning made him homesick. He resolved to stick close to the home plate. "I don't crave no part in ruin white folks is. Dese uppity y'all niggas show heads fo trouble when dey start speakin' white folks talk. Wished old Captain Jack was here. He'd show learn 'em did dey start sumpin'. Like as not old Captain Jack tear down a lamp post and beat de parade over de head wid it. Parades is all right fo crematism ceremonies. All right fo de army boys. All right fo funerals and lodges. Outside o dat day's dangerous. Me, I sees can I sleep me some mo dot." His slumbers were again interrupted by the entrance of the porter whose acquaintance he had made en route from the Dalles to Portland. "Boy, howdy." The wildcat sat up and blinked a pair of heavy lids over his bulging eyes. "Doggone if it ain't my old fish podna. Show's glad to meet up wid you. How is you?" "Tolerable," Septon eyes rushed. "Us got to work dis fish business fast. I don't get me no layover. Old Pullman boys done switched me to de midnight run fo San Francisco on de train what leaves at 1 o'clock in de morning. Dat's why I ain't changed my uniform. How is you? Did de man give you de money fo de train rob a letter?" The wildcat's face, which had lightened in greeting his partner in the smelt fish business, was suddenly overspread with a mask of melancholy. "Easy come, easy go. I's busted." "How come you bust now, when dis morning yo back was broke wid $1,000 letter? Met up wid a Spinland boy what hit me wid some COD dice. Clean me. Show hard luck. You show got action. Neve min, I see got enough to start de fish business wid days a parade tonight, and us cleans up big, sellin' fish to de parade niggers." The pair launched into the working details of their fried fish business. "Wildcat, I got me some rubber boots. Us hires a wagon and rambles over to de Columbia River. We loads up on smelt fish and rambles back. We fries de fish in de back end o' the old wagon on a oil stove." "What's de oil stove? What's de wagon?" "Us rents de wagon from a livery stable boy I knows, fo 4 bits. I knows where us can get a oil stove fm a boy on Front Street. Temporary, that is. Oil stoves comes high now. Le's go. Wait till I gets my rubber boots." The porter reappeared from his room wearing a pair of knee-length rubber boots. "Show is de biggest boots I ever seed," the wildcat commented. The wildcat held the door open until his companion had navigated the channel with the brace of ponderous violins which festooned his feet and trotted along towards the livery stable in cadence with the tromping extremities of Dwindle Daniels. "Show is de biggest foot caves I ever seed. Was you in de army yo could come from parade rest to 10 shun without movin' dem boots. At the livery stable, Dwindle Daniels financed the rental of a light wagon and a heavy-set mule. The Wildcat gathered up the reins. Set down FOI starts, he advised. Can't tell about dese jugheads. The pair discovered presently that the mule's maker had omitted the high gear from the animal's mechanism, and the 6-mile trip was accomplished at a 4-mile gait. The mule was equally indifferent to leather and language. Spec meb he's delicate. Some is. Comin' back I gets me a saplin' and sees is he. No mule neve conquered me yit. They arrived presently at the bank of the fish-crowded Columbia River, where the business of loading their wagon with smelt occupied them for less than an hour. Neve seed so many fish. Ol' river show is dusty wid fish. Did dese fish have legs a boy couldn't get down de road past them? With the work of the moment completed, Dwindle Daniels obeyed some instinct of neatness. He threaded his way out along an overhanging piece of driftwood to the clear water of the river, wherein he proposed to wash his hands. The Wildcat watched him for a while and then broke into criticism. How come yo so neat? Yo acts like a barber shop boy, all the time cleanin' up. Next thing you'll be cravin' bear grease fo yo hair and a sprinkle o' bay rum. I craves to smell human, the porter returned. All right fo fish to smell like fish, but I prefers to let 'em when any smell race day starts. In replying to the Wildcat, Dwindle Daniels on his slippery perch half turned his head, and this carelessness precipitated a disaster which engulfed him. One of the ponderous boots slipped from the branch of driftwood and dragged the wearer's leg into the river. Thereafter, for 10 seconds, the porter staged a windmill scene compared to which a cyclone in Holland looked like a quiet night on the Dead Sea. Finally, the drag of Old Man Gravity won all bets. The Wildcat's bulging eyes witnessed a high dive entirely surrounded by frightened fish and the soft mud which lay 2 feet below the water surface. From the crater of the mud volcano, the writhing form of the neat Dwindle Daniels finally emerged. His form-fitting environment of mud churned and splashed in a blast of agitated language. Somewhere in the vortex of the intimate ooze he had lost all traces of his religious training. He combed great handfuls of mud from his plastered features and snorted deep draughts of fresh air. He excavated his eyes and then, disdaining the unstable footing offered by the driftwood, he plowed his way ashore, up to his armpits in water and mud. On the bank the Wildcat had launched into his third conniption fit. He calmed down sufficiently to choke some language out of his vocal organs. Yo show looks neat now. Ain't seed such a ruckus since de flood hit Memphis. I know dem was hoodoo boots. Bam! Down yo goes like a ol' hell diver. Moneen! Up yo comes like a ol' mud turtle. Get in de wagon, mud turtle. On de way home you dries out. Leave dat mud get dry befo you tries to brush it off. Dwindle Daniels spent an hour on the way home in hatching himself out of a shell of mud. Neve min, ol' mud turtle, the Wildcat comforted. Us cleans up big money when us sells these fish tonight. At 8 o'clock, under a sputtering arc light on Front Street, the Wildcat and Dwindle Daniels were established in the business of selling fried fish and waiting for the rush of trade that would come when the parade passed them. Stand close to de oil stove, ol' mud turtle. I cracks de shell off o' you befo de train leaves. Dis show is de slow dryinest mud I ever seed. Leave them pants on you. Does you take 'em off you neve gets 'em back. Stand still. The Wildcat broke a few pounds of mud from the porter's uniform. Stand close to de blaze. When de mud dries you peels easy as a shellbark hickory nut. The success of the peeling process was all gummed up at 9 o'clock by the Portland humidity, which won its usual bet. From the heavy skies a light rain began to fall. At 9:30, with the booming drums of the parade sounding up the street, the shivering form of Dwindle Daniels was again sogged down to its original saturation point. Wildcat, I don't see how can I make ma run to San Francisco. Yo makes yo run all right. Yo deadheads me, and I does yo work whilst yo hangs out de front vegetable ob de car. Ol' wind dry yo out sudden. Get ready fo de grand rush. Here's de head ob de parade. The Wildcat threw back his head and bawled into the evening air. Fried fish! Smelt fish! Here you is, 2 bits a pan. He lowered his head to gratify his curiosity concerning the technique of beating a bass drum. Show craves that boy's job. Some day when I gets rich I buys me a bass drum. At drum bammer show swings a mean club. Fried fish. Smelled fishes. 2 bits a pan. Following the band and leading the parade, heavily laden with a false dignity which had completely eradicated his spinal curvature, there appeared the rag-head Hindu who had escaped with the wildcat from the carload of undesirable aliens on the night of the train robbers' fiesta below the Dallas. A little before the head of the parade reached the arc light under which the wildcat and Dwindle Daniels had inaugurated their fish business, the Hindu turned and raised his arms. The parade stopped. The raghead signaled for his companions to come close about him. In precise English he broke into a violent harangue wherein the least radical of the evil doctrines which he preached would have been sufficient to transform the United States into a second Russia. Midway of his speech one of the accompanying platoon of police officers stepped up to him. "Can that stuff, you anarchist? Come with me!" The officer reached for the Hindu, and this gesture of the law's hand was a signal which launched a riot into being. "Boy, this looks like a bad ruckus." The wildcat spoke quickly to Dwindle Daniels. "Wished old Captain Jack was here. Chances is, us niggas gets lynched." On the tense instant of conflict a solution to the threatening disaster was born to the wildcat. With all the energy of his lungs, he bawled his peace message into the turmoil of the night. "Free fish! Hot fish free! Come and get it!" 50 feet from him the raghead Hindu broke loose from the police officer. The wildcat witnessed the escape. The Hindu raced towards him, and it was then that mutual recognition was accomplished. The wildcat leaped into the fugitive's pathway and extended his foot. The Hindu anarchist pulled a galloping somersault. He revolved twice in the air, and then his face plowed heavily into the pavement. "Hot damn! Never seed a boy so agile." The police officer exercised the good judgment common to the majesty of the law in moments of great mental stress. He made a swing at the wildcat with his stick. Plunk! The locust club impacted heavily on the wildcat's skull. The wildcat blinked his eyes. "How come?" "Captain Sue, I thought yo' craved to catch dat raghead boy." He pointed at the inert Hindu lying on the pavement. "Didn't aim to hit you." "Captain, yes, Sue." The wildcat hoped that the next time the policeman would aim straight at him. He turned to the crowd and renewed his pacifying propaganda. "Free fish! Come and get it! Here you is, boys!" The wildcat's invitation and the smell of the frying smelt won the field against the doctrines of the defeated agitator. A minute later the fish wagon was ringed about with 100 brunette fish eaters. The riot had evaporated. Here was the end of the trail. Serious thinking gave place to heavy eating. Crazy ideas no longer tormented heads whose owner's object in life was to eat more fried smelt than the men next to them. The sergeant commanding the platoon of police sized up the situation. "Looks to me like the end of a perfect day." A brother officer addressed the sergeant. "Better take this raghead in with us." "How about it?" "Sure. Book him as a vag until we see who he is. Tell Jimmy to hold him on an A and be charged if any of them jailbreaking law sharks try to spring him." The wildcat broke in with a little testimony. "Captain Sue, I knows dat boy. He bust loose from a travelin' jail on de train comin' from Chicago. The government men catched him someplace." The sergeant of police looked quickly at the officer whose fingers were closed about the chain attached to the handcuffs of the Hindu's wrists. "Hear what this boy says? Maybe this raghead is that agitatin' alien that got loose from the carload that landed here 3 days ago. How about holding this fellow for a witness?" The officer nodded his head towards the wildcat. The sergeant debated for a moment, during which the wildcat's freedom wavered in an unstable balance. Finally the sergeant spoke, and with his words the wildcat's liberty was assured. "We don't need him. We've got enough to hold this raghead with, and the bullpen is crowded anyhow." The wildcat got the drift of the crisis which had passed. "Captain Sue, I sho is obliged to you. Me and old Mud Turtle here aims to take our midnight run to San Francisco." The Mud Turtle, who was busy dealing out free fried smelt, paused long enough to crack a few segments of dried mud from his uniform. He hit himself on the chest, and another nickel-plated button in an area of blue cloth was revealed in the light of the street lamp. "Us sho do," he confirmed. "Me and dis Wildcat boys Pullman men." A few minutes later the Wildcat augmented the disappearing supply of free fish with a little sound advice to his patrons. "Neve seed such fool niggers. Was old Captain Jack here he sho would CM you down wid a club. You gets yo haids full o' be crazy notions, and after de ruckus day hauls you out feet fust. Think like white folks does if you craves to, but unless you aims to festoon yo health and strength wid a funeral box and lead a graveyard procession, stop wid de thinkin'. Think like white folks does, but don't act dat way. Next time, befo you affiliates wid any wild men, say howdy to a mess o' vittles. De river's full o' free fish, and de jail's full o' crazy folks like dat raghead Hindu boy. Next time anybody tells you you's de same as white folks, bust him in de nose and walk away fast. 'At's all." The Wildcat ended his preaching and turned to his associate. "Come on here, ol' mud turtle. Le's take dis mule and wagon back to dat livery stable boy befo us gets rested fo lendin' him permanent." Chapter 13. The Wildcat drove to the livery stable. The mud turtle, seated beside him, spent the time en route to the place in scraping the mud from his southern hemisphere. At the livery stable he removed his ponderous rubber boots and sloshed his feet with a hose. He paid the rent for the mule and wagon. "Here's fo bits mo. Take dat oil stove back to dat estio by de river," he directed. Carrying the boots in his hand, he walked beside the Wildcat toward the ramshackle hotel below Burnside Street. In the cold night a summary of the day's misfortunes settled heavily on the marching pair. "Show turned out rough," the mud turtle remarked. The Wildcat sought a smile in the frown which had gathered on Lady Luck's features. "Show might been worse. S'posin you'd been drowned in de river. S'posin dat policeman had took me to jail. S'posin I'd a had $2,000 stid o' one when at boy cleaned me. Nah, Sue. Us is half lucky. Wished I could meet up wid at boy now and give him a ride wid a pair o' taper bones like de backslid Baptist used to make." The mud turtle looked sideways at the Wildcat. "Boy, you and me is podnas. Confidential, I tells you does you crave taper bones I has me a pair. Is you? Lemme see, mud turtle, lemme see." The porter fished around in an inside pocket of his soggy uniform and produced a pair of green dice. "Here dey is. I dassn't use em. Ain't learned de thumb twist yit, and dey sho means trouble as you catched workin' em. Gimme dem bones, boy. I craves trouble wid dat spindlin' nigga what cleaned me. Gimme $10. Pray to Lady Luck to have dat boy waitin' at de hotel. By rights at's my money. Does I meet up wid dat boy I sho cleans him rough." The mud turtle handed the dice and $10 bill to the Wildcat. "Lady Luck don't have to do nothin'. That boy neva is anywhere else cept at de hotel. Does you start somethin' finish quick? It's midnight now, and that San Francisco train pulls out at 1 o'clock." The Wildcat paid no heed to his companion's words. He was engaged in twisting the dice in the nervous fingers of his right hand. "Day feels right. Day sho feels right. Boy, de thumb twist come to me befo I was 9 years old. When I was 14 ma Uncle Gabe learned me neve to dus tray or 12. Wid dese bones in yo $10 bill, when I gets teach ol' wid at nigger he won't have no mo money than a frog has feathers." The pair entered the hotel. The mud turtle went directly to his room, wherein he began the difficult business of oozing his number 12 feet into a pair of number 10 shoes. The Wildcat sought the spindlin' spider in whose web he had sacrificed his $1,000 earlier in the day. He found his man leaning against a pool table in a room adjoining the lobby of the hotel. "Howdy, boy." The honeyed accents of gentle forgiveness dripped from the Wildcat's quiet salutation. The spindlin' spider looked at him. "Howdy. How is you?" "Me? I's noble, and bustin' wid a cravin' fo revenge." The Wildcat raised his voice. "Shoots $10. Under the flat nose of the spindlin' spider he waved the $10 bill which he had borrowed from the mud turtle. The spider produced a roll of bills and peeled a 10 spot therefrom. "Roll 'em. You and me both craves action. The wildcat had hooked his fish. He twisted the green tapered dice in a handful of fingers whose tips bulged with a fine technique that had distilled from years of study and practice. Here on the green cloth of the pool table was his field of battle. Before him lay his entire capital, matched by an equal amount from the spinlint spider's roll. I's a wildcat for revenge, and I's on my prowl. Payday dice, speak my name. Bam! 5 and a deuce. I lets it lay. Shower down! The spinlint spider covered his bet. Gallopers stay lame on 7. Train robber babies, FO tight dollars into sack. I read 6-5. Rally ruin boys. Shoots FO tight dollars. Fade me boy. Bugle dice, blow de cash call. Harvest babies, pick yo cotton. Bam! And I reads FO tray. The wildcat stowed away a trio of $10 bills as an insurance policy against accident. Shoots $50. The spinlint spider shaved 5 $10 bills from his roll. Roll 'em, he said. The wildcat lifted his brace of tapered cubes high above his head. Honeybee babies, get yo stinger hot. Shotgun dice, spout yo lead. Key cubes, unlock de handcuffs. Bam! Day read 7. I lets it lay. Shower down, boy. Fade me. Shoots $100. You're faded. The spider had his feet wet, and now he waded deeper into the river of revenge. The wildcat rolled the dice against his legs. Squirrel dice, catch de top limb. Ham cubes, drip yo gravy. Mule bones, resurrection morn. Breakin' on de bee, and bustin' out. Baptizin' babies, hold his head under. The gallopers rattled across the pool table and went to sleep with the 6-5 staring the spinlint spider in the face. I lets it lay. Shoots $200. De gin dice makes de big boy sick. Fade me, ol' mulip. What FO is yo mouth dragon? A look of doubt began to travel across the spinlint spider's features, but the moral pressure of the crowd about him forced him into the slaughterhouse. He counted $200 from his roll and laid it beside the wildcat's stake. The wildcat breathed the hot breath of hope upon the twin cubes in his hand. Lady dice, get lovely. Snake babies, coil ruin de coin. Grub cubes, semble yo rations. Army gallopers, as you was. Bam! The green clickers subsided near the end cushion of the pool table. A 5-spot smiled on the top side of one, and a helpful deuce laughed cheerfully at the wildcat from the other. Hot damn! Weddin' dice done rung de bell, at's FO $100. Shoots FO 100. Fade me. You says yo blood is hot FO action. Fade me. The lower jaw swinging from the spinlint spider's face drooped something less than a foot. His expression was suddenly full of quinine. He craved an exit while the exit business was good, but a reputation created by considerable indiscreet language had locked the door. From his depleted roll he laid down 40 $10 bills. At about cleans me. He looked at the remains of his steak. At about cleans me. His voice had lost the aggressive quality which had marked his oratory 5 minutes earlier. At's $800. More like I's used to shootin' dot. The wildcat rubbed his fingers tips quickly across the taper cubes. 800 iron men. Lady Luck, stand by me. Preacher bones, make 'em bow down. River dice, high and dry. Over de riffle. Woof. Bam! And I read 7. The spinlint spider grunted an accompaniment to a wave of gray which lightened the ebony of his features. The wildcat picked up the mass of banknotes and straightened them out. He turned to the spider. Mule lip, how much is you got left? Shoots UFO what you's got. Meb you builds up. Neve can tell. Ma luck's bound to break sometime. The spider replied weakly. I see got mine, 'at's plenty. What you mean you's got yours? Thought you claimed you was a espiote. You's got money, ain't you? You ain't got yours till you goes broke. Ain't I right, boys? The wildcat made a quick survey of the faces about him. From the lips of the mud turtle, who had silently joined the group, came a come on verdict. You show is. Hear dat? The wildcat turned again to the spinland spider. Hear dat? You ain't got yours till you goes broke. How much is you got? Shoots it all. Double or nothin' dot. The spider weakly disgorged his roll. He counted out a total of $200. Boy, one pass and I cleans you. Lil snowflakes softly fall. Come on, dice, COD, bam! And the black specks read 7. Hot damn! Boy, you's done. Lady Luck, here you is. The wildcat pocketed his roll of bills and covered the money with a wide palm wherein lay the taper cubes. He edged through the crowd. With his left hand he reached for the mud turtle. Come on here, boy. Dat San Francisco train gets nervous doggone soon. In the vestibule of the mud turtle's car on the San Francisco train, the wildcat held out the taper cubes and a handful of winnings. Oh, mud turtle, here's your victory dice and $100. Dat gets you a new uniform. Get in dere by de steam pipes whilst I tells dem passenger folks where de San Francisco train goes to. Hot damn! I know dem smelt fish was lucky. The mud turtle pocketed his dice. Wildcat I's lucky too. Fall in de river and comes out wid $100. You sure got speed. Call dat speed. Wait till us cumulates my mascot goat. Den us heats up dem COD dice, and I shows you what me and Lady Luck can do when de speed bell rings. You ain't seed no speed yet. Chapter 14. Leaving Portland an hour after midnight, the deadhead wildcat sat in the smoking room of the Mud Turtle's San Francisco-bound Pullman. The passengers were in bed. On the window end of the leather seat, shivering himself out of a coating of Columbia River mud which he had accumulated that afternoon during the smelt harvest, was the Mud Turtle. Boy, dem shivers is workin' overtime. Neves seed such a partial shiverin' fool. How come yo misery gets you by fractions? Shiver all over and get done with it. Is you cold inside? The Mud Turtle forcibly arrested his chattering teeth. He calmed his vocal organs and answered the wildcat, but when he became articulate his feet assumed the staccato movement. The wildcat looked at him. Stand up befo you loses dat step. Leave me learn at new footwork. I never seed feet so anxious. Don't waste dem steps. The Mud Turtle grabbed his knees and shoved his feet firmly against the floor of the car. Wildcat, what I needs is gin till I gets warmed up. You and me both. Any boy needs gin. I been needin' it since away back. You sure looks cold. Was you a ice man you'd be rich. I see seed folks cold and I see dem shiver. But it sure looks to me, Mud Turtle, like you see de champion shimmy king obi de whirl. Catch dat leg. Doggone boy, you sure would be poplar durin' de hot spell down where us comes FM. You makes me cold lookin' at you. The Mud Turtle's jaws started on another chattering ruckus. Do you goes agin? Now you can't talk. Whilst you see dumb I see a mind to use some cuss words on you what old Captain Jack learned me. Sho would use 'em, septin they'd burn you to a cinder. Stay here whilst I investigates and sees can I accumulate some stove juice to heat you up wid. The wildcat walked ahead through the train. He sought strong drink from every porter he encountered, but his search was unsuccessful until he came to the dining car. Why'd you think you is? Heaven? Cuba? Ain't nothin' to drink on dis car. A burly chef answered the wildcat's inquiry. Dey's a cold boy back dere. Fell in de river and stood out in de night rain in Portland. Can't get near him for chips o' teeth flyin' through de air. When he gets to shiverin' good he looks like him and two twin brothies. White boy? The chef ventured a casual inquiry. Is I said white boy? White boy packs it wid 'em. It's my ol' Mud Turtle podna what craves de gin. 'At's diffunt. The chef grunted and got up from the poker game which was raging. Come wid me. He led the wildcat into the kitchen of the car. From one of the cupboards against the partition he lifted a pint bottle full of a light yellow fluid. He poured some of this into a smaller bottle. Out of another bottle containing a brown aromatic liquid he filled the third bottle. He shook the smaller bottle until the two liquids in it were mixed. He handed the bottle to the wildcat. Give dat boy dis. Sho will. What's the name o' dis liquor? Ain't got no public name. Us boys calls it hoof oil, It kicks some. Better tie at boy's hind legs. Does he take mo in 2 drinks? What's the ingredients? That's a church secret. Don't ask me no questions. That's $5. $5? What you mean church secret? I see a hooch rabbi off the run. I leads the Oakland synagogue. I said $5? How you spec us rabbis gwine to thrive, septin by talking up the collection now and den when we issues this here rabbi juice? How come dat rabbi name? The chef looked at him. You show is a ignorant nigga. Ain't you met up with no rabbis yet? Can't say I is. What is they? In the chef's gaze was an expression of contempt. Boy, when you sees me you sees a rabbi. I works at the rabbi business between trips. The rabbi lodge was organized with all the cult bartenders. Nowadays mos all we rabbis is union bootleggers. Get back da with dat hoof oil before it blows up. Whereat's the $5? The wildcat handed the chef a $5 bill and returned to his car, where the mud turtle was doing the best he could to shake his arms off. Hot damn! Here you is, ol' mud turtle. You sho got a noble rattle in yo right han. Pairs like with a pair o' gallopin' cubes you might throw some killin' sevens. Sorb 1 drink o' dis here rabbi juice and resurrect yourself. 1 drink? Boy, gimme dat bottle. I handles ma liquor. The wildcat uncorked the bottle and held it to the mud turtle's chattering lips. The mud turtle took a whiff of the liquid. Its perfume seemed to inspire a new set of internal calisthenics in the mud turtle. After he had quit writhing, the wildcat again pressed the remedy upon him. Drink it, I drips it on you. Go ahead and drink. I'll hold yo nose. He succeeded in pouring the contents of the bottle into the mud turtle. The mud turtle absorbed the hoof oil as far as his equator. Then he reacted with a series of undulations in which was all of the reserve energy of the surging deep. Then he suddenly became quiet, except for his rolling eyeballs, from which gleamed an exalted light. Dat show tamed you. Is yo insides hot? The mud turtle's only reply was a sudden stiffening of his right leg, followed a second later by a similar movement with his left. His right arm extended violently. Then the ham-sized fist on the end of his left arm went through the plate glass window beside him. He leaped to the center of the smoking compartment. For a moment he danced on both feet, and then he began to stage a movement compared to which a cyclone was only a boy's-sized disturbance. He combined the activity of a whirling dervish with the technique of an earthquake. The wildcat retreated to the safety of the tapestry curtain which hung in the doorway. There for a little while he conducted an innocent bystander business, which presently ended in disaster. Up to the moment, the mud turtle had been silent, but now from his throat came a yelp which drowned the rattle of the train. The wildcat sought to calm him down. How come? Boy, get tame. You'll wake the white folks in dis car and they'll massacre you. Shut up before they gets you. The mud turtle's only answer was a renewed succession of yells. Suddenly he stopped short where he stood, and for a space of minutes he regarded his companion with a pair of glassy eyes under whose hypnotic spell the wildcat began to shrivel. Don looked that way. You's got the graveyard eye. You took too much hoof oil, he said weakly. Let me put at blanket round you. He took 1 step towards the center of the compartment, and on the instant the mud turtle leaped at him. The wildcat had been in many a ruckus abroad and at home, but home was never like this, and the worst he saw in France was a busy time at Chateau Thierry. This was different trouble and worse. The wildcat abandoned his tactics of fair fighting. He kicked and struck wildly at the mud turtle without effect. He despaired of conquering the tornado which writhed on the floor beside him. Then he succeeded in obtaining the blanket in which the mud turtle had been wrapped. He maneuvered for 3 seconds and threw a hitch around the mud turtle's neck and another one around his leg. An instant later the whirlwind was trussed up and confined with a hard square knot. The mud turtle's yells gave place to a series of snarling grunts, punctuated now and then with the yowling scream invented some years back by the female panther. The wildcat secured a folded towel from the rack above his head, and in a moment the panther was muffled. The victor stood panting for a little while, gazing at the conquest which still writhed and rolled on the floor. The wildcat reached for the empty bottle and inspected 5 or 6 drops of liquid which remained in it. Hoof oil, you show is double dynamite. Rabbi juice, I saves you. Meb sometime I meets up with a army what starts a ruckus with me. Den I'll sorb 2 drops and win de battle. He replaced the cork in the bottle and stowed it carefully in his pocket. Does I need to? I figure dat with fo drops ob dis hoof oil I can conquer de world. Dot. He turned again to the mud turtle. The Pullman blanket lashed around the mud turtle cramped his style to a considerable degree, but for all of his impedimenta he was still active enough to threaten the peace on earth theory. The wildcat spoke to him. Boy, I sequesters you till the deb bill leaves you. Meb, by the time us gets to San Francisco you'll be human again. He stepped into the passageway, and at the end of the open section of the car he opened the door of the linen closet. He returned to the smoking room and dragged the mud turtle out of the room wherein the ruckus had been staged. At the door of the linen closet the wildcat encountered a difficult problem, in that the least dimension of the mud turtle in his present pose was greater than the width of the door. He grabbed the door framing with both hands and applied his right foot to the mud turtle's anatomy. Woof! Get in there! He strained hard at his task, and presently a heroic effort was rewarded by the disappearance of the mud turtle into the dark interior of the linen closet. The wildcat stooped down and removed the towel from about the mud turtle's mouth. Yell yo head off, fold up, Bill. You can't so'n loud in here. Folks'll think de ol' engine is whistlin' dot. Before the wildcat shut the door, the mud turtle took advantage of his vocal freedom and emitted a strenuous howl. A middle-aged gentleman halfway down the car stuck his head through the berth curtains. He called to the wildcat. Is she whistlin' for Ashlyn? No, Sue, spec it was a cow on de track or somethin', at's all. I wakes you up nee Ashlyn dot. The wildcat neglected to say which side of Ashland would be selected for the awakening ceremonies. He walked to the far end of the car, and on his return journey he accumulated the shoes of his passengers. I shines me dese here shoes and den I sees can I sleep me some. I'd bet was ol' mud turtle aig, chances is he'd hatch out in dat linen closet, so hot. In the smoking compartment the wildcat spent an hour shining shoes. He distributed them with more or less accuracy, and presently he was stretched out sound asleep on the long leather seat. I eats when I can get it. I sleeps mos' all the time. I don't give a doggone if the sun don't neve shine. Chapter 15. The wildcat slept until the first gray light of dawn announced the day. He got up and stretched himself and drank 5 or 6 slugs of free ice water. Lemme see, he yawned. Why it is us. His mind covered the events of his immediate past and collided heavily with the battle which had been fought in the night. Wonder how old Mud Turtle is? I'd better get him fo de passengers gets up. With all dat hoof oil in him, spec he'll crave mo weight dan a mule. He opened the door of the linen closet. In the far corner, propped against the wall, sat the Mud Turtle. The dazed expression on his face was completely surrounded by brunette skin and surmounted by a pair of owl-like eyes which blinked at the sudden light. The wildcat whispered at him. Is you pacified? Dast I leave you loose? The Mud Turtle replied with a question. Was many folks hurt in de wreck? Ain't been no wreck ceptin' you like to wreck me. Come out here till I helps you 'member yo sinful past. He hauled the Mud Turtle into the passageway and resurrected him from the interior of the blanket cocoon. Come on back here, the wildcat directed. Stretch your legs and come on back here whilst I splains about you. Take that old coat off and put on this white coat. The Mud Turtle removed his mud-caked blue coat and donned a crisp white jacket. For a while he sat quiet on the leather seat of the smoking car. Finally he turned to the wildcat. All I members is takin' one drink. All I members Pusinel why is what you did after you took at one drink. Thought you said you could handle yo liquor. I never seed such a wild man. Boy, you started single, but when you and that drink got confidential you show was a army. Handle yo liquor. Huh! You couldn't handle the bottle, let alone what was in it. How come you lie such a big lie? Start out gentle next time. Must have been some new kin o' liquor. Show acted new. With one drink like dat in me when I was fightin' in France, the old government wouldn't need no MO soldiers. I seed de night be de big wind what blowed New Orleans clean up de Mississippi River. I know de mule what couldn't live in de mountains count kickin' em over. But last night when you was goin' good, I says, if a mule married a cyclone and had a boy, he'd be you. Hoof oil, dey calls it. A nigga what chefs in de dinin' car and rabbis when he lays over in Oakland give it to me. The mud turtle looked at the broken window beside him. Did I bust that window? Bust that window, you sure did. All you did was blow yo breath at it. I tell you was bad. I seed folks what was plastered wid luck. You thinks you's plastered wid mud, but it ain't mud, it's real ol' luck. You had all the luck in de world gettin' out obi de claws obi that rabbi juice. Dat stuff is tiger blood. You had enough wild time last night to last you all the res obi your life does you live forever. Wildcat, you sounds right. When us gets to Oakland I craves to settle down. Meb I shows you a business I aims to vest in. You don't show me no business, boy. Only business I craves is to find Lily and Lady Luck. Lily's ramblin' loose somewhere in San Francisco with dem blue pheasant boys. Does I meet up with dat goat I'll show bust him in de hate leavin' me. Every time me and Lily gets a divorcee ol' man hard luck camps on my trail. Business sounds good, but me, I cumulates Lily and den I takes dem blue pheasant boys back to Chicago. Meb when I comes back here next time I starts some business. Not now. Nah, Sue, not me. Wildcat, some business ain't so bad. All you does is set deer and take in de money. All you does is set deer, you mean, and listen to some triflin' nigga wantin' groceries or meb wantin' to eat whilst you supplies free grub, does you run a restaurant. Dem boys what buys easy never is got money. Nah, Sue, I don't want no business, Mud Turtle. All I want is Lady Luck and my mascot goat. The Mud Turtle continued his business dream without paying much attention to the Wildcat's arguments. Dere's the anti-hair kink business. All a boy does is buy some things at the drugstore and mix them up and sells them at 50 cents a bottle. All the niggas in the world craves to buy anti-kink juice. I seed some remedies what took off de scalp and somewhat removes the brain, but it don't make no difference. Niggas keep on buyin', no matter how deep the remedy digs in. Dat business is ol', the Wildcat objected. Dat's too old to catch folks any mo dot. So's kinky hair ol', answered the Mud Turtle. Dat business still catches em. While the kinky hair loss, so does the anti-kink business. Dat ain't the only business I knows. You and me had luck with fish, part bad luck and part good luck. Here's the ocean and here's San Francisco Bay crowded with fish. S'pose us gets a wagon and some hooks catchin' fish and comes home every day with a wagon load. Don say fish to me, boy. All the bad luck I see had lately come FM fish. See can you talk 'bout some good luck business does yo crave to? I ain't got over my fish luck yet. How 'bout the bootleggin' business, Wildcat? Dey show is big money in dat. Nobody to sell to no mo. Everybody's bootleggin' now. You steps up to a man on the street and says how 'bout it, and he thinks you's tryin' to buy. Everybody's bootleggin'. See can you think be some business what's got some customers, instead be everybody runnin' de business dey self. Nah, Sue, I aims not to let no business fluence me. I rounds me up Lily and meets up with Lady Luck, and someday I sees ol' Captain Jack Agan, and den I quits worryin'. What I craves mos is to catch Lily and den get some regular run where I sleeps mos all the time. Less I finds my mascot I aims to quit the whole Pullman business and let em get on de best they can without me. Boy, how come you so tame? When we left Portland all you talked about was startin' a sinful life and bustin' all the speed records on de road to hell. Now all you craves is to settle down. Has the itch got you? 'Pears like you needs quinine. I don't need nothin' 'ceptin' Lily and Lady Luck, and meb a slug o' gin. Can't get no gin nowadays. Mud Turtle, when us gets to Oakland you follow me. I'll bet dat rabbi boy what chefs on dis train knows why it is some gin. Any man what can throw a dose o' hoof oil together on short notice what makes a nigger look like a cyclone show can dig up a drink o' gin. Quick as us gets to Oakland I trails that boy down. Chances is he starts the rabbi business soon as he gets his apron off. I depends on him fo gin. I's jeaned up with de chuch when I was 16, but now I aims to get backslid back enough to take de road what leads into dis rabbi place. You goes in and takes off yo hat, and as quick as you gets baptized, the old preacher says, boys, what'll it be? I says, make mine gin. Old Mud Turtle say, make mine gin. We says that 'bout 6 times, and away us goes lookin' fo lily. At's better 'n any business talk use talkin' dot. I'll say so, Wildcat, fo get de business. Us has money anyhow. There's that $100 you give me and whatever use got left off dis spindlin' spider boy you cleaned in Potland. I agrees wid you, fo get de business. With the arrival of the train in Oakland, about 4 minutes sufficed to clear up the Mud Turtle's official obligations to the company. Immediately thereafter he and the Wildcat set out to overtake the dining car chef, whom they had seen leaving the terminal. The Wildcat edged up beside the rabbi. Boy, he said, how about some liquor? Me and the Mud Turtle here craves to get baptized with a couple o' slugs o' gin. Is the gin included in de rabbi business? The chef looked at the Wildcat. Us rabbis handles some gin, but it show comes high. Boy, us aims to pay high. You ain't talkin' to no busted steamboat niggas. Us ain't fiel Hans. Me and my podna got money, all we craves is gin. The chef's gaze left the Wildcat's face for a moment, and seemed to travel to some more distant point. The Wildcat's statement of his finances had aroused the rabbi's cupidity. Come on here, he said briefly. The three made their way uptown and presently entered the door of a ramshackle structure standing midway of a block lined by similar buildings. They walked into a darkened room, and the Wildcat saw a fresco of gleaming white eyeballs ranged about him. Why, it is us, he asked the rabbi. Dis here's de Oakland Pleasure Club, sort of a social offshot FM de chuch. What chuch? Chuch is called Banded Brothies ob de Loose Barrel Hoop. I rabbis fo dem when I's in town. When I see away dey's got another boy what does de rabbi work? The chef turned to the assemblage. Boys, meet up with de Mud Turtle. I spec some o' you all knows him. Dis here other boy travels under de name ob de Wildcat. A voice from a corner of the room bellowed into the midst of the assemblage. What'll it be, boys? Dis is on de Wildcat. The Wildcat put on the financial brakes. How come? Dis here's de initiation drink. Everybody what joins the Banded Brothies buys a drink fo de congregation. The Wildcat's eyes had become more accustomed to the darkness. Pears like I gets lifted fo goin' on fo tie drinks. Presently 6 bottles were mingling around with the congregation, and the Wildcat's words to the Mud Turtle beside him were drowned in a chorus of gurgling throats. The gulping ceased. Out of an obscure corner of the room came the auditor's tones. $82. Wildcat, pay me befo the long green gets wilted. The Wildcat was no piker, but the bill hit him pretty hard. I've seen saloons you could buy complete fo half de money, he remonstrated. He walked over to where a narrow square of light broke through the wall. He fished out a big roll of bills from which he proceeded to count $90. He replaced the money in his pocket. As he did so, a yellow electric light flashed in another part of the room and burned steadily above a small table upon which was stretched a green cloth. A man beside the table called to the newcomer. Wildcat, de pleasure part ob de entertainment now starts. Now you gets action. How come action? Action what wid? Action wid de freckled bones what knows arithmetic. The Wildcat accepted the invitation. Here was a chance to retrieve the price of the drinks. He walked over to the corner. What's de bones? In allowing his opponent to supply the weapons, he had committed a serious technical error. But the only other dice in the crowd were the taper cubes belonging to the Mud Turtle, and the Wildcat knew that the production of these dice in that congregation would probably result in his immediate disintegration under the blades of some hungry social razors. The boy on the opposite side of the table spoke. Shoots $50. You show starts blooded. The Wildcat peeled $50 from his roll. USE faded. Roll 'em. The boy rolled them, and an aces bloomed under the electric light. A grunt of disappointment went up from several interested veterans of the banded brothers gathered around the table, and the rabbi plunged his way into the crowd. He used a few words not commonly included in a rabbi's vocabulary. "Get out o' de way. Gimme dem dice. How come you makes dis mistake?" He took the dice from the loser. "Wildcat, I shoots $50. The Wildcat divided his winnings and laid $50 on the table. "Rabbi, roll 'em." The rabbi breathed a fervent prayer upon the speckled cubes and cast them away from him into the outer darkness. "Freckle tops, get right. Bam! I read 7. Let's it lay. Shoots a hund. Roll 'em, USC faded." The Wildcat trimmed himself for another 100. The rabbi made another throw. "Luck dice, catch dat Wildcat." "Wuff! And dey says 5 and a 6. Dey show is lucky." The Wildcat grunted. "Lucky FOU. Pussonel luck is the luck I likes best," the rabbi returned. "I lets it lay. You has yo chance. Shoots 200. The Wildcat skinned his roll for $200. "Dese here frog skin show has got to quick dwindles. USC faded. Roll 'em." The rabbi abandoned his ecclesiastical lingo and fell into the vernacular. "Tiger dice, claw me. Turtle dice, off the log. Soap dice, get slick. Clean dat Wildcat. Gun dice, pull the trigger, wham! And I read 6 ace." The Wildcat's fingers began to itch for the possession of the bones. He turned to the mud turtle, who was close beside him. "Hot damn, boy, dat talk show sounds natchul. Dat boy growed up someplace else befo' he started de rabbi business." The rabbi raked in his winnings. He slipped half the roll and laid it on the green cloth. "Shoots 200. Fade me is you reckless." The Wildcat was in too deep to back out. He pared $200 from his roll and laid it beside the rabbi's stake. "Boy, yo luck's got to bust sometime, even is you a rabbi. Roll 'em and see can you roll to de house." The rabbi spoke confidentially to the dice for a few moments, and then his voice lifted above the murmur of the congregation. "Snow babies, let de soot specks read 7. Rooster dice, crow de pay call. Hen dice, hatch de money eggs. Mule dice, kick dat boy into de river. Bam! And I reads 5 dus." This triumph of the rabbi was a signal for a revolt on the part of the Wildcat. "I quits. I craves to handle dem bones personal. Does you own 'em all the time I quits?" The rabbi handed a pair of dice to the Wildcat. "Roll 'em does you crave to," he said. The concession was made only after he had switched the dice. The Wildcat got hold of twin dice which were loaded to come out dus, tray, or 12 on the first throw. He warmed the dice to a functioning temperature in the palm of his right hand. In his left he held the remainder of his roll. He laid the money on the center of the table. "Shoots it all. $200. Fade me, boy." The rabbi counted out $200, but before the Wildcat threw the dice, the mud turtle beside him spoke up. "I shoots FO hund on the Wildcat's luck. Shoots FO hund. Fade me, boy." The rabbi grunted and dug into his roll for another 400. The Wildcat turned to the mud turtle. "Boy, us is bust as I lose. I been bust befo', Wildcat. So is you. Roll MC can you get double or nothin' dot." The Wildcat said a few words to the dice, and an instant later they rattled across the green cloth. "Cyclone babies, blow dat rabbi to hell. Wuff! And I reads Astus. Doggone, Lady Luck, what is you?" The mud turtle grabbed the Wildcat by the arm. "Come on here befo' dey gets yo' clothes." The Wildcat turned away from the table. "Us show needs a mascot goat. Was hard luck a many us done catched a whale. Trouble wid luck, it's always changin'. Don stay on de good side long enough fo' a boy to get settled down." He bade farewell to the rabbi. "You show was right. I'll say gin comes high. $100 a drink." The rabbi laughed a hollow laugh. "Come on back sometime and try de $1,000 gin when you feels stronger. Does I find Lily and Lady Luck I comes back and shows you some $1,000,000 gin, meb. On your way, boy, at's de quinine talkin'." Chapter 16. Launched by the rabbi's parting taunt, the wildcat and the mud turtle made their way out of the synagogue. On the street, the wildcat set the course toward 12th Street. His companion pounded along as best he could for a while and then voiced a protest. "What for is you got such a hot foot? Come on here, ol' mud turtle. I craves to meet up with dat lily goat befo' any mo calamity catches up with me. Why you 'spect to fin dat doggone goat? San Francisco someplace. I tol' you once. De Blue Pheasant boys went to San Francisco on de train, and de loss I seed Obi Lily she was penned up along with 'bout 9 Obi dem boys, at goats in San Francisco. How long you 'spect it take you to fin at Mascot in San Francisco? You know how big at town is? Boy, I been dere. I been clear from downtown out to de Presidio why dey keeps de army boys and de generals. I seed at town befo' dot." The mud turtle grunted. "You ain't seed nothin', at town's 10 times that big. Was Lily fo' years old when you started lookin' she'd be 800 fo' you found her, 'less you had luck. Does I fin her I gets all de luck I needs. Us wins both ways, 'cause all the bad luck I could get wouldn't be no worse than what us has now. I see plumb busted. How is you?" The mud turtle audited the depths of his pocket. "Nothin' but some ravelin' Linton fo' bits. 'At's enough. Don look so mean, ol' mud turtle. Does us see another rabbi walkin' down de main street us better take de alley fo' he sees us. Dem rabbi boys is just like a ticket to de house. Dem synagogue rabbis is the wust of all." At 11 o'clock the pair landed at the ferry building in San Francisco. As a precaution against lunch money, they saved the change from Mud Turtle's $50 and walked towards the center of the town. They landed finally in Union Square. The wildcat flopped down on the grass, and the Mud Turtle joined him. "Mud Turtle, what's that big house over there?" He pointed at the St. Francis Hotel. "Boy, thought you told me you was here once befo'. Dat's the St. Frantic Hotel. How come de boy frantic what dey named de hotel fo'? Spec he drunk some hoof oil, or met a gin rabbi. Show is a fine day. All de days I seen in de town was fine days, 'ceptin' some evenings when de fog gets heavy. Old fog comes in mighty handy does you owe money. Boy kin lose hisself fm a bloodhound easy in de fog." The wildcat stretched himself out and prepared to go to sleep, but before he had accomplished his purpose he was interrupted by his companion. "Wildcat, look at dem 2 boys on de hotel steps. Dey sho looks like dem blue pheasant nobles you was speakin' 'bout." The wildcat rose to his knees and looked across Powell Street. Sure enough, there before his eyes stood 2 of the blue pheasant gentlemen. He lost no time in going towards them. "Come on here, Mud Turtle! I knowed we'd meet some o' dem blue pheasant boys. Come on here!" A moment later the wildcat and the Mud Turtle confronted the 2 nobles of the mysterious Mecca. Each of the nobles was festooned with a golf bag. The pair were headed for Lincoln Park. The wildcat spoke to the larger of the 2 gentlemen. "Captain Sue," he said, "I was the pata on a special car FM Chicago what hauled some of you blue pheasant gentlemen out here. Can you tell me why Lily my mascot goat is?" The blue pheasant gentleman looked at the wildcat for a moment. "Seems to me I heard about that goat. Some of the boys got him someplace." The second man interposed some additional information. "You mean the white goat? He's out with Jim and Frank on the golf links." The first potent noble turned toward the wildcat. "He's out where we're going now. Come with us and maybe you'll find him. Is he your goat? Captain Sue, you show so'n good. Does I meet up with dat Lily I beats that goat to death, meb. Lily show is my goat. I raised him clean FM France." He turned to his companion. "Mud Turtle, take a bag fo' de gentlemen. Captain Sue, we carry dis stuff." The potent nobles smiled at each other. "These boys can caddy for us. Do you boys want to caddy for us?" Without knowing exactly what it was, the wildcat signed quite a contract. "Captain, yes, Sue. Whatever you wants us does. How come dis caddy business? You carry the bag around while we go golf hunting." The wildcat spoke lowly to the Mud Turtle. "Golf hunting? What's dis here golfs? Neve said one personally. Boy, don't you know what golfs is? Something like a dog, only smaller. Born wild. Day Jinali gets wilder when day grows up. How big does day get? Dog size, some bigger sometimes. Neve said none in Memphis. Day's tamed down deer, out here day grows wild. Some parts, the wild golfs run ruins so thick a man hardly can plow his fiel, thout carryin' 6 or 8 shotguns on the plow. Dis country was fest wid golfs till the Indians got here. Fest wid Indians till white folks got here too. I guess could the Indians kill a golf us is safe. He turned to one of the potent nobles. Captain Sue, what does you kill dese here golfs wid? The noble was quick to take up the deception. We beat 'em to death with those clubs. If you get a small blue golf, you beat him with an iron club. For the savage red ones you use that club with the piece of brass on it. The whiskey golf is the worst though, he sort of sneaks up on you. You use those little clubs for them. They're called putters. They're shorter so you can use them in close places. Short and deadly. The quartet were presently seated in an automobile which was retrieved from Powell Street. On the way to the Lincoln Park golf course the party detoured through Golden Gate Park. The car drove past the enclosure wherein leaped a dozen full-grown kangaroos. One of the potent nobles pointed to the awkward animals. There's some golfs now if you boys never seen any. A restless kangaroo made a 30-foot leap. Lord God, Captain, does you kill dem devils wid clubs? I craves a cannon in 40 miles range, or else one o' them airplane flyin' things. All you have to do is to stand right close behind me and you'll be safe. The wildcat's training had taught him to trust the word of a white man. Captain, yes, Sue. As far as he was concerned, the conversation was ended, but in spite of the potent noble's reassuring words, a feeling of uneasiness seemed to undermine him. At the hunting preserves in Lincoln Park it became evident that luck was not with the 2 golf-killing nobles of the mysterious Mecca, because about all these 2 gentlemen did was to continue the monotonous business of knocking a couple of innocent-looking white balls across the landscape. Every now and then they would come upon a grass lawn with an iron cup in the center of it, and then each potent noble would waste a lot of time urging his ball into the cup with the short and deadly putter which was normally used for slaughtering whiskey golfs which sneaked up on you. After the first mile or two the zest of the chase was dulled by the wildcat's habitual languor. He edged over towards the Mud Turtle. Mud Turtle, spec dese gen'men gwine to give us FO bits, mab, FO heapin' hunt dese golfs what we ain't seed. Ah, feels dismal. Every time dey shoots at ball, s'posin you and me shoots 10 cents? How come, wildcat? You knows us can't monkey wid dis huntin' game. I don't mean monkey wid de huntin', the wildcat returned. Is you got a lead pencil? S'posin' us marks de lil white balls wid de dice freckles and reads them when day drops. Fust you take one time, den I takes another. Us plays some mountain dominoes. Got to do somethin', else us goes to sleep. Den like as not some ragin' golf sneak up and eat yo innards fo you has a chance to wake up. Lease try shootin' some 7s at de scenery. Action followed the wildcat's words, and presently the 2 golf balls then in use were marked with a pattern of black dots running from the gentle ace to the belligerent 6th spot. Thereafter the 2 potent nobles had reason to wonder at the sudden industry exhibited by their caddies, who leaped after each ball almost before the club had touched it. Bam! Look at that boy go, Jim! I wish we could get caddies like that in Chicago. The lazy devils never would go after a ball. These fellows are bears. They're all good. The best caddies I ever had were niggers in the South, after you get 'em woke up, that is. Meanwhile, out at the destination of the golf ball the wildcat and the Mud Turtle were inspecting it where it lay. 3 up. The pair raced to the point where the other ball had fallen. She reads FO. FO and 3 is 7. Wildcat, doggone you, you wins again. Show I wins. Didn't dem blue pheasant boys say dis here mascot goat o' be mine was roustin' roon out here? Whaheve dat goat is, so is Lady Luck. FO long I meets up with Lily, and den I shows you some wineen what is. The 2 potent nobles holed out at the 9th, and the party crossed the road under the trees to the 10th tee. Captain Sue, the wildcat asked. What's at rock over da, without no roof and de rock wall? The potent noble looked over at the Chinese tomb. "That's where some Chinaman is buried," he said. "That's a Chinese tomb." "Tomb? Some dead boy layin' in it?" "I'll say so, maybe a dozen of 'em. This whole golf pasture is built over a graveyard." The wildcat stiffened and looked at the mud turtle. "Lord God, mud turtle! Us cravin' to meet Lady Luck and walk in ruin in a graveyard. Show makes me dwindle up inside. No wonder dem man-eatin' golfs is so ragin' out here. Wish I could fin dat doggone lily goat." He turned to one of the potent nobles. "Ain't we startin' downtown, Captain, fo it gets dark? It'll be 2 hours yet before it gets dark. We've got time to hunt another golf or two. Shut up while I drive." "Captain, yes, Sue?" At the 16th tee, the potent noble looked down at the heavy fog which was rolling in through the Golden Gate. He addressed the ball. He jumbled around on his feet and took a couple of practice swings. Perfection was in every movement. Then, as he drove, the wildcat sneezed. There followed a blast of profanity whose equal the wildcat had not heard since his army days. He edged over towards the mud turtle. "Never seed a boy change so quick. Here he is, pleasant 1 minute, and den he hits that ball and goes hog wild. Seems like—" He was interrupted by the potent noble, who had calmed down. "Get the hell out in the rough there and find that ball I sliced." "Yes, Sue." The wildcat started out through the fog to find the freckled white sphere. He threshed around in the trees and underbrush for a while, and then to his mind came a memory of the horrible words which the potent noble had spoken. This place was a graveyard. The wildcat shuddered extensively and abandoned the search for the golf ball. He looked up, and there before him was a tombstone. "Lord God, Lady Luck, why's you?" Automatically his feet began to work, and they were aided an instant later by his racing legs. He went away from there through the fog. The next thing he knew, he had made a 40-foot dive over a sandbank. He rolled for a moment in the shifting sand before he brought up against a stunted cedar. "What is I?" The fog cleared, and the wildcat saw the sand dunes stretching below him. At the edge of the slope were the waves of the Golden Gate. Then the fog closed in again, and everything about him faded out of the picture. Above his head, out of the drifting fog, a flight of seagulls started a little gossip. To the wildcat's ears came their shrieking remarks. He stopped his wild shuddering and began to moan. "'At's dem ghost boys. I know 'em. Lady Luck, take dem boys away. I ain't talkin' with no ghosts." He turned and started up the bank. He began throwing sand out from under his feet like a record-busting rotary snow plow. His legs ran for 10 minutes, but his wind was crippled, and in the shifting sand he covered a space of less than 20 feet. Exhausted with his effort, he flopped down on the sloping bank. "Dey's got me," he moaned. "Dey's got me. I knowed it. I knowed dem graveyard ghosts would get me, once I gets devosed from dat mascot goat. Lady Luck, here I is." The wildcat curled up and covered his head with his arms. He lay in repose for less than 10 seconds, for suddenly, out of the fog in mid-channel, came the booming siren whistle of a liner, heading out of the Golden Gate. "Hum! Wallem!" the wildcat moaned. "I hears you, Gabriel, I hears you. Here I is, Lord, here I is. Hum! We are It's me. It's ol' wildcat. What fo you a skin who? You knows who? Ghosts got me, Gabriel. Here I is. Lady Luck, goodbye." Then from Fort Miley crashed the report of the evening gun that marked retreat, and a moment later the clear notes of a bugle floated out of the fog. For a moment life on earth again claimed the wildcat, and instinctively he responded to his army training. He got to his feet and stood rigidly at attention. Into the fog to an unseen company he yelled a series of commands. "Come to 'tention! Silence in de ranks! Shut up and stand up, 'tention! Lily, come to 'tention! Captain Jack, Sue, de company is FOMED." He saluted and made an about-face as perfectly as he could in the shifting sand beneath his feet. As he did so he felt his brain rattle. 10 feet above him, tangible as iron, real as gold, festooned with hair and horns, stood Lily the mascot goat. The wildcat stood fixed for an instant, looking with incredulous eyes at the mascot. Then he made an excess demand on the motor muscles of his legs, and in 6 wild leaps he had gained the goat's side. "Lily, is you back?" "Goat, hot damn! Lady Luck show heard me." The wildcat grabbed the leading string which dangled from the mascot's neck. "Come here, I aims to get me some handcuffs and lock one end round yo neck and de othy round my leg. Goat, us show is proud to meet up with you. Does you leave me once mo next time I knocks yo horns down yo throat." Lily evidently approved the arrangement. She looked at the wildcat, and then from her skinny throat a faint bleat sounded. "Say dat again. You sounds noble." "Blah," answered Lily. The wildcat looked around him. His fear of the shrieking ghostly voices from the sky overhead had melted into the fog. No longer did the howling devils of mid-channel disturb him. No longer did he fear the raging Gulf. With his mascot goat at his side, no evil luck could touch him. Courage returned, and with it extravagant language. "Lily, no doggone goes better get uppity with me. I'd bust a old goes in de hay did I catch one." With Lily beside him, he gained the level ground of the fairway. Then, over a wide expanse of golf links, the fog had lifted clear. The wildcat saw the 2 blue pheasant nobles poking around near the Chinese tomb in search of the ball which had been lost a little while before. "Come on here, Lily." He dragged the mascot to the Chinese tomb, near which the mud turtle was halted. "Ain't you found that little white ball yet, mud turtle?" "Not me, wildcat. Dat ball landed inside dis here graveyard tomb. You don't get me in dear FO $1,000,000. What's that? You found yo goat. Boy, out o' my way." The wildcat walked toward the Chinese tomb as fast as Lily could cover the ground. "Get out o' my way. Me and Lily looks in dat tomb place. Us ain't scared o' no old ghosts no mo dot." One of the blue pheasant gentlemen called to the wildcat. "Son, where in hell have you been?" Something in the potent noble's tone made the wildcat think of Captain Jack and the gone-away days in France. "Captain Sue no place. I was just cumulatin' my mascot goat." He entered the roofless Chinese tomb, and there on the stone floor lay the golf ball. "Captain Sue!" he yelled. "He is yo freckled pill." He called less loudly to the mud turtle. "Othy ball red 3. Dis one he has got the FO spot up, at 7. Mud turtle, you loses. Come in here and look at it." The mud turtle's dread of the Chinese tomb was still with him. "I seps your word FO it, wildcat. Doggone you. Boy, you wins FO times runnin' dot. Boy, FM now on I win steady. Lady Luck done sent back my mascot goat. I can't lose." He turned to his 4-legged companion. "Kin us, Lily, whilst you's wid me?" "Blah," answered Lily. "I should say not." Chapter 17. 1. Lead me to de woods wha de luck trees grow. Hand me de axe when it's time to chop. Lead me kinda gentle, get me started slow. When I gets to goin', watch de luck trees drop. While the wildcat was doing his best to forget the cares that nominally infested his official day as porter on the Blue Pheasant special car, sidetracked in San Francisco, Honey-Tone Boone, the brunette uplifter, languished in the Memphis jail. There were 2 sides to every jail. To the wildcat, the loser in the law's game generally occupied the inside. Honey-Tone was different. The inside of a jail for Honey-Tone was often a place of sanctuary from which the occupant might sneer serenely at the disappointed female perils who gnashed their teeth outside the bars. In San Francisco the days were warm, and Lily the mascot goat had returned to her master's side. The wildcat was playing even in the matter of daily rations. Trailing along in the wake of a pair of the golf-playing nobles of the mysterious Mecca at the Lincoln Park golf course provided a cash surplus which enabled the wildcat to discard his winter-weight Prince Albert, and to adorn his person with a retiring suit of clothes 3 shades lighter than a sunburned pumpkin and embellished with 6-inch checks. Life wasn't so bad. Old railroad sleepin' car was probably doin' all right. Reasonably sure that tomorrow would lug in new brands of trouble to pester a boy with, the wildcat steered his somnolent mentality clear of the shoals of surmise and let tomorrow take care of itself. A boy never could tell about Lady Luck. Every time the wildcat did something that clearly entitled him to free board in some permanent jail, like as not next day he would wake up all festooned with gold watches. Take a preacher's advice and head down the straight and narrow path, and the chances were that some deputy sheriff with a shotgun, or else a bear, would be waiting in the path right where the heaviest canebrakes discouraged detours. 2. One man's pison is another man's meat. My troubles never bahe you. Hog needs wings like a snake needs feet. The question ain't why, but who? Honeytone Boone's downfall had been accomplished in Memphis immediately subsequent to a conquering hero's parade. There had been some talk about the ownership of the mule which Honeytone rode. The line of march headed straight for Honeytone's wife and his potential soul mate, and culminated in a ruckus from which Honeytone emerged, safe in the talons of a policeman. The two women, comparing notes, had gummed up the leader's grand entry to a degree which left Honeytone thankful for the mule-stealing charge that had landed him safe in the jail and out of the clutches of his wife and cuspidor Lee. He enjoyed sanctuary in jail for 2 months and then, threatened with an embarrassing and abrupt release, he concentrated on a hurried mental incubation. Hard-pressed, he sought to hatch from the bad egg of circumstance some new enterprise which would take him away, sudden and safe, from where his memorizing wife awaited him. His mind roamed wild through the fields of questionable enterprises open to him by a combination of easy conscience and the flashy part of a college education. On the day of his release he half regretted his education. Ignorance cursed the individual with work, but it left him free of the higher responsibilities and the more acute penalties of transgressions, and just then Honeytone wished devoutly that he was a field hand. He craved a black complexion instead of the halfway color that barred him from the unquestioning comradeship of white and black alike. On the night of his release from jail he beat the barrier, and by morning he was well on his way to St. Louis, resolved to explore the Pacific coast for fields wherein his peculiar abilities might enable him to reap the harvest of cash without which life to him was naught. En route west, Honeytone managed to keep one state ahead of his reputation. Thus he avoided the iron impedimenta which the laws of the land drape around the ankles and feet that stray from the straight and narrow trail, around wrists and hands whose idleness affords the devil welcome opportunity to function as a labor agent. Honeytone's first week in Oakland found him preaching to a small congregation. On the following Sunday he announced to his flock that subscriptions for a church-building fund would be accepted, beginning forthwith. Temporary and permanent. The announcement followed a long prayer during which the uplifter's face wore the same holy expression as that which adorns the first stages of a sneeze. Revuendi. Honeytone Boone opened his eyes and tamed his vocabulary to the vernacular current among his hearers. Temporary and permanent. Weekly refunds on all temporary subscriptions, together with interest at 100% you doubles yo vestment, like the boy with the 10 talents. The dangling bait was presently engulfed. The subscription books were kept open throughout the week. Facilities for subscribing were offered through agencies established in the pastor's quarters, in 2 barber shops and 3 pool rooms. On the following Sunday, after a service devoted largely to discussion of temporal problems which afflict the flesh here in this vale of tears, Honeytone paid his subscribers their original contributions and added an equal sum for interest at 100%. The books were flooded with new subscriptions within the next 15 minutes. The 6 agencies did a rushing business all during the week. On Friday Honeytone counted his cash and decided that another week could be managed. Then exit. After the next Sunday services, owing to an 8 that looked like a 3, he was short $500 in the item of interest. Explanations led to retreat, and Honeytone retreated to a hotel in San Francisco. His flight therefrom was interrupted by a delegation from a mob which visited him on the following night. He beat the delegation out of the lobby of the hotel because, in the emergency, his feet acted more quickly than his head. He went away from there leading his flock. Mentally, he shipped his remains to his next of kin 4 times in the next 50 yards. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the gleam of a piece of light-colored steel swung by a dark-colored investor who craved to collect his investment, plus interest, one way or another. Honeytone's racing legs, impelled by an acute ambition, functioned successfully in their owner's single endeavor to lead the flying wedge of razor-bearing blood hunters by at least 2 jumps more than a slosh in reach. The fugitive turned into Mission Street, and here in the long stretch the saddle-colored financier saw a chance to do some thinking. Galloping was his main business just then, but he carried a side line of quick thoughts. With members of his own race, Honeytone asked no greater odds in the money game than those which served from the theory that mind was superior to matter. But in this, too, time was the essence. Just then he needed time. 10 minutes were worth $1 million and lots of other important things like health and strength and blood. Time was that without which the best laid plans died in the egg. For the next 5 blocks, running something less than a mile a minute, the uplifter's brain functioned with the cunning which enables the fragrant fox to overcome the handicap with which nature has equipped him, when the hounds begin the cross-country obesity cure. During this time a plan had flowered in Honeytone's brain whereby victory might be snatched from what had looked like a total loss of all the blood that would run out of where a razor had nestled. In a shadowed area midway between 2 street lights Honeytone stopped. He stopped abruptly, like a golf ball hitting the north side of Gibraltar. He bounced back, absorbing his momentum in a twisting motion which left him squarely facing the oncoming pack. Now it was, or never. When they were upon him, he raised his arms. He orated. "Hush! Get calm! Now us can talk. Money! Cash! Rest easy!" His voice lifted 1 notch higher than the undertone which welled about him. The peak load of peril was confronted and passed, but still his speech ranged over the bait words most potent as verbal sedatives. Easy money, leeson, gin 7 dice, fancy clothes, chicken and gin FO1 and all supreme members. He discarded his college-bred dialect and adopted the vernacular of the majority about him. "Leeson heavy! Get calm! Lend me yo ears! Men and brethren, you knows me! Fo gettin de peril o de tar barrel and de p sessions at night would blazin pitch knots and de chokin rope what folks uses when dey uprises, and chosen fo wa guide de lives o be de oil time martyrs, safe and serene in de circle o be fate cast ruin ma fragile form by dis your rabbit's foot. I tells you, leeson!" The speaker waved his rabbit's foot. He beckoned at the loose fringe of skeptics which milled on the margin of the group. "Gather together, dat ye can hear de words o be wisdom. De prophet knowed what he said when he predicted dat somebody was comin' to lead his chillin' FM darkness into light. At's me. Somebody. I leads you out o be darkness into de promised land while flows de milk and honey. In passin' lemme add dat milk is FM de old language used by de Sanskrits, mayanin jin. Honey FM de ancient Czechslo-fat word honito. Dat's de word fo chicken, fried chicken, to be mo preciser. Men, you is sons o be kings FM Africa. How come you all redusted to de state o be slaves? How come bird shot can't pester a cinnamon bear? Because yo brains and yo brawns is all spread out, desiccated on triflin' things like cotton crops and corn, sweatin' on the heavy loads stid of ruling at the seat of government and dictatin' what's what. The orator dragged in another lungful of midnight fog and broke into the stretch. He is de answay, graved on de GOL tablets and dug up in de midnight moon wid a luck spade. Grand Oaks FM lil acorns grow. Here in San Francisco wid de aid of you all we starts de new movement towards de Canaan land. Fust off, us organizes de Temple o' Luck. Den de fust annexes de Swamic Chuch, based on de mystic teachin' of Swami de Indian Buddha. Next do in de temple de supreme faith healer thrives and collects money FM folks what only thinks days sick. Cross de hall is de chief palm readin' magi, predictin' present, and future fo Adala. In de temple annex is de offices o be defiliated called union o be de whirl. Dis union is mitigated into te grand divisions, de Bolshevik, de political, and de social. De social has de ladies' annex. Honeytone's eyes played steadily across his audience, horizontally, and his voice shot straight at the ears of the assemblage, but his imagination started up, and now it made its final flight. "Dat's all I tells you, 'ceptin' my own humble efforts will be directed at organizin' a new world African colony in de free country of Barzil. Dat's all. Fo each and every project us needs a deputy supreme leader. Dese will be pointed FM amongst you, Each deputy supreme leader adorns himself with the gilt-edged robes obi d'appropriate responsibility and collects the cash. Deputy collector fo each deputy leader likewise wears the robes what the ritual describes. Ritual committee gets a percentage obi de receipts. Deputies gets $1 fo every 3 what's took in. Any income over $20 a day goes to the social and festive departments. The orator pulled a little book out of his pocket. Hoping you elect steady and reliable friends fo responsible offices, us now opens description books fo the temple fund, pay an interest 100% every week. Personally, I donates $100 to start the ball rollin'. Honeytone knew his crowd. How much, bruv? Sign your name. Cash. Certificate in green and yaller with the GOL seal will be conferred at the first conclave obi the supreme leaders of departments and the grand deputies. Gimme dat bill, I has changed, bruv. Late that night, escorted by a committee a little more supreme than the body of the mob, Honeytone walked back to his hotel room. Everything was organized to a degree which had deprived the mob of blood hunters of all of their ready cash. On his way to the hotel, the uplifter pondered the question of conduct affecting his immediate future. To blow or not to blow? That was the question. He reviewed the hills and valleys of the land of promise over which his galloping vocal organs had hauled the hopes of his hearers. He decided that the business of making good would involve considerable work. The work part failed to attract him. He decided to bid the committee a long farewell at the hotel, without their knowing it, but his decision suffered a veto in the persistence with which the 3 supreme deputies stuck to their walking treasury department. In his room, Honeytone made a final effort to sidestep the escort. He removed his coat and hung it on a chair. Now with the cares what infests the day relegated to the bosom obi the past, I lays me down and sleeps. Brothies, I hopes you all enjoys the boon obi old lady nature's sweet restorer, and I sees you Tom Orat. You sees us now. A heavy-set deputy grunted a verdict. Gimme at quilt, and I makes down my pallet on the flow dot. Without implying anything personal, another of the supreme trio laid himself down close against the door. The uplifter knew a bear trap when he saw it. He pillowed his rangy jaw on the comforting outlines of the lumpy treasure in the pocket of his vest, folded beneath his head. Talk sure is cheap, he reflected. Talk is cheap, but sometimes you can trade big words for big money. A violent snore answered him, and again hope mounted to his heart, but presently he realized that only one of his associates was sleeping. With the sleepers changing shifts every hour or so, the long night passed. By dawn, Honeytone was resolved to give his schemes a run for their money. You never could tell how a scheme might turn out, and the colonization business sounded pretty good, even to its overstressed inventor. Chapter 18. 1. The convention of the nobles of the mysterious Mecca dwindled into the final stage that attends all conventions. Golf was eliminated, and business was the order of the day. The mud turtle left him, and thereafter the wildcat suffered indirectly, being threatened with a resumption of his responsibility as porter on the special car that had brought the Chicago contingent west to San Francisco. A sense of restraint gradually killed off the wild free business of roaming the Lincoln Park golf course at so much per roam, eating heavy on the proceeds, and sleeping 12 hours a day. Arrayed in his yellow raiment, he sought the offices of the Pullman Company and got confidential with the office boy. "I's the Pataya fo de Blue Pheasant boys, dis here mysterious Mecca business. Dey tells me us leaves fo Chicago real soon. I just been down at the depot lookin' fo de CH. What is dat CH? Me and Lily aims to get it swept out befo de genmen comes." The office boy took the wildcat's message to an inner office. 2 minutes later the answer came back in the person of a gentleman who was trying to hold his temper. "You're fired. You started with your car in Chicago, left it in Wyoming, and here you are. Get out of here before I—" "Captain, yes, Sue." The wildcat knew a gesture when he saw it. He retreated, dragging his mascot goat a little too fast for Lily's comfort. "Goat, doggone you, what fo did you go AWL and get us both loose FM dat railroad job? Here us is with only fo bits, and all yo fault." Lily admitted the charge in a plaintive bleat which softened the harsh language which her master was bellowing at his mascot in the din of Market Street. Presently the wildcat forgot the acute misery of not having any hard work staring him in the face. Us has FO bits. Ots mo money dan mo's folks has. Lily us eats. I don't bother work don't bother me. I see FO times as happy as a bumblebee. Us eats when us can get it, sleeps mo's all the time. At a lunch counter on Sutter Street, much frequented by members of his race, the wildcat spread the 50 cents out over rations that made up in mass what they lacked in delicacy. Halfway through the meal he slacked up enough to get talkative. The boy next to him at the lunch counter was confronted with enough food to hold him for a few minutes, and it was at this more fortunate individual that the wildcat directed his remarks. "Podna, why kin a boy locate a job of work in dis yer town? Why you FM? Me and my mascot hails FM Memphis. How come you so fat FM home? Boy, why did you meet up with so much wantin' to know? Good many jail niggers loose. Thought maybe. Don't think no mo. Don't think nother word 'bout me and Lily. I come FM de Army. 2 years in France, and lately I left de Pullman Railroad people what hires sleep in CAH Patays. 'At's all. Ain't no jail connected wid me. All I craves is a job what pays money. The wages at de docks unloadin' steamboats is $10 a day. Depends on how much money you needs. Dey want stevedores bad. Dey's a strike. Boy, dey has me. I see a bad stevedo. Why is dis boat unloadin' business?" The boy revealed the location of the $10 job. "You trails along after you gets to de wait wha de big boats is. Half a mile FM de ferry buildin' you sees a gang standin' round. Them strikers. You goes through, and de boss shows you wha to head in. Does you know de stevedo business? I'll say us does. Me and de res ob de Fuss Service Battalion unloaded all de boats what landed in France durin' de war. How come you ain't workin' yourself at de $10 job? I see a vested some cash in a new organization what was instigated here lately. Pays big. 2 FO1 every week. You gives de old Supreme Leader $50, and next week back he comes wid $100. You holes out some invests de res. Next week you reaps again. Pays 50, gets $100. Why does this Supreme man? Thought you told me you was broke. How come you lie so? Ain't said no lie. You's broke, ain't you? What good does this Supreme man do you less you can vest wid him? Get yo job, and when you has beginning money I meets you and reveals why it is the GOL mine. Meet you here next Saturday night. At's pay night I esposes. You esposes right. I meets you Saturday. Show will. Podna, what name is you favored with? I goes by name Wildcat. By rights I was baptized Vitus Marsden. The wildcat held out the hand of brotherhood. Call me Trombone when you calls confidential, his companion replied. By rights I is Pike Canfield, but folks calls me Trombone Eve since me and de name got famous. Meb you is heard of me. I plays de slip horn. Show I is, many's de time. So you is Trombone, is you? Show proud to meet up wid you. Show 'bliged fo de knowledge concernin' de $10 job. Soon as I cumulate some payday me and Lily meets you here next Saturday night. Den us vests wid de Supreme Leader and Meb has a grand ruckus wid de profits. That night the wildcat slept free and chilly on a park bench, covered only with the blanket of fog which rolled in at midnight. Shortly after dawn, with Lily at his heels, he walked to the entrance of the pier against which lay a cargo ship loading for a famine area in Europe. "What is the man what hires de Hans?" he asked. 2 hours later the foreman of the dock gang was pointed out to him, and in 10 minutes, with Lily tied to a barrel of nutritious pickles, the wildcat took his place in the long line of stevedores that hustled freight out of the pier shed and into the nets under the cargo booms of the ship. "Lily, tonight us eats on credit, and sleeps inside some place wha the fog weather don't get." All the stevedore crew were members of the wildcat's own race. Before noon he had affiliated with enough friends to make the matter of noontime lunch a simple business of accepting part of what was offered him, while Lily did the best she could on enough assorted nutriment to feed 6 mascots. Considering the start he had made that morning, the wildcat realized, with his 7th sandwich, that life isn't so bad if you manage to live through it. When he began the afternoon shift, his ancient philosophy had returned, and to the clatter of the activity about him he contributed his rambling voice. Presently the words of his song recruited a few converts from the gang about him, and by 4 o'clock, with the freight moving faster than it had for many a day, the hollow spaces in the long pier were filled with the echoes that lifted from an intermittent chorus which proclaimed that I can load a steamboat, load it full with freight. I can load a steamboat when it's leavin' late. That's the reason I see as happy as a bee. I don't buy her work, and work don't buy her me. Throughout the late hours of the afternoon the eyes of the foreman were on the wildcat. Hustlin' nigger. Make him a straw boss tomorrow if this keeps up. 2. Honeytone realized that rank imposes commensurate obligation before his Temple of Luck campaign had lived a week. Too much rank imposed too much obligation, and so the Swamic Church and the Faith Healing and the Palm Reading Magi and several other verbal branches of his project were discarded before the several deputy supreme leaders got too supreme to handle. The backbone of his income was at once the Temple Fund, and this important business demanded and received all of his energy except that demanded by his elaborate pictures of the New World African colony in Brazil. The Temple Fund, paying all investors 100% a week, was popular from the start. On the first dividend day Honeytone made the grade without difficulty, and all subscriptions were repaid, together with a bonus of a like amount. Immediately after the ceremony of repayment was completed, the backwash of investment began to roll in, and by the evening the promoter counted more than $1,000 in his hip pocket treasury. On the next day a new group of subscribers to whom the news had been retailed milled about the doors of the temporary temple for a chance to register and donate their investments. Honeytone, operating in a rented house, herded the investors into a room where his voice could pulverize the sediment of reluctance which remained in his hearers' minds, leaving no dregs of doubt that might cloud the nectar of hope. He donned a serious-looking coat, long and black, and swept a broad yellow sash across his chest. On his head rested a Manchu mandarin cap purchased in Chinatown and revised with ornaments suitable for the insignia of the supremist. About his waist was the equator part of a Sam Browne belt, and from it dangled a Civil War cavalry saber whose scabbard had suffered 2 coats of gilt paint, not quite dry. He retained his ordinary street shoes. Life was a battle, and you never could tell when the bugles of fate might blow recall. Street shoes came in handy when there was any heavy running to be done. In his uniform he addressed the herded investors. Brethren, de books is closed fo de present week. All what paid yesterday gets day money back, long would de same amount fo enters next, Saturday morning. Dem what pays descriptions now gets de vestment and de 100% enters de Saturday after next. De books is now open, de GOL seal certificates is ready. Form in line and get yo money ready. $10, bruv. He is yo pay. Now you is a deputy supreme leader, titled to de red sash. Next Saturday us lex de 10 supreme governors fo de Leodin districts in de New World African colony at Basel. Boat leaves with de officials and de P-visions next month. Lection is by de lucky numbers. Supreme officials gets a house in 10,000 mil rice. That's Basel dollars. Every month to travel round would and see is the district doing okay. $15. Dat titles you to de y'all's sash of trust. Chances is you show will be a supreme governor. Next, bruv. On the following Saturday Honeytone managed to postpone the election of the supreme governors for the 10 districts of the colony and to sidestep the various vague promises that he had sown so lavishly throughout the preceding 2 weeks. But in the Department of Finance there was no evasion, short of flight, and in the white light that forever beat about him escape for the moment was impossible. He sensed the growing pyramid of final retribution and began to formulate plans whereby the mantle of responsibility might be transferred to other aspiring shoulders. The cumulative financial problem was a simple matter of geometrical progression, at the far end of which lay a solution consisting of several quarts of blood. He faced a wire-edged razor, seeking a gilt-edged dodge, and so far his brain had failed to formulate the safe way out. His attempts at transferring the long end of the load to the strutting deputies who hung around the Temple of Luck met with less success. Long as you stays supreme enough to wrestle with the financial department, us leaves you run it. You is supreme now. Stay dat way. Later on, Brother Livingstone approached Honeytone and warned the leader to stay supreme or pay the charges on one life-size mistake. Confidential like Honeytone, I tells you stay supreme or else tell the grave committee de fax for yo tombstone. The person of the supreme leader became the object of watchful care on the part of 3 shifts of deputy guardians. Day and night there were 2 or 3 watchful waiters on the job. The 4th payday was approaching, and with it an obligation to pay out more than $4,000. Receipts were falling off. On Wednesday night, Honeytone's bankroll audited less than $3,000. He tried to split the pot with the deputy guardians in return for liberty. In this he failed. On Thursday night, as near as he could see, all the gates were closed. He was on a one-way road. Chapter 19. 1. All I does is follow my feet. Septin when the boss says stop and eat. Follow my feet the whole day through. Follow my feet till I burns a shoe. Show in a truck load o' pecan beans. Loadin' de boat fo New Orleans. Back of his truck on the dock the wildcat set the pace for his fellows. The man in front of him found the wildcat forever at his heels. The man following had a hard time keeping up. Now and then the wildcat's feet abandoned the steady trot for a gait which included considerable prancing, embellished with a new series of fancy steps, limited only by the inertia of the freight truck with which the stepper's ambition was retarded. On de downhill drag let yo hind legs slide. Mornin', Mr. Deb Bill, get aboard and ride. Get behind me, Satan, on de uphill road. I see a 1-horse sinner with a 2-horse load. Late in the afternoon, the wildcat's tactics had converted a group of admirers who had discovered in the prosaic business of rustling freight a first-class chance to make a laughing game of it. Meanwhile, they were moving record tonnage. At evening, the pier foreman sent for the wildcat. Tomorrow morning you take a gang down to Section 17 and start moving flour into the West King. There'll be 5 a day extra in it. That'll buy grub for the goat. Captain, yes, Sue, you means ICFO man? That's what I mean. Keep your niggers rustlin' dot. Yes, Sue. Show will. The wildcat jerked at Lily's string halter. Goat, say USC obliged to de captain. Stan roon they. FOI shows you who's the boss with a club. Blah, returned Lily. The pier foreman smiled. You might round up some more men if you can find 'em, he continued. We can use a lot more. I'll give you $20 a man for all you can get. Tell 'em 10 a day, with grub and quarters furnished here on the dock. Captain, you means I gets $20 fo every stavito nigger what I accumulates? That's it. How much is 100 niggers, Sue? $2,000. Captain, you gets 'em Tomor. Us can rule that many single-handed, me Swadden and Lily ram in. Meb 200. Come on here, goat. Lee's go. The wildcat left the pier with visions of a military formation of 1,000,000 men, marching steadily toward a place where they were worth $20 apiece to him. In his dream of being king of all labor agents, he failed to include the difficulties with which his pathway was beset. The stevedores' strike, gaining strength each day, now included a floating committee whose duty it was to discourage the enlistment of new labor. The wildcat borrowed $1 and ate supper at the lunch counter where he had met Trombone, hoping that he might again encounter that individual. Ranged about him were 10 or 15 hearty eaters, and to this group, at the termination of his own meal, he addressed his invitation to participate in the business of loading steamships with outbound freight. $10 a day, boy, comfortable place fo sleep in, and all the grub you can eat. His oration fell on barren ground. He left the lunch counter without having gained a single recruit. See 'em on here, Lily. Dese city niggers show is triflin'. What us needs is fiel Hans, or else some heavy suouter like a hoe handle. Us aims to sleep some now. Meb Tom or Lady Luck boons me wid men what craves a job wid rations and $10 a day. For a while the next morning the work of loading the West King with flour lagged a little under the direction of the new foreman. At 11 o'clock, noting the epidemic of reluctance to move out of a slow drag which had afflicted his gang, the wildcat climbed to the top of a tier of flour barrels. He took out his knife and whittled through the hoops of a barrel. He resumed his place on the pier. Break down dat top line. Get movin'! Haul out at bottom barrel. Stand back when day comes. They came. An avalanche of rolling barrels rolled wildly across the deck of the pier. The top one on which the hoops were cut landed with a smash in the center of an explosive spray of flour. The atmosphere was suddenly white dust. Black complexions presently became gray. Perspiring freight jugglers began to laugh at their fellows. In 3 minutes the roof of the pier was echoing back the volleys of high-pitched laughter which lifted from below. Until noon, and then through the long afternoon, all that the Wildcat's men did was to laugh their heads off at the slightest provocation and move more freight than the ship's cargo booms could handle. "I likes biscuits and I likes bread. Don't like 'em plastered on my head. Craves to have 'em spread around on my inside. 'Stead of havin' dough drippin' off my hide." The pier foreman, passing the Wildcat's crew late in the afternoon, paused to look the deal over. "Everything all right?" "Captain, yes, Sue. Dey's good boys. Climbed to mope some at fust, but dey got Logan some way. Since then dey's been movin' long." Without knowing it, the Wildcat had mixed the essence of all the theories of efficiency into one barrel of flour. The results of the administered dose were showing on the tally boards in the freight office at the end of the long pier. The transportation superintendent sent for the pier foreman. "Jim, who is handling the flour into the West King?" "Young nigger called Wildcat. Right name is Marsden. Got him yesterday. Keep him forever. The Empire docks tomorrow for a mixed cargo for New Orleans. 16,000 tons. Let this Wildcat boy handle all of it, as long as he lasts." 2. On Friday morning Honeytone groaned himself awake, realizing when his eyes were open that less than 36 hours lay between his fragile form and blood-tinted trouble. It seemed to him that his self-appointed guardians clung closer with the passage of the hours, as if they suspected their supreme treasury of perfecting a plot which might include his exit. The obligations of the moment were $4,000, and in Honeytone's bulging pocket but 3/4 of that amount awaited the pay hour which would come with Saturday night. Saturday dawned, and with it the sprout of an idea had shoved through the graveyard ground of Honeytone's dejection. In mournful tones, hardly hoping that success would attend his latest scheme, he announced it to his guardian deputies. "Brethren, yo leader's efforts has been rewarded like de oil in de widow's cruse. FM now on us pays back de original scription wid 100% inters, and, hearken unto dese words, over and above de original and de inters, a bonus equal to de vestment. Don't ask what de Lord means when de blessin' showers down. Get in de rain and get wet wid cash. Teach EFO1, that's what pays." At evening, before he took his place at the pay table, he repeated the announcement. The rooms of the temple were crowded and the flock was silent, hanging with acute interest on the Supremist's words. Honeytone held up his hand. He bowed right and left, and the glittering tinsel on the mandarin cap reflected the color of minted gold from the yellow lights. He held aloft the hilt of the gilded sword that swung from his yellow belt. He sheathed his sword and parked his nervous left hand in the folds of the yellow sash that draped across his chest. "Brethren, O be de temple, sow and reap. As you sows, you likewise reaps. De goddess of gold, and de lady's husband old man Midas, has smiled again upon you humble efforts. Tonight I makes a momentous announcement before I returns with enters de vestments you made last week. Up to now de financial repayments has been 2FO1. FM now on us pays twice that much." He paused to let his words sink in. "FO $80 you vest you gets the dollar back, another dollar for inters, and, as a special bonus, another dollar what makes the TGFO1. This special vestment department is open now and will be run with the left hand whilst the right, not knowing what the left hand does, pays out yo last week's cash. Farm in line. I pays and receives at the same table. Who is the fuss bruv? Yes, indeed. He is your money, and you says you craves to vest it in the TGFO1 fund. Praise the Lord! The low sheep sees the light." Some there were who failed to see the light, but by strenuous persuasion Honeytone managed to reclaim enough of his payments to piece out the missing 1,000. Over and above the success he enjoyed in keeping his epidermis free from the parked razors of revenge, he pouched a few $100s surplus before the hour of payment ceased. With it, including the borrowed and juggled $1,000, he had incurred an obligation to repay another staggering sum on the following Saturday night. Thankful for his escape from the crisis of the moment, and a little bit shaken by the acute peril which had confronted him, he sat heavily at the pay table, and sagged down in his supreme robes. He ran his eye over the pay list, and for the first time he noticed an unpaid investor. Pike Canfield, $100.00. A knock sounded at the outer door. The outer guard clattered in. Bruth Canfield, an estranged bruth who desires to be led straight. Tell Bruth Canfield to ente unto dis supreme presence. Honeytone returned, according to the ritual. Then, under his breath, damn that trombone nigger! How come he so prompt at de last minute? Chapter 20. 1. A little late at the Sutter Street lunch counter by reason of his added responsibilities at the dock, the Wildcat had found his friend Trombone impatiently awaiting him. Wildcat, does us miss de meetin' I loses $100. Grab yo vittles and eat on de run. What time is you due at de temple? De meetin' done started a hour back. Less us gets dar in 15 minutes de dues closed. Trombone, us has plenty ob time. I sorbs my nutriment in 5 minutes, at leaves 10 fo de trip. Ain't et me nothin' all day, ceptin breakfast and some sandwiches at noon time. Sho been busy loadin' de ol' Empire fo and all uns. Dey made me de gang boss. I see got mo niggers dan ol' Cunnel had in de fuss service battalion. Sho is busy. Niggers craves to mope. I uncraves em like de lieutenant used to. Gets em all laughin' so hard dey forgets de wook. Fo long day ain't no MOWK, and everybody feels noble. Dat's all de talk. Here's my ham, sizzlin' in de gravy. Stan up here, Lily, eat dese lettuce greens. The Wildcat did an hour's eating in 3 minutes. Wuff, ol' rations show tastes noble. What's yo's supreme ol' leader what pays out de money? I craves to vest some myself. Tonight I has money. Last week me and Lily was bust. Le's go. 10 minutes later Trombone and the Wildcat, leading Lily, were at the outer door of the Temple of Luck. There followed the ritual business of 3 knocks and the ceremony of admittance. 2. Honeytone saw the Wildcat 1 second before that individual saw the Supreme Paymaster. 1 second was enough for Honeytone. In his brain was born a scheme whereby the heavy mantle of leadership, including the ponderous pyramid of financial obligations, might be shifted to the Wildcat's shoulders. He got up from his throne at the pay table and plowed his way toward the Wildcat. He held out the hand of fellowship. Wildcat, how is you? How is the worshipful potentate FM de distant lawn? Honeytone! Honeytone Boone! How come you here? Honeytone took the Wildcat by the arm. Brothies, in de humble yaller raiment of a plain nigger de long looked fo Barzalita has come to escort you all to de promised land dot. He half dragged the Wildcat to a little room opening off the larger hall, and thereafter for 5 minutes Honeytone used some private eloquence on his old-time acquaintance. The Supreme Leader took pains to omit the detail covering the $4,000 obligation that went with the job. Finally the Wildcat weakened. Show sounds noble, Honeytone. Tell me de res. You is the head boss ob de New World Afican colony, and we is de robes. Honeytone concluded. You is temporary Supreme Leader ob de temple whilst I tends to some private business a short ways out ob town. When de Barzel colony is running you gets de job ob Supreme King. All you does now is keep your mouth shut and look supreme. Dis steamboating you says you is gauged and comes in handy. You tells de members at de proper time dat you is loadin' de boat fo de Barzel colony. Honeytone left his convert and prepared the way for the transition with the assembled audience. Halfway through his discourse he was interrupted by Trombone Pike, who craved to get his $100 before the flight of Honeytone's imagination lifted the Supreme One above paltry things like financial obligations. Honeytone paid him with 3 quick movements, a dig for the roll, an outstretching of a handful of cash, and the grip of eternal brotherhood. "At's dat da you is." Meanwhile the Wildcat's languid brain had stumbled over an idea as big as a church. "I leads the brethren to de dock, and gets $20 fo every man." When Honeytone returned, the wildcat eagerly succumbed to the role imposed on him. "Show kin, honey tone. Show glad to be temporary supreme leader. I learns dees brethren de steamboat business. Show glad to show em all I knows and get em started. Wait here till I suads em to let you handle everything." Honeytone left the wildcat alone for the second time, and made a further announcement to the brethren. "The worshipful temporary supreme leader suggests, with the high knowledge he has FO's suggestin', that if he has the treasury department in his hands the payments on vestments will increase up to FO to 1. That alone shows you what a big man he is. Next week he pays you all yo vestments, enters at 100%, a bonus be the same amount, and a special dividend equal to 1 and all. I hereby spectfully resigns the robes be office, and names initiation committee be 12 brothies to adorn the new supreme temporary leader with the raiment of his rank." Honeytone returned to the wildcat. "You's been lect unanimous, mouse. The initiation ceremonies is ready. You gets the grand degree right away. He has the treasury. Ain't no bills due yet. Don't owe nothin' dot." Honeytone split his role, being burdened with the rudiments of the principle of safety first. He shoved the money at the wildcat, and hurried the candidate to the door before the victim had a chance to count the cash. There followed an impromptu initiation ceremony, interrupted but once by Lily's bleating, after which the wildcat realized that he was the head of something that he knew mighty little about. He looked around for Honeytone, seeking the moral support that might derive from the presence of his old friend and enemy. Honeytone had explained himself loose from his guards. Honeytone was gone. The wildcat fumbled around with some oversized words, and then the real object of his speech came to him. "Dese niggers means $20 apiece, on de dock." He launched into a wild description of the New World African colony. He pictured a life of ease in which each charter member of the colony who believed in heaven would be reluctant to trade heaven for a stevedore's career. He added the time phrase which was the essence of the whole affair. "You meets me here tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. I leads you to de boat while you sees how fars can you get de freight aboard. So as yo gets the wages yo labor is worthy be, like the Bible says, I arranges that every man gets $10 a day in grub." 3. Before the light of dawn began to chase the San Francisco fogs up the bay, the charter members of the New World African colony began to assemble at the gates of the temple. When the wildcat appeared at 6 o'clock, he was greeted by more than 200 worthy brethren, all of whom craved to learn the boat-loading business at $10 a day. He marched his gang to the embarcadero, yelling orders in a manner that made some of the veterans of the AEF homesick. "Silence in the ranks!" The clamor subsided. "When our columns you left, head FO the big building." The big building was the entrance to the pier against which, eating charter money faster than the banks could loan it, and hungry for her 16,000 tons of mixed freight, lay the Empire. At 7:30 the wildcat reported to the pier foreman at the office in the end of the long building. "Captain, Sue, here's more'n $220 niggers. How much does that come to, Sue?" The pier foreman ran his eye over the crowd without answering. He disappeared into the office, where he spoke quickly to his clerk. "Cut all the labor grabbers off the payroll. Call 'em in. Here's more men than I've seen in a year." Outside there began the brief business of distributing the new supply of much-needed labor. This accomplished, the wildcat came in for his share of attention. "We can use another gang like this. Can you get 'em by tomorrow?" "Captain, Sue, I gets FO times this many does you crave 'em. When does I get the money?" 15 minutes later the wildcat received a piece of blue paper. "Captain, Sue, I can't read what the paper says. Can you read FO me please, Sue? That's a check for $4,080, 204 men at 20 a throw. Lord God, Lady Luck, you show showered down this time." The wildcat's brain could surround the $80 part, but the 4,000 end was something not yet real. He stowed the check in his pocket with the fragment of the treasury roll of the Temple of Luck. On Saturday, unable to restrain his anxiety to see what so much money looked like, he persuaded the pier foreman to send the clerk to the bank to get the check cashed. The cash was handed to the wildcat. He stowed it away in various pockets of the yellow suit. "Old money sticks out like a stole chicken. Neve did see so much money." That night, under the stress of prosperity, the wildcat quit an hour early. He drifted to the Temple of Luck, intending to sit easy and smoke a cigar and talk big talk to the evening assembly of brethren. 2 or 3 of Honeytone's former guardians were busy loafing at the temple when the wildcat arrived. After a period of silence, following the salutations appropriate for the supreme leader, a deputy led up to the matter of meeting the financial obligations which fell due that evening. "Ah, figures, Supreme, dat day's something like $4,000 to be paid out tonight. Show is a lot o' money." The wildcat was interested. "$4,000? What is the money comin' FM?" 5 anxious brethren sat up. It was all right for the supreme leader to enjoy himself on whatever subject pleased him, as long as there were no personal dollar signs attached to the subject. "You knows why comes FM. You's jokin', Supreme. Go long wid yo talk. 'Scuse me FO speakin' so familiar, but the money question show is in the fust rank. Specially since you pays FO to 1. The past supreme leader strained hisself to pay THE FO 1. In the course of the next 5 minutes the wildcat's eyes were opened concerning the generous ease with which Honeytone had relinquished what appeared to be a position of prominence second to none for social and political status. He sought to make his escape, only to discover the same restraint which had defeated Honeytone's plans of flight. "Come easy, go easy." The wildcat surrendered to the clutch of circumstance. He felt the diminishing weight of the $4,000. "I kep it a week. Dat's longer dan I eve had such big money befo. Now I has to buy myself free wid it, 'stead o' be usin' it FO rations and sec. Doggone! What is Lady Luck?" The hour for the meeting came. The wildcat adorned himself with his supreme robes. He cut a long end from the yellow sash and tied it around the mascot's stomach. "He a goat, doggone you. Git CM. Stand still till I adorns yo wid dis supreme belly band. See can you make Lady Luck hear you? Dat woman show FO got my name. Blah!" Festooned with the yellow sash, Lily did the best she could to make Lady Luck respond, but Lady Luck was deaf. Lady Luck was AWO. Thereafter for an hour the wildcat sat at the supreme table, watching his stack of greenbacks melt out before him on 4-to-1 obligations incurred by the absent Honeytone. For a while, with every disappearing dollar, the wildcat mentally showered the absent Honeytone with epithets picked up during overstressed moments of an active life. Then to the temporary supreme leader's mind there came a faint resolve to try the ultimate arrow of his pack in an effort to reclaim his melting money. "The clickers!" At the conclusion of his misery he made an announcement covering the program of an attempt to defeat the evil which had run him down. He stood up on the chair where he had been sitting. "Brethren, before us gets too deep into the evening us devotes a social hour to Lady Luck. Count off into squads, dig deep in yo raiment FO ammunition and the clickin' weapons, den ford march, into the battle wad the top sides means victory or else the grave diggin' squad. After the squad leaders decides who is the best man, as yo supreme leader I claims the privilege o' meetin' the victors on the clickin' field of battle. Dat's all. Get fated and shoot faz." A battle royal. Thereafter for half an hour the air was thick with prayer. Presently most of the 4,000 had been prayed into the hands of half a dozen squad leaders. Then the wildcat spoke. "Winners! Lady Luck show smiled down on you. Now your supreme leader makes that woman laugh at you. Stand by me, Lily!" The mascot goat bleated her message of encouragement. Spectators rallied around. Out of his left shoe the wildcat hauled his personal weapons. On the floor before him he cast the last fragment of his $4,000 roll. In the narrow circle of victors exploded his point-blank challenge. "Shoots a hund! Shower down! Ah craves action! You never can tell till the gallopers stop. What the numbers reads dat lays on top. Comin' out a top side 7 or 11. Is wildcat talk FO a payday heaven? 7's a winner when it shows up fust. But after yo point a 7 means bust. Comin' out fust wid a deuce 12 o tray. Is just like throwin' yo money away. 'Cept you keeps the dice and starts once mo. By layin' yo money on de gamblin' flow. Suppose you releases a FO 6-8. You tries yo best to duplicate. The same holds true for a 5, 9, 10. But a 7's bound to get you now and then. As I said before, does a 7 come first? Before you makes your point, it means you's bust. In 15 minutes 6 ex-victors had joined the circle of innocent bystanders and were hunting for phrases to explain to themselves just how it happened. The wildcat, stowing away the incoming money with his left hand, swept his victorious right high above his head. In his moist palm nestled his pusinal dice. I lets it lay. Shoots it all. Ain't got that much. The last man was suffering from reduced circumstances. How much is you? Shoots to 50. I see faded. Gallopers stand by me. Stays supreme. Bam. And I reads 6 ace. Deputy, you's done. The wildcat, perspiring copiously in his official robes of supremacy, got to his feet. He parked the gallopers in his inside pocket. He reached for Lily's leading string. Brethren, me and Lily started supreme when we come here. That's the way we finishes. I bids you good night. 4. With Lily at his heels, the favorite of Lady Luck made his way into the midnight fog which lay above the city. He walked to Market Street, and at the ferry building he headed down the Embarcadero toward the pier where the Empire was loading. In the deep shadows cast by a post in the long pier he removed his trailing robe. He rolled his insignia under his arm. Under the arc lights along the pier the men of the night shift were rustling the last of the freight to the Empire's side. With Lily at his heels, the wildcat went aboard the ship. The officer on watch recognized him. What you doin' out so late, boy? Thought you run the day shift? Captain, yes, Sue, I does. Me and Lily was projectin' roon some. Us ain't got no place to go. The wildcat lingered on this last statement. No place to go. Then he summoned courage enough to voice a request which expressed a longing that had developed since he had first known the Empire's destination. Captain Sue, he said slowly, can me and Lily ride with you to New Orleans? Us craves to get south. I'll say you can. We need about 9 good waiters for the trip. Captain Sue, that's me. When us starts I see the same as 9. You're hired. Sign on tomorrow. In his eagerness the wildcat jerked heavily at Lily's leading string. Come on here, goat, le's get down in de old boat's cellar while de kitchen is and get to work. Say you's 'bliged to de captain. Blah! Lily voiced her gratitude. On the 3rd deck down, the wildcat tied Lily to a stanchion. He threw his official costume on the deck in front of the mascot goat. See can you eat dis supreme raiment? Us is done bein' supreme. Hot damn! New Orleans bound! Den Memphis, dat's home! The wildcat felt the thick packages of banknotes in the inside pockets of his yalla suit. Show big money. Money, dis time stand by me. I can ride a steamboat, I don't pay no fare. I can ride a steamboat, anywhere. That's the reason I see as happy as a bee. Me and Lily's Memphis bound, Memphis, Tennessee.